Welcome to today's live stream extraordinary full council meeting coming from the Guildhall Council Chamber to consider 3 proposals for admission to the role of honorary aldermen and alderwomen. I would first like to welcome the Very Reverend Canon Dr. Anthony Kane, Dean of Portsmouth, who will be saying prayers.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Let us pray. God of life and peace, as temperatures rise to record levels, we pray for those suffering in the heat, for our medical and emergency services, and for all seeking to address issues of climate change and sustainable life on this planet. We give thanks for this city, for all its people, for its university and those graduating in this season. And we give particular thanks today for those whose contribution to our common life is recognised through their admission to the role of honorary aldermen and alderwomen. And in relation to the wider business of today's council meeting, we ask for wisdom in debate and decision and a deep sense of the welfare and needs of the people we serve. In all things, may heaven's light be our guide. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Dean. You're very welcome, and you're most welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, but we would understand if you have to leave at some time. Before you sit down, gentlemen, it is in order for gentlemen to remove their jackets. Thank you. Please sit. Members. Members, I want to draw your attention to the COVID advice provided. The Director of Public Health has advised us that in accordance with the Council's risk assessment, she would like to encourage all of us to continue to wear a face covering when moving around crowded areas of the Guildhall and the Council Chamber. This is to protect ourselves and our colleagues whilst there is still COVID-19 transmission in our communities due to the Omicron variant in the UK. We are in wave 5 of the pandemic, with cases increasing due to the BA5 subvariant, which is now the dominant strain circulating nationally, and it is more transmissible than previous variants. The Director of Public Health has also informed us that the Chief Medical Officer is advising people to continue to follow the hands, face, space, ventilate guidance when meeting people inside to protect from COVID-19 and other viruses which are currently circulating. So just a gentle reminder that in order to reduce the risk of catching and passing coronavirus or other viruses, we should all follow these preventative measures whilst moving around the Guildhall. Due to the current heat wave, which we are experiencing, and you may have noticed, the Director of Public Health also encourages all of us to keep hydrated. You will see that we have provided some bottled water to assist you. We also have extra fans in operation and will obviously keep the curtains closed during the meeting. Please also feel free to remove any items which will make you feel more comfortable. I, for one, will be removing my robe after the extraordinary council meeting. Also, when we move into the later ordinary council meeting, I will be adjourning for 15-minute comfort breaks every 2 hours. And mindful of these challenging conditions, I would urge members to assist me in ensuring that all of today's proceedings can be concluded in a timely manner. With regard to filming of council proceedings, with regard to members of the public attending to make deputations to the council, the webcast will not show them speaking, but we will hear their words. For the attention of those members of the public wishing to record proceedings, the Council's rules prohibit the filming, photographing, or recording of members of the public, including those making deputations. The usual evacuation procedures. If the continuous fire alarm sounds, please evacuate the room and the public gallery by the stairwells. Do not attempt to use the lifts. Please assemble in front of the Queen Victoria statue in the Guildhall Square. Just to remind members wishing to speak that you simply press the talk button on the unit in front of you, and I will activate your microphone when I call you to speak. I will also turn off your microphone. Now, moving to agenda item 1 of this extraordinary council meeting. Members, if you have any disclosable pecuniary interests or personal prejudicial interest to declare in the items on the extraordinary council agenda before us, can you please indicate? There would appear to be none.
That's just for the extraordinary meeting.
And this is just for the extraordinary meeting.
Oh, sorry. What are you doing?
Apologies for absence. I have received apologies for absence from Councillor Symes, Councillor Holder, Councillor Robert New, and Councillor Weems. There have been no deputations received for this extraordinary meeting. In moving the Alderman and Alderwomen proposals, I would just like to confirm that further to all councillor notification this morning, the proposals in respect of Mrs. Jackie Hancock and Mrs. Margaret Foster have been withdrawn. Right. I have 2 hands up. Which is first? Sorry? Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I understand that Councillor Kadiri is away and the Councillor Lindstag may be late. She has a medical appointment.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I just wanted to make you and other members aware that I may have to leave this meeting early today. I have issues with childcare, but not just that, I now have a child who decided it was appropriate to start vomiting and have a high temperature. So I may need to leave at some point during the meeting, but I'll stay for as long as I possibly can. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Bosher.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Could you please add Councillor Matthew Atkins to the list of absentees?
Councillor?
Atkins,
Certainly.
who is not going to be with us today.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bosher. May I remind the leader that all matters must be addressed to the chair. We now come to the admission to the role of honorary aldermen and alderwomen. And the first proposal is for former councillor Frank Jonas, BEM. As you know, this extraordinary council meeting is to consider the proposals to grant admission to the role of honorary aldermen and alderwomen. I call upon Councillor Peter Harris to formally propose.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Obviously, I'm just going to say a few words. What can I say about Frank that we already don't really know? But I think it's worth saying that Frankie's achieved 16 years of dedicated and diligent service to this council, and quite frankly, has an astonishing run as Lord Mayor, which I think is what he's going to be fondly known for. He's done the chain 3 times. He's raised vast amounts of money for various charities across the city. In my opinion, he more than qualifies as honorary alderman. I think he's in a class of his own, and I think colleagues across the chamber would probably agree with that. It'd be easy for me to say about the positive influence Frank had in my life. I think people across the chamber can probably admit that he was a force for good in this council. The relationships he cultivated with all sections of the community across the city, I think will stand the test of time. I've described him before as the conscience of this council, someone everyone looked up to and respected. I can't think of anyone more deserving than Frank Jonas to be granted honorary alderman. To me, it's one of my greatest honours to be able to propose Frank for this honour, so I formally propose.
Is that seconded by Councillor Bosher? I'll put that motion to the vote, which is to be approved, will need to be passed by not less than 2/3 of the members present and voting. Will those in favour please show?
Are any against, Lord Mayor?
I'm in favour.
Okay, that's unanimous, unless you want to ask if there's any objection.
Right. That appears to be unanimous.
Okay. Okay.
Councillor Hunt.
Yes, I'm abstaining.
Any statement to the...
No.
I'm abstaining.
Yes, correct.
Did
Memcon.
you turn me off? I can't turn myself off.
You'll be pleased to know that I can turn you off. Right, thank you, members. The resolution is passed, and we will look forward to welcoming Honourable Alderman Frank Jonas, BAM, back to a future council meeting to receive the certificate recording this decision. The next proposal is to grant admission to the role of honorary aldermen and alderwomen. Is for former member and leader of the council, Donna Jones. I call once again on Councillor Peter Harris to formally propose.
Thank you. It's fitting today that not but I get two in one hit, so I'm really grateful for members today. Donna served this council for 13 years, probably one more year than what she wanted to due to the COVID crisis, and in that time actually I think she, and I know Councillor Pitt can testify to this, there was a lot of cross-party working and a lot of helping hands, shall we say. But obviously, not only did Donna serve this council and make a significant impact here, but across the city, but also the role that women play in public life. When Donna did things, it was often a first. She was the first female leader of the Conservative group in Portsmouth. She was the first female leader of the City Council. And after she left this council, she became the first female police and crime commissioner. Donna was an exceptional councillor. She served with distinction, with a sense of duty. She meant what she said and said what she meant. And, you know, it's a fantastic honour for me to propose Donna Jones as honorary alderman.
Thank you. Is that seconded by Councillor Bosher?
Formally seconded, Lord Mayor.
Thank you.
Lord Mayor, can I call for a recorded vote, please?
Need 8 members standing.
Will members who wish there to be a recorded vote please stand? That is satisfactory. There will be a recorded vote. Will you please conduct the recorded vote?
Yes, Lord Mayor. So if those in favour of Donna Jones being admitted to the role of honorary alderman, please stand when their name is called. Please stand and sit when their name's called, sorry. Thank you. Councillor Shah, Councillor Mellor, Councillor Adeniran, Councillor Heaney, Councillor Smythe, Councillor Gerarda, Councillor Corkery, Councillor Sanders, Councillor Horton, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Pitt, Councillor Brent, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Atwell, Councillor Barrett, Councillor Fielding, Councillor Madden, Councillor Zachary, Councillor Brown, Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Smith, Councillor Simpson, Councillor George Madwick, Councillor Brian Madwick, Councillor Winnington, Councillor Jeffrey, and Councillor Coles, Councillor Bosher, Councillor Peter Harris, Councillor Norton, Councillor Geminu, Councillor Gosling, Councillor Swan, yes, and the Lord Mayor included in that, please. So those against, will they please stand and sit when their name is called? And are there any abstentions?
Abstaining.
Okay, we'll do the calculations for you, Lord Mayor. Okay, Lord Mayor. 34-0-1 abstention.
That motion has been carried with 34 members in favour, no members against, and 1 member registering an abstention. Thank you. The resolution is passed, and we will look forward to welcoming Honorary Alderwoman Donna Jones back to a future council meeting to receive the certificate recording this decision. The next proposal is to grant admission to the role of Honorary Aldermen and Alderwomen. It's for former member and Lord Mayor Rob Wood. I call upon Councillor Vernon Jackson formally to propose.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'm very happy to propose Rob Wood to be an honorary alderman. Lord Mayor, I'm very happy to propose former Councillor Rob Wood to be a member of the Honorary Alderman of this city. I think it gives the privilege of being able to come to council meetings and sit downstairs as opposed to upstairs, and occasionally to be able to go into procession wearing a robe. Before we go through this, I think it's sensible to read what the City Council's view is about who should or should not be an honorary alderman. Agreed by the City Council in 2006 that any member, having reached the conclusion of their political career and having served a period of 10 years or more, will automatically qualify to be recognised by the granting of honorary aldermanship, or in exceptional circumstances a lesser period, subject in every case to the requirement of a formal vote of no less than 2/3 of the City Council. My Lord Mayor, I'm sure we'll all be supporting Rob Wood to become an honorary alderman. For 12 years he was councillor for St Thomas's ward, very good local councillor, well known across his ward, Lord Mayor, and in a slightly unfortunate circumstances during the COVID period, but he carried that off with great aplomb. But also his work, particularly in the Cabinet as Cabinet Member for Children. A real passionate person wanting to make sure that young people in the city are well looked after properly and supported. So I'm very happy to move that Rob Wood is an honorary alderman. He served his time as set out within the protocol, and so it should be an automatic assumption that he becomes an honorary alderman. And I don't want a recorded vote.
Does any other member want a recorded vote?
We need it seconded first, Lord Mayor.
Right. Can I have a seconder, please?
Happy to second, Lord Mayor.
Will all members in favour please indicate?
Any against?
Are there any against?
That is unanimous.
Is there any abstentions? Thank you. It is carried nem con. Thank you, members. The resolution is passed, and we will look forward to welcoming Honorary Alderman Rob Wood back to a future council meeting to receive the certificate recording this decision. Members, that now concludes the extraordinary meeting. I will now call a 5-minute adjournment. Please stand. Members, please be seated. Welcome back. I will now formally open the ordinary meeting of the Council and begin with agenda item 1. Members, if you have any disclosable pecuniary interests or personal prejudicial interest to declare in the items on the agenda before us, can you please indicate? Right. Councillor Coles.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I have a personal interest in item 9 as I work for Portsmouth Hospitals University NHS Trust.
Thank you. Councillor Corkery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Also a personal interest in that I've recently started working for the NHS as well.
Thank you, Councillor Corkery. Councillor Garada.
I have a... No.
You're on.
Yeah? Okay, sorry, Lord Mayor. I have a personal interest, 12B. I'm an employee of Unite the Union.
For good housekeeping, in the fact that I have a personal interest in H, Shareholder Committee, and that I'm a council-appointed non-exec director of Portico.
Thank you, Councillor Bosher. I have Councillor Shah.
Thank you. As a volunteer, I've been organising Food Hub, the Peace Centre Food Hub. So I think this is motion number 12B, cost of living emergency.
Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Those of motion H as a director of Portico discussing shareholder committee, I think I have to leave the room. Is that right, Peter? But I clearly have an interest to declare.
Thank you. Councillor Barrett.
I just want to declare a personal interest potentially as I work at a community centre in regards to the Hillsey Community Centre motion.
And that is regarding which item?
E. Yeah. Motion E.
Thank you. Are there any other declarations of interest? No, can't see one. Right. It is proposed by Councillor Vernon Jackson and seconded by Councillor Bosher that the minutes of the annual council meeting held on the 17th of May 2022 and previously circulated with the agenda be confirmed as a correct record. Are the minutes agreed? Right. Communications. Apologies for absence as mentioned earlier. Councillor Symes, Councillor Holder, Councillor Robert New, Councillor Weems and Councillor Atkins. Are there any other? No, thank you. Communications. I regret to inform you that former Councillor Alexander Charles Moss has recently died. He was a councillor for the Nelson Ward from 1973 until 1990. His funeral took place earlier this month, and our thoughts and condolences are with his family. I have also been informed that Jenny Burnett, Honorary Alderman Dr. Alan Burnett's wife, and Lady Mayoress in the year 1994-95, died last Sunday. We will let you know when we receive any further information regarding funeral arrangements. Our thoughts and condolences are with Alderman Burnett and his family at this very sad time. Thank you. Deputations under Standing Order 24.
There are 5 in-person deputations for this ordinary meeting, plus 2 written deputations, details of which have been circulated on the green sheet in the chamber. Can I ask Ms Helen King to make your deputation on item 12A? You have 6 minutes and the bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
The petition to reinstate banking facilities in North End, to provide full banking facilities in the community, to provide for a full service of vulnerable to particularly, these are vulnerable to particularly.
Could you start again and speak a little closer to the microphone? You are not very audible at the moment.
Speak into it. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. Petition to reinstate banking facilities in North End, to provide full banking facilities to the community, to provide the service to the vulnerable, particularly those with mobility issues. Background: in February 2022, Lloyds Bank and Halifax banks closed their branches in North End. Those were the only 2 remaining banks in the area. Barclays closed the previous year, along with Nationwide a few years ago. Having no banks in North End has meant that people now have to travel to the city centre or Cosham for their nearest branches. There is a post office in North End that offers some banking facilities, but it does not offer full banking positions. They are vulnerable. They are available at the bank. Some of the people affected have mobility issues and find it struggle to travel further afield. There is also costs involved. The same applies to the commercial traders who have to do daily banking, and they are restricted to the post office where there are often long queues. Desired outcome: I have to have a pop-up bank in the community centre or other locations in near or in North End. The library, which is operated by Portsmouth City Council, would be an ideal location for a pop-up bank. Otherwise, there are lots of community centres and churches in the area. Some local businesses may also be willing to host this facility. For example, Nut Cafe, which is Cafe Nut, is located near the junction of London Road and Derby Road, which is a prime location. The owner has offered to help with this. Other towns throughout the UK have managed to obtain pop-up facilities with the following with the bank closures. If Portsmouth Council will be willing to help with this facility, then it's just a matter of contacting banks and to see what we can see one can accommodate. For example, TSB opened 42 pop-up banks in 2021 throughout the UK. These facilities are available at certain times of the week for in the town hall, libraries and community centre. I have gathered signatures in favour of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms King. Can I now ask Paula Savage to make your deputation on item 12D? You have 6 minutes. The bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity of being able to speak to you all today. I'd like to begin with a quote from an American woman by the name of Rachel Carson, who wrote a book titled Silent Spring in 1962. Rachel Carson tried to warn us about the spraying of chemicals on our food, our crops and the natural world. Her writings have been an enormous influence on me for over 2 decades. It changed the way I think, how I shop for food and how I grow my own food. The balance of nature is not a status quo, it is fluid, ever shifting, in a constant state of adjustment. Man, too, is part of this balance. So the pesticides and herbicides that Portsmouth City Council and its contractor Colas are spraying in our parks, playgrounds, road verges, pavements and housing estates are harmful to health, harmful to wildlife, harmful to nature and harmful to water and soil. In 2015, the World Health Organization warned that glyphosate, weed killer, probably causes cancer in humans. This is especially bad in this city, as so many of our terraced houses open straight onto the road and spraying could reach air bricks. Spraying in public spaces like parks and housing estates is a risk to vulnerable people like pregnant women, young children and our pets. We shouldn't wait for confirmation that it causes cancer. We should act now. Pesticides are also a key contributor to biodiversity breakdown. Many of the weeds that the chemicals treat are simply wildflowers providing much needed food for insects, which in turn are the food source of birds and other animals. The overuse of pesticides is creating a long-term ecological disaster. The Wildlife Trust believe there needs to be a significant reduction in the use of pesticides as they are destroying the very creatures we depend on for health of our natural world. European countries such as Belgium, Portugal and Germany have already restricted or banned their use, and over 80 UK councils are phasing them out. There are tried and tested non-chemical alternatives to managing weeds. Heat, mulching, hand weeding, brushing and strimming. There are even new non-toxic methods that kill Japanese knotweed. Most importantly, involve communities in weeding their own streets and parks and communicate to communities that we can also just leave weeds where they grow. Untidiness is not the same as neglect. Let people know that the benefits of being a pesticide-free city outweigh the disadvantages. We all need to be more tolerant of nature. I launched a petition calling on Portsmouth City Council to phase out and ban pesticides. We reached over 500 signatures in a short time. Residents want to see pesticides banned. People are on board with this. A nature emergency was declared in this very council in February 2022. It declared that nature is in long-term decline and urgent action must be taken to reverse this. My understanding of urgent action is starting now and ensuring that any action taken is sustainable and effective. A climate emergency was declared in 2019. I gave a deputation. We need to see progress on these multiple crises, and I shouldn't have to stand here again and be engaged and asking for these kinds of actions to happen. The council should be engaged and actively seeking solutions. I was always under the impression that when there is a declaration like the climate emergency or the nature emergency, the latter word emergency means act now. I applaud the efforts this council has taken so far, and residents have loved some of the changes, like more trees, wildflowers, less mowing. I am asking the council builds on the work done to date and makes a lasting commitment to ban pesticides in public spaces. I would just like to pass a few photos round of examples of what the pesticides are doing in our parks, where we take our pets, where young children play, small animals run around, wildlife, around trees. It's unnecessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms Savage. Can I ask Honorary Alderman Attrell, the Learning Disability Champion, to make your deputation on item 12G? You have 6 minutes. The bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Members of the Portsmouth City Council, the contents of this notice of motion, widening participation in local democracy, has been discussed many times at meetings of the Learning Disability Partnership Board, which some councillors attend. And I will say that all members of the City Council, if they want to, can attend the Partnership Board of the Learning Disability Partnership Board of Portsmouth. As it says in the notice of motion, Portsmouth is the only local authority known to have a learning disability champion, which it should be proud of. And because of this, recently this year, the Arts Council of Great Britain gave a grant to Portsmouth City Council of over £100,000 to promote volunteering people with learning disability to do voluntary action with a pre-service to give paid work in the city, which the City Council must be proud of. Now, what I wish to say is, with the growing difficulties of exercising the franchise with lots of restrictions of personal identification to vote, it's going to be extremely difficult for many people with learning disabilities to participate in the electoral process. And also, I note that political parties do not have easy-to-read manifestos which people with learning disabilities can read, although the local government commission recommends that candidates for principal local authorities should have these sorts of election addresses. So I wish the City Council to get the leaders of the council together so we can have a proper hustlings for people with learning disabilities, so they know what the various political parties and the candidates stand for election, what their policies are for people with learning disabilities. And I know it's difficult to do, because why it's difficult to do is because the month of April is what is called purdah, and which means there is a difficulty in holding meetings by a local authority during the month of purdah. We have tried on a number of occasions to actually get a proper hustlings organised, but it's been extremely difficult. And I hope the City Council will pursue this, because it's going, and also we've got to get more people to participate in democracy. People with learning disabilities already find it difficult to vote, and with the changes in the arrangement for voting next year, it is going to be more difficult, because very few people with learning disabilities have ID, photo ID. They don't have driving licences, and they don't have passports. They may have bus passes, but many don't even have bus passes. So I do think the City Council could be looking at this and help the learning disability community to get to more people to vote. We are going to have growing numbers of people with learning disabilities in Portsmouth. It's not been reported yet, but the census, which will be reported next year, in January next year, is going to show that in the next 10 years, the numbers of people with learning disabilities in Portsmouth is going to double. And this is a growing pattern. More people are surviving with learning disabilities. Therefore, they want to participate in democracy, and I don't see why the City Council could encourage it. It's not a political way, it's to the benefit of the citizens of Portsmouth, for them to be encouraged and supported to take part in the franchise. And that's why I've come today, to support. We've discussed this many times on the partnership board, and I thank the councillors who have attended for supporting the partnership board in its work. Portsmouth also should be proud of the number of day services we provide. We provide excellent day service provision, and during the pandemic many of our day services were kept functioning, and one of our day services was awarded the British Empire Medal in January, and that's what we should be proud of. Portsmouth should be proud of. It doesn't publicise what they do like many other local authorities, and I wish they would be more publicising more of what the City Council does for people with learning disabilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman Atchell. Can I now ask Mr. John Stevenson to make your deputation on item 12J? You have 6 minutes. The bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My name is John Stevenson. I'm a retired healthcare support worker, adult mental health. I've lived on Henderson Park for over 20 years, and I am angry. I'm angry because of the effects of the imposition of the 10% commission charge have had and continue to have on some of the most vulnerable Portsmouth residents. Tears, sleepless nights, anxiety, persecution, anger and injustice are all being experienced by what are mainly elderly, lonely, often infirm residents. I will give you an actual case. A person recently widowed purchased a home which is in a very poor state of repair. She spent a great deal of time and money having the home completely refurbished. Unfortunately, after only a few months, her father, who lives abroad, was taken badly ill. She had no choice but to put her home on the market so that she could move abroad to care for him. As luck would have it, she was able to complete the sale before the commission charge was imposed. If this had not been the case, she would have faced a bill of £17,000. £17,000. 2 years pension. Think what an elderly resident can do with that. £17,000. Maybe fund a new hip or new knees. Just think of the relief for someone in constant pain to be able to fund this treatment. I was going to suggest maybe they could get a new car, but then with the PCC's policy on cycles, where cyclists rule the roads, pavements and sometimes even the cycle lanes, it's not a good idea. What will the council find to waste this money on? And if any of the councillors who voted for this unjust charge can justify this, I'd like to hear it. Some time ago, the income from mobile home parks was moved from the HRA to the general fund. This was done on the quiet, with, as far as I know, no negotiation. I asked the leader of the council why it had been moved. He said, "I don't know." Now, far be it from me to expect the council leader be aware of the decisions made by the council. However, it's left for me then to form my own opinion. Therefore, I can only conclude that it was moved away from housing so that it can be used to fund the vanity projects and to prop up other costly projects which have been badly budgeted for. The burden for this expenditure should not be borne by mobile home residents, for whom there is very little or no benefit. For a few years, the residents of Henderson Park have come under sustained attack from PCC. There has been virtually no maintenance. If something occurs that is deemed not to be right, there is no investigation, no friendly inquiries made, no thought that the elderly infirm resident may be ill, Just the threat of court action, even when the fault lies squarely with the council. The decision to impose a commission charge was hidden within the overall budget meeting. From talking to several councillors, not Lib Dems, it seems that it was not clear what they were voting for. Legally right? Maybe. Morally wrong? Definitely. Convention dictates that the decision would be ratified by the Cabinet Member for Housing. The Lib Dems found an underhand way of avoiding it. Legally right? Maybe. Morally wrong? Without question. There are a number of unanswered questions regarding the mobile home parks. It is time for a security panel to be set up to allow residents to get some explanations as to why the Lib Dems are bullying the elderly, and get the reasoning recorded so that PCC can stop using COVID as an excuse to ignore the usual procedures and be held to account. When I'm in my dotage, I need to value my home to help with the cost of my care. I don't want my savings to be squandered by the council. I thought that Portsmouth councillors controlled the council. Now I'm not so sure. Recent events make me think that the council workers are driving the councillors. How long are Portsmouth residents going to be bloated by a Gerald Vernon Jackson-led council? He even managed to retain control of PCC when in a minority party. Legal? Maybe. Morally wrong? Definitely. Now I shouldn't be here today. 2 heart attacks, triple bypass, new heart valve, means that I should be having a nice quiet life. But I've got to come down here and put myself under stress to fight for the residents of our mobile home parks. And I'm here because of the decisions that some of you guys made. Now I know that most of you are nice, honourable people, and I beg you to please vote for the motion. It's not right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Can I ask Miss Hannah Brent to make your deputation on item 12J? You have 6 minutes. The bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Thank you. As a former councillor for Cosham, I'm continuing to support the residents of Cliffdale Gardens and Henderson Road who are being penalised financially and cruelly by the imposed 10% charge on the sale of their home due to the joint Liberal Democrat and Labour budget that went through this year. Please listen to every word that John has said about how residents are feeling, the upset, the anger, the worry of how the charge affects them all personally. Every word in the notice of motion is completely true, and I urge all of you sat here today as councillors to really think about this and the impact that this charge is going to have on these people. I quote from the motion, "There's no justifiable reason for stripping Portsmouth homeowners of their assets in this way. It's going to cost each homeowner at least £10,000, more likely over £15,000 per sale of their home and their hard-earned money, the money that would go towards their future and any care needs. They've been through this stress before many years ago when they were told again through another Liberal Democrat budget that they would receive this charge, only for it thankfully to be reconsidered and reversed. The budget was not put through. The budget that was put through didn't require savings this year, thanks to government funding, and therefore it's completely unfair, unjust, and needs to be scrapped. We've seen the residents passionately protest before full council a few months ago, and some of them have braved the heat today, such as John, who has health problems, at their detriment, to really beg to you to reconsider this charge and the effect that it's going to have. It's really not good enough, and although you are saying that you're going to reverse the charge, it's still there for existing tenants. Some of them are vulnerable and elderly, not all of them, but why should they
incur this charge on the future sale of their home. Could you imagine being sat here today with your homes being told that 10% of that money is going to be taken away from you and just put into a pot into Portsmouth? How would you feel if it was an elderly or vulnerable family member? You wouldn't be happy, I can guarantee that. And it's not only the worry of the charge that's being incurred, but it will then actually cause a problem to them selling their home in future, because new homeowners will maybe be more reluctant in wanting to buy that, knowing that they're going to lose 10% of their sale themselves. Yes, there are some mobile home sites that do have additional facilities that incur this 10% charge, but they may have a laundrette or a swimming pool or entertainment facilities. Some of these residents really struggle to just get basic maintenance done, which they again pay for. I urge you to really consider whether this £50,000 potential saving is worth the effect, again, that it has, when actually, if none of the homes are sold in one particular year, how's that £50,000 going to be made? That's what you also really need to think about. It's in my heart to be a voice for these poor residents that are being targeted. They're the most vulnerable. It's morally wrong, and I urge you all to fully reverse this, and shame on anyone that votes against this motion.
Thank you, Ms Brent. Can I please now ask those who have made deputations to retire to the above gallery if you wish to watch the proceedings? Thank you.
That brings us to the end of deputations for this meeting.
There are no public questions.
Thank you. There are no public questions. Appointments. Item 6. Are the changes set out on the circulated green paper sheet agreed? Namely, that Councillor Jeffrey should fill the vacant Liberal Democrat seats previously held by Councillor Atwell on Scrutiny Management Panel as a full member, Health Overview and Scrutiny Panel as a full member, Traffic, Environment and Community Safety Scrutiny Panel, a full member, Governance, Audit and Standards Committee, a standing deputy, Economic Development, Culture and Leisure Scrutiny Panel, a standing deputy, Education, Children and Young People Scrutiny Panel as a standing deputy. Is that agreed? Are there any objections? No? Well, that is agreed then. The next item is urgent business. I have not been notified of any urgent business for this meeting. Therefore, we come to item 8, recommendations from the Cabinet meeting held on the 21st of June. Concerning the modern slavery and human trafficking statement, members, we have a noting recommendation from the Cabinet meeting on 21st June concerning modern slavery and human trafficking, which has been previously circulated. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. I call minute 80, Modern Slavery and Human Trafficking Statement. That is agreed, and we move to the next business. Recommendation from the Cabinet meeting held on the 21st of June on the Queen Alexandra Hospital emergency ward support. Members, a recommendation from the Cabinet meeting which met on the 21st of June concerning the Queen Alexandra Hospital emergency ward support has been previously circulated. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. I call the minute. No objection. Item 10. Forward Plan Emission, Low Carbon Project Fund. Members, we are simply asked to note the omission from the forward plan and the publication of the omission notice in respect of Low Carbon Projects Fund report. Is that noted accordingly? It is agreed. Recommendations from the Climate Change and Environment Portfolio meeting held on the 18th of July concerning the Low Carbon Projects Fund. Members, a recommendation from the Climate Change and Environmental Portfolio meeting held on the 18th of July concerning Low Carbon Projects Fund has been circulated and is attached to the green sheet in the chamber. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. I call minute 5. Low Carbon Projects Fund. As there is an objection to minute 5, I now call for a proposer and seconder to the recommendation. Can I remind members details of any amendments are to be given to me in writing before the commencement of the debate. Are there any amendments to be proposed?
We need a proposer and seconder.
Okay, we need a proposer and seconder. My apologies. Members, I'm getting in front of myself. Put it down to the heat. Can I have a proposer and seconder? Thank you, Councillor Barrett. Is there a seconder? Thank you. Do you wish to introduce the matter, Councillor Barrett?
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. The report from Andrew and the team brought before members today for consideration, in my opinion, is a really good report, but it does outline some pretty major things that will be needed going forward across the city to reduce our carbon, so that we can head towards that net zero 2030 target as a city. Yesterday at my decision meeting, I agreed that this should be brought before you all today because it is such a major decision to take, and we all need to be on board to support this going forward. £30 million is what has been suggested in regards to borrowing so that we can make that jump into some really significant schemes that will see an important reduction in carbon throughout the city. A compelling reason to look at borrowing this money is that it could see around 3,000 tonnes of carbon being saved, a crucial amount when considering the target that we need to hit in the coming years. This paper sets out the ambitious work we need to be continuing to do as a council, and by requesting to borrow via the Public Works loan borrowing, it means that we can look to invest in projects that relate not just to reducing energy demand, but also look towards developing further renewable energy generation. It would also mean that aside from focusing on ourselves and our own buildings and our own property, we can look to help our anchor institutions as well as schools and employers to reduce their carbon across their estates. We have a duty as a council to ensure that we are doing everything that we can to hit our own personal target. However, we must not forget those around us, from the SMEs to the larger employers across the city. If we can help other organisations to do the same as we're doing, it all helps towards a target we all need to be fighting for. I do hope members have taken the time to read through the report, but I particularly wanted to point out 4.5 of the report, if anyone has it in front of them, which highlights some of the larger projects that we can proceed with and proceed with quickly. There are other projects in the pipeline that we hope to announce in the due future, and obviously depending on what you all decide here today. Lakeside, of course, is potentially the largest project alongside the solar canopies at the port. And that have been going in recently. There is also mention of a school project. Now, for clarity, this is Mayfield School. It would actually be an extension of an existing solar project already in place there. However, there is now the opportunity to expand it to create savings in regards to carbon, but also further financial savings for the school. Projects like Lakeside and Mayfield could see a saving of around 900 tonnes of carbon dioxide from being emitted annually. To show how significant 900 tonnes of carbon is, this would equate to taking around 550 cars off of the road each year. And we could also see 3,000 tonnes of carbon saved by using this money. I will let you do the sums yourself to work out the equivalent cars taken off the road to see how significant this could be for us. However, the benefits of investing in projects like these do not just result in financial and carbon savings, it will also result in additional awards such as better air quality for our residents, long-term income and green investment and green jobs. To assure members, due diligence will need to be taken in regards to projects going forward. Any project that this money goes towards will be subject to financial appraisal and approval. They also will not go ahead unless they can pay for themselves by returning on the capital investment being made. And it will also not stop us continuing to put forward for further funding from the government in regards to future LAD funding, HUG funding or any other possible grants going forward. In fact, as I have the opportunity, I wanted to give you an update. We've recently won a further £350,000 after the team applied for further funding for low carbon heating. We were oversubscribed in the last round, so did not manage to do all properties that applied. However, we went away, we proved this, negotiated with Affordable Warmth Solutions CIC with the help of Agility to win this funding from their Warm Homes Fund, and we will now be able to help the 260 homes that we couldn't help last time round. The government know that as a council we are a good pair of hands to pass grants and funding over to, and we have been recognised nationally as an award-winning council as well as leading the way in the industry. We should be really proud of the energy team. They've done double the amount of installations and energy measures than the next closest authority on the list. To date, and this has actually changed so it's actually more, we have completed 1,723 properties and we've actually put in over 1,800 separate energy saving measures into properties. By the end of August, we hope to have around 2,055 completed properties, which is our current target. However, we already have 547 further ones in progress and a potential further 179 partially completed. So we should more than surpass that target. But we want to do more, and this money could help us with a number of non-domestic projects alongside future funding opportunities for our domestic projects ongoing via Switched On Portsmouth. We're fighting an ongoing battle when it comes to this climate emergency. We only need to look out the window or at the thermometer in this chamber today to see the issues we face. We have a duty of care to our residents as well. Today we will be talking about a number of important issues our residents are facing, from the cost of living, and one of those rising costs are energy prices. Price cap has already risen this year. We're looking at a further rise of around 64% in October to £3,244 per household, then a potential further £500 a year in January. I think we can all agree that this will cause real issues going forward, and you may see people this winter sadly making that awful decision between heating and eating. Therefore, the work Switched On Portsmouth are doing, the energy team and our principal climate advisor are vital with these projects going forward. I'm sure that we can all agree that these teams are doing an amazing job leading the way in this industry for our city, but we want to do more. Therefore, to be able to continue with that work, I hope members will support this report to borrow going forward so that we can push forward with the work that needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any amendments to be proposed and seconded?
I've received none, Lord Mayor.
We have received none. The matter is therefore now open before members for debate, and I call upon Councillor Bosher.
I think, Lord Mayor, I've indicated to speak, but I think...
Councillor Bernard-Jackson, my apologies. You wish to speak?
It looks as if we may be doing a meeting of apologising to each other.
Yes.
But such is life. Lord Mayor, I oppose this. As Councillor Bosher often says, you may agree with something, but the only way in which our standing orders allow us to speak on something is to object. But I thought, actually, looking through this agenda, there is nothing on this agenda that is more important than this investment. This is us borrowing £30 million to put into green projects around the city. And for me that speaks of ambition, but also deliverability. That we are investing in things that make a huge difference, but we are delivering them, and as Kimberly has just said, the list of stuff we're delivering is huge. So, Lord Mayor, this is, as Kimberly has said, potentially reduces CO2 production in the city by 3,000 tonnes a year. That's an enormous sum of 3,000 tonnes of CO2 not going into the atmosphere to heat us up every year because of this investment. And it's real things. If we make the decision to do this today, My understanding is that we will be at Lakeside next week starting the work. That's 40,000 solar panels we will have by the end of this project in the City Council buildings, powering our offices, powering our investments. It's great in terms of reducing the energy bill at Lakeside, but it's also great in terms of reducing the carbon dioxide. So, my Lord Mayor, I think we in this council sometimes undersell ourselves. We sometimes don't recognise the truly groundbreaking work that we do. Looking across Hampshire, there are only 2 councils that do food waste recycling for all. We will be the second one. No Labour-run council, no Conservative-run council does that. We're the only council in the area buying back council houses to make sure that local families have got somewhere decent to live at a rent they can afford. So we're doing incredibly innovative things. So I'm really pleased with this. And I think probably we are the greenest council in the south of England. Now that's even including Brighton down the road from us. So, my Lord Mayor, I think we should be proud of what we've done, proud of what we're doing, the real work we are doing to support the environment, the real work we are doing to reduce CO2 production in this city. We're working with all the other big employers in the city, with the MOD, the Navy, the NHS, the university, all the others, to try to make sure that we share expertise between us. So we're able to take all that learning and to be able to make sure that we get that learning across the whole of the city. Lord Mayor, I commend this report to you. I think this is really good. And I really am incredibly grateful for the cross-party support that this has got from all groups. So I'm very pleased. And can I put on record my thanks, not just to Kimberley, but also all the council officers who work with Kimberley to provide this. This is groundbreaking stuff, and I think we need to be able to shout from the rooftops how well Portsmouth is doing in this area. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Right, now I do come to Councillor Bowsher. Councillor Bowsher.
Lord Leader said you had that opposed to speak, and I would have opposed to speak because I'm supporting it, if that sort of makes sense to everybody. I don't disagree with what we've actually got here. I think it's very laudable. I guess I'm looking at the devil in the detail to a certain degree, in the fact that we're borrowing £30 million, and I would like, and I'm sure councillors across the chamber would like to know how that money is actually going to be spent when we actually move forward, so that there is a degree of scrutiny involved, and that perhaps it's being spent in the right place. And I'll give you an example, and I'll probably talk about me, because that's the best subject I can talk about at the moment on this. A lot's been said about solar panels, renewable energy, and a variety of those sorts of things. Well, in my day life, I work for a global organisation that specialises in insulation, amongst other things. And I'm a specialist in my particular field in the UK. And yesterday I would have come along to your cabinet meeting. But I was actually with a London borough yesterday. I won't name them Islington, who I think are Labour run. And this is some perhaps of the more non-sexy type projects that we're talking about. They have across their estate 65 plant rooms servicing all their commercial buildings, all their offices, of which none of them are insulated. And when I talk insulated, I'm not talking about the structural thing. I don't go gluing myself to motorways or anything like that. I'm talking about the services, the pipe work, the fire protection, all that sort of stuff. They currently have an energy bill, because they're uninsulated, of £4 million, or there and thereabouts, per annum, just to run their estate, which I'm sure they would love to spend that money on a variety of other things. I've been working with them over a number of months, and yesterday was perhaps my penultimate meeting with them. We've managed to reduce that cost, just through insulation, that energy cost, to about £625,000 per annum. So that's best part of £3.5 million going back into their council tax investment. On top of that, there is somewhere close to 30 tonnes of carbon per annum being saved on that project work. Now, they're going to progress with that. They're going to go with capital investment, and that's the sort of thing they're going to do. So the message I'm giving out is, and I'm not looking at it for my benefit because I won't be involved in any of it, I can't, is don't look at the sexy projects all the way when it comes to these sorts of things. You have to have an holistic approach, because what I do and what I can demonstrate is something quite simplistic that's actually saving a council a fortune, both in terms of financial aspect of it and the carbon saving aspect of it. So please, let us see the projects you're bringing forward, but I will be looking for projects that go beyond sticking solar panels on absolutely anything and everything, which is a visible thing, and looking at some of the things that we do in the background that are also going to contribute to those targets as well. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Beauchamp. Since there are no other members indicating a wish to speak, I will ask the proposer to sum up.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Firstly, can I thank you, Councillor Beauchamp, for your comments. I probably have focused a lot on the solar panel side of things, but just to let you know, of course, it's not just solar panels. We've got a lovely eco hub, net zero hub, sorry, in the north of the city at the moment. We're looking at doing some investment in green jobs across the city, but also not just green jobs. We're looking at things like ground source heat pumps, insulation. It could be anything and everything. So we have got some projects coming forward. I've just in this case kind of focused on some of the bigger projects. In regards to scrutiny, it definitely has to be scrutinised. I don't disagree with that at all. Obviously things will come forward to my briefings, and I'm more than happy to share with members across the council, because this will affect not just my portfolio, it will affect, I look around the chamber, it will affect everybody in every ward. So I think you should have that information going forward, and I would be happy for it to be scrutinised at any point. So yeah, just really to sum up, I just wanted to thank you very much. I just felt it was very important that I bring this to you all today, because it's probably one of the biggest projects that I will be looking at this year, and I felt it was really important that everyone had the chance to have their say, make comments, ask questions. I think we've done that today, and I look forward to seeing that spade go hopefully into Lakeside next week, and I hope that you all will come and have a look at some of the projects coming forward across the whole of Portsmouth. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. We will now go to the vote. Will those in favour please indicate? Will any to the contrary please indicate? Are there any abstentions? That then was unanimous. Welcome, Councillor Stagg. Do you have any interest to declare?
No whatsoever. My apologies for being late.
Right. We now move on to item 12, notices of motion. You'll be pleased to know that we have only 11 notices of motion before us today, so it could be quite a short meeting. As you are aware, all notices of motion on the agenda will automatically be dealt with at this meeting. Is motion A, North End Bank, proposed by Councillor Hunt and seconded by Councillor Fazakerley?
So proposed, Lord Mayor.
Is it seconded?
Seconded formally, Lord Mayor. Reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. I now call upon Councillor Hunt to present and speak to his motion.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. Today, this notice of motion, we are urging the four big banks, especially HSBC, Lloyds, NatWest and Barclays, to meet with local councillors, North End traders and council officers to see how the council can support a bank returning to the North End shopping area. And we also would extend the invitation to the MP for Portsmouth North as well, because we want this to be a cross-party approach, as it's the most sensible way. We've heard from the local resident Helen King earlier, and it is her campaign, and she has launched a petition which has seen significant support and hundreds signing. And this again will likely be submitted to the council in due course when it reaches its 1,000 signature target, but it has been around 6 months' time, so you will be hearing about this a lot. I'm really pleased residents have brought this to our attention, and I'm glad to be able to raise this in the council today. We know that not everyone can use online banking or cash point services, and we know that not everybody can travel to Commercial Road or Cosham to use the counter services there. Bringing a counter service back to North End shopping area will help people with their day-to-day lives. And our research, around 20% of high street sales are made using cash, so having a counter service back at North End will boost our local economy. And not only that, North End has seen a number of new stores opening recently. At our Liberal Democrat street stall on Saturday, lots of people raised this matter with us. So we're delighted we're very pleased it's being raised today and looking for cross-party support across the council. I assured residents that this council is at its best, where we work together and we listen to local people and then take action. So I'm delighted to be part of Helen's campaign and will support her push to get a counter service back to North End. For all those reasons she described earlier, people were telling us at the stall how being, several people who are disabled and very low down in wheelchairs can't even get up to the cash point machines and use them. On that very sunny day, it was hard enough to look into the cash, but we all have this trouble looking into the cash point machine and seeing the figures and doing what you're supposed to do. So people who are partially sighted are going to have even more trouble. And we've heard today about vulnerable residents not being able to access various services, and people with learning disabilities who need to talk to somebody. Everything's gone online, we all know that. That's why retail is under the cosh somewhat. But the banks promised that they would not quit wholesale areas on wholesale, and they have breached that promise. So we're hoping very much that you are going to support this notice of motion and Helen King's campaign for a for a banking counter service. And last I would say, even when I go to a cash point, I stand there. I don't know about you ladies, but you're never sure whether somebody's going to come up behind you and start peering at what you're doing and grabbing your money and running off with it and all that sort of thing. But I worry about it, so if I'm worrying about it, they're certainly going to be worried about it, and certainly at Derby Road Post Office, where there's a cash point machine outside, there are some serious antisocial behaviour issues which put people off going even to, I don't know what's funny, Councillor, but putting people off going into the post office there. So for all those reasons, we need to get a banking service back into the area, and of course we need to bear down on antisocial behaviour, which I'm afraid at the moment is rife throughout this city, and we're being failed by the Police Commissioner for Hampshire. So I really wish that she would get on and get these neighbourhood police officers back into our city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Are there any amendments to this motion? I've not received any. No, we have not received any amendments to this motion. I have an indication from Councillor Ashmore. Councillor Ashmore, please.
This is to speak on the motion, yeah? Yeah, good. Thanks, Lord Mayor. It is hot. Please forgive me. No, I want to say thank you to my colleague, Councillor Hunt, and Councillor Zackley for bringing this notice of motion before us. I think it's one that's uncontroversial. I think it's one we can all kind of agree on. And I think they're absolutely right to bring this here. The lack of right on the high streets is something to be concerned about in general, not just with banking. While we as a society have become accustomed to all sorts of new ways of shopping and banking, online or on the phone, many people are feeling left behind by not having a physical shopping place or physical bank just down the road, or a local branch of a bank in which to go and speak to someone, or talk through their financial options and the other things that Councillor Hunt's outlined just a second ago. So online banking either can't offer those things, or just are not able to, offer those things, or just don't seem to be interested in offering the things that Councillor Hunt's outlined there. So while the thrust of this notice of motion is North End, it's an area that borders my part of the city, Fratton, and we've seen a dwindling of variety along Fratton Road and London Road there. And there's a variety of reasons, such as a lack of subsidies, lack of interest from various central governments, the industries opting to pursue more of an online presence, cutting costs or poor advice from consultants, and so on and so on. But what matters now is the future. What matters in this chamber is obviously our residents, all of us, and they're telling us they want places like physical banks back in their high streets. So I welcome this call to get a bank in North End. I'll also add Fratton's voice to that, and I'm sure we can all add our own ward's voice to calling for more physical banks as well. But on another note about getting more physical branches back in the city, I think there's something else I'd like to throw in there. And is it possible that while we can lobby for the big four banks, we can also lobby and campaign for other banks to get involved in that? It doesn't just have to be the big four there. Why can't we get one of the ethical banks, for example, back in the city? Because I believe that the reason we can't choose an ethical bank to use for Portsmouth City Council's finances is because of the rules we're bound to that mean we have to have a physical branch in the city. So if we can get an ethical bank in, that means we can, at least gives us that option to be able to do more things ethically as a council, which I'm sure we'd all like to do. So yeah, thanks for bringing this here, Councillors Hunt and Councillor Zackley, and thank you very much, Lord Mayor, for letting me speak. Cheers.
I have Councillor Zackley, followed by Councillor Norton. Councillor Zackley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's a straightforward motion that details basically a straightforward aim to seek the re-establishment of a bank or banks at North End. The shopping areas, I'm sure all of you know, is surrounded extensively by housing, and until last year there had always been a bank in North End, and we can go back decades, probably a century I guess, but now there are none. The deputation speaker, Mrs King, explained how local residents are forced to travel in most instances to Commercial Road, and I think if you're luckily the member of the one bank that still exists in Cosham, you can go there. I'm a member of Barclays, so my next nearest bank would be Waterlooville. And when you lose banks, you also lose ATMs. There are less than half of the ATMs that were in place in North End still in existence now. So a combination of these factors gradually erode and make it more difficult for people to basically just have a banking service. We know that times change, IT improvements come through, online banking's available, and quite rightly so people use that. But not everyone feels confident, and a lot of people miss the face-to-face service of actually going into a bank, and for whatever reason. It's nice to have one, basically. They also strengthen the shopping areas. North End has struggled. I don't think that's a secret. If you bring a bank back into North End, that helps boost the economy. You bring people in, many of them will use local shops afterwards. I welcome the proposal to include our MP, or should I dare hazard a guess, perhaps our future Prime Minister. Wonderful woman, actually. And we ask her to help raise the matter with ministers and attend future meetings. In reality, will we succeed in convincing a bank or two to recommit to North End? If I was a gambling man, I'd probably have to say the odds are stacked against it. But I think we at least owe our residents the opportunity to try. So I hope colleagues across the political spectrum will support this. You probably have your own areas where you've seen banks going. I think we could probably all share that it's good for the city, so let's try and bring some back. In this instance, particularly North End, but if anybody brings one back for another area in the city, I'd be happy to support that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Zackley. Councillor Norton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's that same old kind of, I wasn't going to speak on this, but I will. I don't quite know how we managed to get, or Councillor Hunt managed to get from banks to antisocial behaviour. He just can't help himself, can he? But since he's given me the opportunity to talk about antisocial behaviour on the back of his attack on the OPCC, I just want to very quickly say some of the things we're doing. To correct Councillor Hunt, we have recruited 600 additional police officers, Councillor Hunt, 498 to be in place by September, with an additional 102 in place by March of next year. here. So that will help with some of the presence that you're complaining about there. On top of that, this week is Antisocial Behaviour Week. If he really cared about antisocial behaviour, he'd know that, wouldn't he? And I was in Parliament yesterday lobbying MPs, speaking to PCCs about what they're doing to support our vision. And I'm pleased to say that Hampshire, Portsmouth, Councillor Hunt, is in a very good position when it comes to tackling antisocial behaviour and our vision. We have the first anti-social behaviour ASB task force group set up. We take the community on board with us with community remedies, giving them a say in terms of the punishments that are issued out there, and we work with partners. Now, I just want to very quickly thank Councillor Hunt for the opportunity to talk about all the great things that we're doing. Thank you. He can't just link things, have random attacks and expect people not to defend themselves.
Councillor Norton, I was going to do that. I was going to ask you...
It wasn't the issue, but Councillor Hunt
I was going to ask you
raised it
just to declare an interest.
Councillor Norton, can you listen
okay, sorry,
to me?
Right, fair enough. Listen, I'll declare that as an interest. But there you go. Yeah.
You may
Because he'll do it all the
continue.
time. If we let him get away with it, he'll do it all the time. No, just attacking random things that are non-connected.
Right. You may continue. Yes.
No. Yeah. Pecuniary. But you know that, Gerald.
Under the law.
Okay. Right. Listen, there you go. It's about a bank, yeah. Fundamentally, it's about a bank.
Members. Thank you. I would remind members when they're speaking of Standing Order 34A, little 2. So I have no other speakers, so I will ask the proposer of the motion to sum up.
Lord Mayor, the connection clearly was when I was talking about antisocial behaviour and crime around cash points and how I feel. I thought I made that clear. You couldn't have been listening, Councillor Norton, but I don't want to cause a ruck here, so I'm sorry that I upset you, and I apologise. But everything's not rose in the garden when it comes to the police, because you guys got rid of 1,000 police officers. So if we're getting 498, I make that minus 502. So you've still got a way to go, and a lot of them are turning over. Well, I know they're turning over, Councillor. I know they're turning over a lot. But anyway, so I'm very, very grateful for the support of everybody. It looks like it's going to come today. And that's about it, Lord Mayor. I don't want to prolong the statements. Thank you all very much for your support. We will do our level best, working cross-party, even with our Conservative colleagues and hopefully with Penny Mordaunt, who I wish the best of luck to today at 5 o'clock, is it, gentlemen, ladies? Sorry? I can't hear. That's why I've got these in. All right. Oh, all right. Well, I wish her the best of luck with her campaign, and we'll see what it does for Portsmouth and herself. And I was instrumental in getting her involved, actually, quite a long time back. So there we are. I've got a claim to fame there. Yeah, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. Okay, thank you all so very much. I'm sorry, Terry, for upsetting your lovely day out here in Portsmouth.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. We now come to the vote. Will those in favour of the motion please indicate? Those against the motion please indicate. Those abstaining please indicate. That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. We now move on to the motion concerning the cost of living emergency, proposed by Councillor Horton and seconded by Councillor Pitt. I call upon the proposer, Councillor Horton, to present and speak to her motion.
Do we have to propose in second? Do we have to propose in second? Do we have to say that, or is he second? Yeah, I mean... Do you have to
Councillor Horton.
propose and second? I propose. Does Steve have to say he seconds?
You can speak to the motion. Seconder? Right. Councillor Horton, can you speak to the motion?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Out of all the notice of motions I've spoken at Council, I actually think I feel the most sad about this one. I think that most of us in this room can actually find some common ground in agreeing that thousands of people in our wards and across the city are genuinely suffering as a result of this cost of living crisis that we find ourselves in. Maybe it is about food, or maybe it's an anxiety and insecurity about waking up each day thinking and worrying about the future. And despite this heat wave today, most people are really consciously aware of the cost of living prices in the months ahead. So evident is it that I really don't think it's being too dramatic to call it an emergency. And this week, I actually witnessed a child who openly asked to take some food home from an event I was at because she was hungry, and it really hit home about how serious and real this problem is. We also know, obviously, that the demand for food banks and pantries is growing week on week. So what I've tried to do in this notice of motion is highlight four things. What actions and inactions have resulted in spiralling fuel costs with little protection of passing those costs on to the consumer? Secondly, what actions and inactions have resulted in a net overall reduction in household incomes? Thirdly, what locally the Council has put in place via the Household Support Fund, which was a government fund, but also with other schemes, working with our partners in the city to help the most vulnerable here in Portsmouth. Whilst also, fourthly, calling on the government to take actions that could significantly address this emergency and make our jobs as local councillors and as a local council easier. I'm not going to rehearse all of the details in them. It's a deliberately long and detailed motion, but I do want to highlight a couple of things. The first one, and it is a statement of the obvious, but this crisis is being felt disproportionately by the people who need the most support. When it comes to families struggling to access basic needs in a rich Western society, it's a pretty embarrassing and shameful situation. I'm absolutely sure that everyone in this room has felt the rising cost of living in an unprecedented way. That sense of costs literally going up before your eyes, not with a nostalgic looking back over 2 decades or 1 decade ago. And it might be that it's filling up your car with a tank of petrol is now near £100, whereas it doesn't seem long ago that it was 30. Maybe it's picking up a few pieces in a supermarket that now is £50 when it used to feel like it was £20. But your level of disposable income is the thing that will dictate whether this is interesting, worrying, or downright scary. Those people who felt the pain of the £20 reduction in universal credit are the people who literally cannot afford to take the pressures of rising prices for fuel and food. The phrase which Councillor Barrett used before, heating or eating, is a genuine one. When you see messages going out on schools' social media which is reaching out to parents who are foregoing food in order to feed their children, as I saw last week, you know that this is an emergency and we need to do all we can. The thing that I want to emphasise the most is that these actions are just not enough. Of course things have been done. Money has come down from central government, but we're facing situations every day where they're just not enough. I also appreciate the complexities are global. There's all sorts of factors that are contributing to this emergency, but we need more help to take bold actions to intervene and redress the unfairness of the situation. The fact of the matter, there is just not enough action, there's not enough money, and there's not enough compassion. Take the household support grant, for example, 1.8 million for 6 months, then another 1.8 million for the current 6 months. Better than nothing? Well, of course it is. But the 1.8 million from the government to cover a 6-month period needs to be seen in the context of a £9 million reduction in universal credit entitlements in a similar period in this area. Funding for 6 months is equating to 6 months of that reduction of money, and it's just not enough. Council officers in Portsmouth City Council have done an impressive job in making the money go as far as possible, working with partners. And switching the focus to match the criteria, but not being able to plan long term in the absence of any guaranteed future funding limits local initiatives. For example, there was not enough money to continue to fund free school meals for eligible families this summer, as we have done in the previous few years. So despite Portsmouth leading the way nationally for our successful holidays, activities and food programme, especially our inclusion of special educational needs children, there is not enough for all those families, let alone the not quite poor enough, who so frequently just miss out, leaving hard-working families struggling more than if they were not working. Whilst local authorities can continue to make the most of the pots of money being distributed, the big changes need to come from central government, have the real power to put the money back in the pockets of the most vulnerable so that they may sleep at night with food and fuel. Until this is the case for every person, then we need to declare a cost of living emergency in this city. Please support the motion.
Thank you. I have received 2 amendments to this motion. The first standing in the name of Councillor Fielding and Councillor Adeniran. Councillor Fielding, do you propose this motion?
Yes, I formally propose it, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Adeniran, do you second this motion?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I formally second this motion.
Thank you.
And speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fielding, are you happy to have the amendment distributed whilst you speak?
Yes, happy for you to distribute while I speak to the amendment.
Thank you. Can we have it?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In general, we agree with a lot of what the motion brings forward. What is noticeable, though, is whilst this being tailored to Portsmouth, this has come from a stock association of Liberal Democrat councillors' motion. We can see very little in the motion that gives support for the city's workers, and have tried to readdress that in our amendment. And we believe, sadly, the local Liberal Democrats are showing their true colours by ignoring the good work of Stephen Morgan MP, by deleting him from reference to work he's done with local churches and food banks. So again, we have tried to neutralise the political element of it and say all politicians and supporters of any party and none, so that it gives it acknowledges that across the council there have been people contributing in that respect. We just feel that the amendment strengthens the motion as well as redresses some of the discrepancies in that, and hopefully people will be willing to vote for this going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fielding. There is a second amendment which stands in the name of Councillor Bosher and Councillor Gosling. Councillor Bosher, do you propose this? Thank you. Councillor Gosling, do you second this?
Formally second.
Thank you. Councillor Bosher, are you happy to have this distributed whilst you are speaking?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bosher, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I think even as somebody who's a dyed-in-the-wool Conservative, I have to acknowledge that there has been some pressures. However, I'm sort of on the same page as Councillor Fielding in so much that this seems to be a trumpet-blowing exercise from the Liberal Democrats, and it doesn't seem to appreciate the work that's been done by politicians of all parties, and indeed central government, who have actually identified that. What I've done is I've essentially left a lot of what you had in there, Councillor Horton, but I've actually added in some of the things that the Conservative government have been doing. Now, the argument might be that they aren't doing enough, but this is factual stuff, just to actually make sure that we have a balance. And some of it you can see, and I'm not going to go through all of it because I think this is a long, hot day and whatever. But things like cutting the basic rate of income, the cut in fuel duty, the increase in the national living wage by almost 7% to £9.50 an hour, which we actually discussed at length in the Employment Committee recently, Councillor Vernon Jackson. So there is a lot of work that's actually being done there, which are actually helping to kickstart the economy. But I think Councillor Horton's also touched on it. This is a global issue, and I would draw council members back to one example that we had recently, in the fact that it sort of came from an emergency question I tabled a couple of council meetings ago, and it was about the council's contract with Gazprom and the fact that we really didn't want to be associated with a Russian-backed oil business with the Ukraine invasion that was going on. Now, as it happens, Gazprom have actually been bought out, and they're now Gazprom Germania or something along those sorts of lines. But one of the clear indications that came out of the meeting that we had as leaders was that at the time we signed that contract, it was 200 pence per therm. And if we wanted to come out of it and go into a new one, it was going to be 300 pence per therm. That is a major jump in a short period of time, which is being largely driven by a reluctance to use Russian gas and oil because of the Ukraine invasion. But those sorts of things do have an impact. In the same way, we've also seen things like concerns around things like the cost of things like sunflower oil, because a lot of those crops are actually coming from the Ukraine. There are a variety of issues, notwithstanding the C word in that, and that's COVID, that has actually had an impact on the finances of the United Kingdom through the furlough schemes and the support that's actually been given. Now, my penny is with Penny, but Rishi Sunak sort of has a point when it's actually got to be paid somehow, and inflation is the thing that's actually driving where we've actually got. But I hope, Councillor Horton, you will take this in the spirit in which it is meant, in the same way that Councillor Fielding has said. We appreciate and we understand the message that you're trying to put over, but the facts need to be identified in that, whether that's on a local level where we've all been involved in supporting residents, cross-party, for whatever reasons it is. There have been lots of Hive volunteers of all parties that have been assisting this, in the same way that the steps that the government are actually taking to mitigate this, whether you agree with them or not, are actually laid out there as facts. And I hope that you will look at it, accept that the government is actually doing something, and perhaps even subsume what we've actually said. But I suspect not, judging by Councillor Vernon Jackson's body language.
Thank you. We have had the motion and the amendments proposed and seconded. The matter is now open for debate. Right. There would appear to be no debate. Councillor Horton, can you... Oh, Councillor Pitt, you have you're just in time.
Thank you, Lord. No, I'm not going to. It just, unfortunately, though, does highlight the fact that everyone has to be right. And I'm not saying that our original notice of motion was 100% what needs to resolve this crisis. That certainly wasn't our intention. It was to highlight the issue, raise the very important issue about the fact that an amount of funding is being allocated, but it certainly is nowhere near enough. Certainly to look at the issue around VAT, which tax consultants are saying would be a very useful way to address the cost of living crisis in some meaningful way. And also to look at the fact that we are doing a lot as a city around food banks, pantries, etc., to try and help the community. And if any councillors haven't visited any of the new pantries yet, please do, because you'll find there, writ large, the issues that are facing so many people in Portsmouth and across this country. And sit down and have a chat with people. Don't turn up and stand in the corner and have a chat with the organiser. They're not the people with the problem. But sit down and engage with some of these residents and find out what their real problems are. I'm very proud of the fact that at Cosham we took a derelict bowls pavilion that had been sat there for a very long time, desperately wanting somebody to do something with it, and work with the Hive to turn it into Cosham Larder, which is incredibly successful. I'm also very proud of the support that my own group in particular have given to other pantries in the city at key times of the year, and of the imminent opening of the new pantry in the John Pound Centre, taking up space that wasn't needed in the existing library provision in there. But as I accept that people always want to cheerlead for their own party, but there are a couple of things in these amendments that are a bit odd, because we've got Labour here talking, and I agree with them, about the need to reintroduce the £20 a week uplift for universal credit claimants. Yeah, it was their party, Lord Mayor, in the House of Lords just last week, who, when a Liberal Democrat peer proposed that we extend free school meals to every child from any household receiving universal credit, and not just those on the higher rate, to help those ones that Councillor Horton referred to, who are the just about managings. What did Labour do? Labour sat on their hands and abstained on that. So I won't be lectured by Labour councillors in here about what needs to happen, because when Labour as a national party were questioned on why they'd done that, they turned around and said, we're working on our own policy. Well, we're at least a couple of years away from a general election in all likelihood, so I'm sure that those people who are falling through the cracks and who would have benefited from that amendment, that could have perhaps garnered cross-party support, because let's face it, all of the people having a Conservative Party leadership debate can't even agree on what they should be doing to tackle the cost of living crisis. Perhaps that amendment might have come back and been passed, and those families would not have had to wait for the happy days to get a Labour government in order to be their saviour. So it's very kind of the other parties to lecture us. We're not pretending we're right, and we would have accepted reasonable stuff pointing out the great cheerleading things that they're doing, but lecturing us when there are gross failures going on is a bit rich, frankly. So I would urge councillors to really go out and engage with what some of these problems are, make sure that they have an understanding of what's going on, and let's try at a local level to do what national parties are singularly failing to do, and that is realise that this is a national emergency, and at times of emergency we do best when we work together and not argue with each other.
Thank you. I have Councillor Vernon Jackson, followed by Councillor Corkery. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was just struck by what Councillor Steve Pitter said. I think from our point of view we're very happy with both amendments, to take them both on board, and that seems a sensible way forward, but I will defer to Councillor Horton on this. But I was struck, just to check if I had heard correctly from Councillor Pitt, that there was a proposal to make sure that those families who receive universal credit, therefore the people on the lowest incomes, whose children don't receive free school meals, would get free school meals, but Labour members of the House of Lords decided that wasn't a good idea, and decided to sit on their hands and it not to happen. Now, my Lord Mayor, I'm flabbergasted, I have to say, that Labour members of the House of Lords are going to condemn families in Portsmouth who are on universal credit on the lowest incomes to not getting additional support. Now, I find that frankly amazing, as I'm sure lots of people around the chamber do. But I have to say, and I do like the fact that we got amendments from both parties that will add to this. But I think Councillor Fielding is right. It is absolutely right to recognise the things that Stephen Morgan has done, and to thank him for that. But also, I think, to regret that when there was a motion in the House of Commons to reduce VAT to 17.5%, he chose not to support that. Now, that would mean, we know VAT hits those families on the lowest incomes hardest, and yet Labour seems silent in their actions in Commons and in the Lords on trying to address this. I do hope that in future Labour will up their game and will work with others to try to make things better. I think we're realistic enough to know that the Conservatives probably won't, but I do have higher hopes for Labour than I do for the Conservatives. So if you are able to influence our Labour members of Parliament and Labour peers, when there are opportunities to try to get more money into the pockets of those people on the lowest incomes, please do give us a hand, please do support us, and please don't sit on the sidelines or vote with the Conservatives.
Thank you, Councillor Vernon-Jackson. Councillor Corkery.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I generally wasn't going to speak on this, but seeing as the Lib Dems seem so intent on dragging us into their fight that they're having with the Tories, like they usually do at these meetings, we usually take the approach of trying to sit out and play make constructive contributions, not get involved in this Punch and Judy show that Gerald so much revels in. However, when we are directly attacked, we will, of course, stand up and defend ourselves and rebut. On the kind of interesting interpretation of history that we've got around what happens in Westminster and how it affects Portsmouth, yes, kind of one obscure vote in the House of Lords is something that we can refer to. However, something else that I would also refer people to is 2010 to 2015, the coalition government where the Lib Dems got in bed with the Tories and implemented some of the harshest cuts to public services that led to real wages going down as a depression of the economy. That led to real impacts on communities in Portsmouth. It wasn't just some argument they had in full council or something that could be put around on social media. It meant that communities such as ours in Charles Dickens, already the most deprived community in this city, saw their living standards decrease year after year as a direct result of the government policy that Gerald's party was so keen to implement. And I've got a really interesting quote here, actually, from Polly Mackenzie, who was a special advisor to Nick Clegg during that period. And she said a little while ago, 4 years ago, Lib Dem ministers started agitating for a 5p charge on plastic bags. It took us months to persuade Cameron and Osborne. I don't think anyone's against it. A charge on plastic bags sounds reasonable. But what did they have to do in return? She said, we finally got the policy in on an eve of conference trade in return for tightening benefit sanctions. So that's the record of Gerald Vernon-Jackson's party in government, attacking people on benefits so that they can get their other policies put forward. So we will not stand here and be lectured on what happens in Westminster, partially because we don't really care. We're more interested in what happens in Portsmouth. We want to know what's happening in the local economy, how local workers are being supported. And that is largely the substance of our amendment. We want to know what this local authority can do to use its power to boost wages and tackle the cost of living crisis. And we know there's one key policy that could be implemented by this cabinet tomorrow if it so wished, something that we've been campaigning for the last couple of years, living wage accreditation. That would see thousands of local workers see their pay increased overnight, including 2,500 frontline social care workers. We've been campaigning that for the last couple of years. This cabinet failed to put it in their budget amendments and their budget proposals, and we hope that changes in the coming year. So that is the substance, Lord Mayor, of our amendment. As I say, I did want to kind of correct the record there, so I think selective interpretations of history are dangerous, and I'm sure we could all look around the room and found something that someone once said in an obscure meeting or an obscure debate in the House of Lords. But as the Labour Party, Lord Mayor, in this city, we're much more interested in the policy of this council and how it's affecting our constituents.
Thank you, Councillor Corkery. There are no other speakers indicating, so I will ask Councillor Horton to sum up and also to indicate whether she will accept one or other or both of the amendments.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll start off by saying that I'm happy to subsume both of the amendments. I was kind of half expecting the one from the Tories to list the other stuff that was going on, but I'm sure you'll forgive me for not listing all of the money that has come in making that point. I just want us to bring us back to the emphasis of this. And genuinely, it's interesting, isn't it, always to listen to the political mudslinging, but I did deliberately put that point in my speech around that child because that's who I was thinking of when everyone was arguing, and I just want to bring it back to the fact that I actually do think that we collectively as councillors are going out every day doing the best for people in our city, and we need to pull together to work on this emergency. So I think I'm just going to leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Horton. We now come to the vote on the motion as amended. Will those in favour of the motion as amended please show? Will any to the contrary please show? Are there any amendments?
Abstentions. Abstentions.
Sorry, it's hot. Any abstentions? No? In which case the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. I now propose to have a 15-minute break since we've been going for just under 2 hours, and in 15 minutes time at 17 minutes past 4 we will recommence. Thank you, members. seated. Well, first, I think that it is important that Councillor Adeniran, who I believe provided ice cream, certainly. I think that should be minuted.
What, every meeting?
Right. We now move on to motion C. This is the motion concerning licensing legislation proposed by Councillor George Madwick and seconded by Councillor Brian Madwick. Make sure I don't turn over 2 pages at once. Once I could have done with slippy paper. I now call upon the proposer, Councillor George Madwick, to present and speak to his motion.
I formally propose the motion. I believe we need a seconder.
I second the motion, Lord Mayor, and reserve the right to speak.
Good afternoon, members. So, I've been a councillor here for 14 months now, and this is the first motion I'm putting before council because I think it's important. I'm not going to bore you by rereading the large motion that I wrote up, but please take a minute to read it. What I am, however, going to do is pass a photo around to my colleagues to my left and right, and hopefully they can pass these around the room so you can get a real understanding. John Smith, could I just pass it to you? A real understanding of what the issue is surrounding this. I spoke to a local person that's involved in local politics yesterday, and he didn't really understand my motion. So I thought instead of going into real complex terms, which I was planning to do, I'll just fire out some statistics and some facts that hopefully all members across the board here can understand. So the major problem here is that as a council, our licensing policy is really rigorous, and it's something that not just me, but members across this house have done for years. And our policy is good. It's being undermined, however, by another local council, Wolverhampton. Now, a Freedom of Information request based in 2019 stated that Wolverhampton, bearing in mind they're a similar size to us as a city, granted 15,000 private hire taxi licences. Now, I'll give you a comparison because they weren't really in our city at that point. Walsall issued just 46 in the same year. However, Walsall in that year also had 1,000 applications from Wolverhampton for drivers in their city. Now, I'm sure our chair here, Councillor Scott Pater-Harris, will speak a bit more on this. However, for example, in our city, we demand all our drivers use CCTV. Now, this protects all of the residents in the city, and it's something that we're really, really proud of, because I'm sure licensing members here have had CCTV brought to our committee meetings. Wolverhampton do not require this. So people driving in our city under a Wolverhampton plate do not have to have CCTV. To give you another idea, we have no power of enforcement. So our licensing team go out 2 nights a week and we check on drivers and enforce things. Wolverhampton visit our city once every 6 weeks for a few hours to check on their drivers. There's also a case, however, where drivers could be declined in our city because of multiple reasons and then go to Wolverhampton, get a licence and come back and drive in our city. And unfortunately, we have got a case of this potentially pending through. We were in the process of rejecting their application because of serious misconduct of a driver, and we've been made aware as a council that that driver has gone to Wolverhampton and applied for a licence. And because of the disclosure conditions within the legislation, that driver doesn't have to inform Wolverhampton that he could have been rejected here. He just simply moves across to Wolverhampton. So there's a very good chance that we will have a driver in our city very, very shortly that we would have personally declined. Now, the car that I have passed pictures round of is what Wolverhampton define as a safe vehicle and a comfortable vehicle to transport in. Now, as a council, and I'm sure Councillor Pater-Harris will back us up on this, is that we like our cars to be really large, really comfortable, and what our licensing departments state is that the car should be able to fit, say, 3 members. So if you think, just on top of your head now, think of 3 members of your family that you're going to go on holiday with. And what we like to do is have 3 members plus you, plus luggage in a car, and it be comfortable. Now my question to you is this Vauxhall Corsa to find us comfortable for 4 of your family members and a load of luggage? I would say no. Our licensing manager actually approached Wolverhampton Council, and if any of the members here would like a response, what they gave back, I'm happy to share it with you, personally and privately in a closed session. But it's not great. It's not great. So the other thing that we do is when we license a vehicle, we state that the vehicle cannot be over 4 years old from its first licence. So if the car is 4 years or under, we will more than likely approve it if it's suitable. Wolverhampton is 11 years and 6 months, so there can be vehicles driving in our city that is over 11 months old. And the car in this picture that I sent round, although we masked the licence plate for confidentiality, this car is almost 10 years old and has failed a number of MOTs and had to go through fixes and failed and go through fixes and so on and so forth. And they're the cars that are currently driving in our city. So the motion today basically is to start the action, and we're not the only council, by the way. The Manchester Council have got a motion going through very shortly to try and stop this from happening and return the control to our local authority. How, as a local authority, can we protect our residents when there's hundreds of cars on the road that we have no control over? So yeah, I open it up to the floor. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Councillor Madrick. I have one amendment which stands in the name of Councillor Bosher and Councillor Gosling. Councillor Bosher, do you... Yep, you're happy to have it circulated? You have proposed, yes? Councillor Gosling, you have seconded? Yes, right, thank you. Councillor Bosher, if you speak.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I guess I sort of find myself as a rose between two thorns, having just followed Councillor Madrick there, and no doubt my colleague Councillor Pater Harris will probably be indicating to speak very shortly. But really, my notice of motion, my amendment to the notice of motion is not really to object to anything that Councillor Madrick has put forward. It's largely just to tidy it up a little bit and firm it up, and I hope that in the spirit of the fact that we are supportive of it, he will actually accept it. And really it's to tidy up aspects around the current loophole in relation to cross-border hiring, which Councillor Madrick has so eloquently put. And I think we probably all experienced a little bit of this, not quite in the same way that we are seeing it now with the examples that Councillor Madrick has put forward with regards to Wolverhampton, because I've certainly noticed a significant increase in their bright yellow plates that are in and around the city. But certainly when we went through this deregulation and cross borders, I'm sure a number of us actually noticed the number of haven't registered taxis that were actually beginning to operate significantly in the city. So we were experiencing it before on a much more local level, that this has got to the point where our licensing department are literally losing complete control over all aspects relating to the safety of the residents of our city, because that's essentially what we're talking about. Our residents should be able to get in a taxi, travel from A to B, confident in the knowledge that they're in a vehicle that is fit for purpose, it is safe, the driver is protected through CCTV, and more importantly, the residents are also protected through CCTV, and that the driver that is actually driving that vehicle has actually been through the necessary checks to be a fit and proper person to drive on our city streets. That is where we should be, that's where I would want us to be, and I'm sure that's where everybody in this chamber would want us to be, particularly when we consider that it is sometimes a preferred mode of transport for single females late at night. They should be comfortable and confident that when they get into a taxi, they are going to get to their destination safely. That is a situation that we cannot guarantee in our city at this moment in time because of the nature of what's actually happening with regards to the licensing of our vehicles in Wolverhampton. Lord Mayor, I'm not going to elaborate any further. We have the Vice Chair and the Chair of Licensing who are significantly more expert in this than I am, that I will defer to. Suffice to say, my reason for moving this amendment was largely around the fact that it's asking for the Chair of Licensing to write a letter amongst its detail, and Councillor Pater Harris can hardly ask himself to write a letter in an amendment. But I will defer to others, and I hope that this is a positive debate around what is something I think not only affects all political parties in this chamber, but also affects our families, vulnerable or otherwise, that actually want to use taxis as a mode of transport to get around our city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I must apologise to members. We ran off inadequate numbers of copies of the amendment. More copies are being printed as I speak, and they will be distributed to all members. If we can come to the speakers who have indicated, I have Councillor Coles, followed by Councillor Madden, followed by Councillor Peter Harris. Councillor Coles.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'm pleased to see this motion come before full council today. Having been a member of the licensing committee for several years, cross-border licensing is, in my eyes, a major issue. Portsmouth has some of the strictest regulations for taxi and private hire drivers, something I believe can only be a positive thing. However, drivers being able to bypass these and obtain their licence from local authorities with fewer parameters only serves to dilute the strength of Portsmouth's licensing governance and reduce our ability to provide the public with safety to which they are entitled. I agree that local authority licensing departments should have the power to take any necessary action against any driver operating within their borders, regardless of where the driver has been licensed. The current legislation only serves to cause division and confusion and are not in any way a workable solution. This issue needs urgent attention, either by restricting the ability of drivers to operate outside the authority in which they are licensed, or by introducing a more functional cross-border solution to taking action where appropriate. I'll be supporting the motion. I don't think I've got any problem with the amendment either. It looks good. And I thank both the councillors Madrix for bringing this to full council today. It's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Madden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Could I also welcome this notice of motion and congratulate... sorry, Lord, it is me. You look a bit sorry. I thought you... Honestly, I've had my haircut. Sorry,
Councillor Madden, we are all listening to you.
I thought you thought, Christ, who's there? I'd like to welcome the notice of motion, also to congratulate Councillors Brian and George Madgwick, or George and Brian Madgwick, the other way around, for bringing this today to us. I've been on the licensing committee on and off for a few years now, and I think the one thread that runs through it is our dealing with the taxi trade, whether it be the proprietors or the drivers themselves or the vehicles. We've had other things brought into, or government have given and then taken away from the licensing committee, but I think this is the important one. Now, this bit of legislation on private hire, drivers not needing to be licensed in the area they are working in, came into being in 2015. The latest statement of licensing policy, which of course I've looked up, has been on the board since 2016. There have been a few amendments to that, like the magnetic livery, but nevertheless it stands as it is. And I read something that I think we are a good authority, we are an excellent authority in relation to licensing, but reading the introduction again, this really came to me, and I thought it was a wonderful paragraph, and I think encapsulates what we want to do and all sorts of things, including the last notice of motion when Councillor Cockery was talking about getting down to the local level. And here's what it says. An overriding emphasis on promoting a local policy based on local needs and have due regard to local experience and evidence from local people is of paramount importance. Isn't that wonderful? I was at the meeting. I didn't remember that until I looked at it again. Now, if this notice of motion is carried today, which I have no doubt it will be, although I shall leave it down to the mover clearly to decide whether to accept the amendment or not, but I have to say it is not the first time that we, as an administration or as a council, have been involved in this issue of cross-border licensing. Along with Andy Burnham, who of course we know is the Mayor of Greater Manchester and having serious problems up there even, we, in the shape of the Leader of the Council, Geraldware and Jackson, and Sheffield and Birmingham made representations last year about this cross-border licensing. I haven't seen. I couldn't. I did ask for the response. I couldn't read it. But I believe that this effectively fell on deaf ears. So there's a loophole in the law which local authorities have been trying to get closed. The nomination, as per George and Brian, clearly states reasons for the problems we have with enforcement of taxis or license or private hire from outside the city. Now, it could be, I think as Councillor Bosher was saying, that drivers licensed in a different authority are potentially avoiding stringent checks here, like those, because we do have stringent checks, and we are quite clear about that, although, you know, we're not prescriptive all the time, and people can appeal against decisions that we might want to make, or indeed about the length of time they can run a vehicle in our streets. If we don't have people in Portsmouth applying to be private hire, we are going to have, and do have, a loss of income. I just give one example, which I asked for, and that is that it deprives our licensing department of vital funding as well. When licensing staff need to deal with a complaint from a member of the public, officer time clearly has to be used to establish where the vehicle came from in the first place, and then contact that licensing authority. That clearly is costing officer time as well as everything else. I should add, though, to be fair, that the DFT, yes, it did recommend that they set up reciprocal agreement arrangements for authorising authorities to check vehicles licensed outside the area, but did not say that there was any recouping of the costs that were incurred. Lord Mayor, can I just say that there are many reasons, and go back to the locality bit, where, and I think again to be fair to him, Councillor Busher has covered it, where we need to be sure that we are in charge of the private hire that we have in the city here, and I think it's important that we pass this notice of motion today. But as I say, I haven't had time to look at the amendment and give any advice on that, so down to you, George. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Madden. Councillor Peter Harris.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Firstly, I'm quite happy to write my thoughts via a letter along with the Leader of the Council, as this is a subject that I've been vocal on for a very long time. I think the motion is sensible. I welcome the Vice Chair of the Licensing Committee for bringing this motion to the Council. As you can probably tell, myself and Councillor Madrick have already spoken about this on multiple occasions from the opening gambit. It's not new. However, it is something that has been amplified in recent months. It is important that we, as a council now, get grip of this situation and send a message to the government, actually, that this legislation is not up to task. When a private hire vehicle licensed in Wolverhampton, we as a council lose control and oversight of that vehicle and that driver. And this council has a robust set of standards of what we require of our drivers in the city, but obviously every time someone licenses elsewhere, those standards are repeatedly watered down. That has a detrimental effect on the safety of the travelling public, and if that trend does continue and less vehicles licensed in Portsmouth, we as a council will see a financial cost to our licensing regime, and this will, over the longer term, will affect our ability to enforce. So our ability to actually go out, as Councillor Madrick discussed earlier, 2-3 days a week and actually look at drivers and their behaviours and some incidents that are reported, we will lose our ability to do that. And I'm really glad that Councillor Madrick brought up CCTV policy. I think it's really fundamentally important, especially around enforcement. I mean, I was around on that committee when the CCTV was brought in, and at the time it was somewhat controversial due to cost, but the committee actually did a really sensible thing and spread the cost over a period of 2 years to ensure that vehicles become compliant. I think there are some members that were here at that time. I'm looking around the room, I think Councillor Madden and I think Councillor Vernon Jackson were on there at the time. But not only does CCTV protect the travelling public, which is the really paramount thing for licensing policy, it also protects the driver. It has significantly helped enforcement and can often clear up some very unsavoury allegations. So CCTV policy is important for us, and it's also important for the members of the public that are travelling.
obviously, when a car registers in Wolverhampton, we lose that immediate response. It can often take time for us to speak to a counterpart in Wolverhampton and say to them, we've had an incident. That can take days before they respond, which I don't think is acceptable. But I think Wolverhampton as a council have taken charge against other councils, not just here, up and down the country. I can give you an example of, let's just say, they've taken cars working in Birmingham, Coventry, Walsall, Blackpool, Leicester, Nottingham, and as we've heard as well, the Greater Manchester area. So they are fundamentally abusing the legislation for their own ends. That, to me, is not right. But also, it's about the quality of the vehicles that they're allowed to be used. And I think it's really helpful that Councillor Madrick has put that the picture around today. On my way to the council today, I see a Dacia Dustbuster that was operating as a taxi. No, by means, it's a four-seater car. We would never, in our wildest dreams, put that out as a vehicle that we would allow for the safety of the travelling public. Also, an interesting one. I spoke to a driver yesterday who phoned me. It was a story about a Wolverhampton vehicle. This is a private hire vehicle working on a taxi rank, applying for hire, because it was a silver vehicle pulling up, applying for hire, which, one, if it was enforced by us, it wouldn't be able to do that. It would be within the licensing office probably within 24 hours. And two, effectively what they're doing is illegal. So, and we've got no control over that. The drivers literally had to sit there and allow it to happen. That's not acceptable, and that's why I think it's important for this motion and this amendment to say enough is enough. Greater Manchester have put a similar position forward to the government in recent weeks regarding cross-border hiring. I think that's the right thing to do. I hope the amendment is going to be taken forward by the proposer. He's nodding, so I think that is going to happen. I think it strengthens the motion and gives a united view of this council, which I think is important on this issue. I think we all need to be singing from the same hymn sheet. I've always said, and I've been quoted in the press as saying this, and I hope they quote me again, if you work in Portsmouth, you should be licensed in Portsmouth. The most important consideration when matters for licensing of vehicles is the safety of the travelling public. That is the fundamental important part of licensing policy, is the safety of the travelling public. When vehicles licensed elsewhere, that we don't have that assurance, we don't have that control, and we don't have the level of enforcement. So I really commend the motion and the amendment. So thank you, and thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I just wondered if it might be interesting for colleagues to hear a text of an email that I've received from the LGA on this issue. The email reads, for as long as I've done this role looking at licensing, there's always been a council that has irritated the rest of the sector through being seen as willing to dole out private hire vehicle licences to drivers intending to work in other areas rather than the place that they're issued. Wolverhampton has held the mantle for several years now, and it's taken it to new scales, meaning that they generate loads of fee income and invested this into a pretty good system that can process applications quickly and for less, which exacerbates the issue by making them more attractive to drivers. I generally understood their standards were pretty similar to those of other licensing authorities. However, and that it was the fee and the speed that attracted people rather than the lower standards. So it would be useful to understand if that's not the case. Generally, the NR3 database, which the LGA set up and which the government has now mandated, helps prevent drivers from getting a licence if they've been refused one elsewhere by ensuring that the information is available for councils to review. But it's not clear from your email whether you're talking about drivers or vehicles. So I think that's something we need to pick up with them. I've copied in a lady in Wolverhampton to be aware of it, and the ire that they are attracting, and generally they seem pretty unrepentant about it. That said, if Portsmouth could raise this with them, we'd be very happy to support. So I hope that's useful. I think this is a general cross-sector thing, and I think people at the LGA would be happy to work with us to put pressure on Wolverhampton, particularly appearing and getting licences there. So thanks for bringing the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Vernon-Jackson. There are no other speakers indicating, so I'd like to ask Councillor George Madwick to sum up. Sorry, Councillor Norton, you're right at the very end.
The only question for me, happy, Councillor Madwick might sum this up and correct me, happy for somebody else from the Cabinet to do so as well. The only question that hasn't really been touched on is I guess, the green credentials and greening the city. I hope that we're not in a situation where we've got more cars on the road and we're not being paid for it because they're licensing themselves elsewhere. Again, slightly disconnected, but I think, if we put licensing rules in place, there are 3 reasons probably why we do it. 1, to keep people safe. 2 is to generate income, and 3rd is to reduce the number of vehicles we have on the road, make sure they're clean and what have you. I don't want us to be in a situation where we've got increased emissions when we're talking about some fantastic stuff like, Councillor Barrett spoke about earlier, 30 million or 3 million, 30 million pounds, 3 million pounds, 30 million pounds, sorry, for the greening fund. And we spoke about, the scheme at Mayfield School, for instance, with 550 cars, emissions worth and all of that sort of stuff. If we've got people going under the radar, we fundamentally need to make our air quality better, as well as making sure that we're being paid where possible. So I don't know if there's a green element in there. I think there probably is something about the volume of traffic on the road, but something that would be good to monitor, I think, and come back to us with the actual number, potentially 15,000 that are coming to us from Wolverhampton, if we can track it.
Right, thank you, Councillor Norton. I now... Nobody else. I do call upon Councillor Madwick to sum up and also to state whether he accepts the amendment. Councillor Madwick.
Very much. Yes. Firstly, we do accept the amendment. So that's absolutely fine. Thanks for debating it today. Thank you, Tom and Leo and Scott and Simon for taking part, and Terry, of course, as well. In reference to some figures, because people were talking about cities, as I say, I've read in depth the massive freedom of information request that was put in. Just so the council members are aware, in 2019, so this gives you an idea of how bad the problem is in other cities, because obviously, as Councillor Peter Harris mentioned, this is only starting to come to our city now in the last couple of months and is really ramping up. But in 2019, there were 2,457 from Manchester, registered in Wolverhampton. There was 1,926 from Coventry, 1,279 from Leicester, over 1,000 from Nottingham, 400 from Telford, and so on and so forth. Interestingly enough as well, in 2019, over 96% of all registered vehicles in Walsall were from Wolverhampton. And that's where I'm really concerned, is that if we're going down that trajectory and that path where very, very soon 80-90% of our drivers in Portsmouth are registered to a different council, as Councillor Peter Harris said, we lose all ability to do enforcement, and we don't get any subsidies or finance for that. As a council, we have a duty of care to our residents, and we're essentially, without doing anything, or at least trying to do something, we're not going to be able to control that. And it is really dangerous, because I'm sure everybody in here, in the licensing committee over the years, has probably had a case that stands out in your mind, or something that you really felt hard about, and that's been backed up by our really local, rigorous, brilliant licensing policy, and we're so strict on it. So yeah, thank you very much for the debate, and hopefully members can support the motion. Thank you.
So you have accepted the amendment?
Indeed, yes.
Yes. So I now call upon members to vote. Those who are in favour of the motion as amended, please indicate. Are there any to the contrary? Are there any abstentions? That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. We now move on to motion D, a motion concerning the phasing out of pesticides and weed killers in Portsmouth, proposed by Councillor Gerardo and seconded by Councillor Smythe. I call upon the proposer, Councillor Gerardo, to present and speak to her motion.
Lord Mayor. Colleagues, I'm proposing this motion because there's a growing evidence about the dangers of unrestricted use of pesticides, and in particular of glyphosate. This evidence suggests that there are 3 significant harms that pesticides cause: harms to our environment, to wildlife, and to public health. Firstly, in terms of the environment, the detrimental effects of pesticides on fauna as well as flora is widely documented, as is the decline pesticides cause to biodiversity. Pesticides are toxic chemicals designed to be deliberately released into the environment. Although each pesticide is meant to kill a specific pest, a large percentage reaches a destination other than their target. That means they reach our water systems and decrease the general biodiversity in soil. With the addition of chemicals, water retention is reduced, which is necessary for plants to grow. Secondly, pesticides are dangerous for wildlife. A recent academic study found that glyphosate seriously damaged the ability for wild bumblebees to keep their colonies at the right temperature. Pollinators, like bees, are vital in supporting and maintaining ecosystems. We need bees to fertilise our crops and pollinate trees and flowers that provide habitats for wildlife. It has been estimated that it would cost farmers in the UK £1.8 billion per year to manually pollinate their crops, so bees are very important indeed. Thirdly, there is increasing evidence that pesticides are a danger to public health. They are toxic, and exposure to them is linked to a range of serious illnesses and diseases, from respiratory problems to cancer. Indeed, the World Health Organization's International Agency for Research on Cancer classified glyphosate as a probable human carcinogen in 2015. Pesticides can be acutely toxic with symptoms such as sore throats, coughing and skin irritation. And in the long term, pesticide exposure has been linked to the development of Parkinson's disease, asthma, depression and anxiety, among other health issues. In my role as spokesperson for climate change and the green recovery, I'm regularly contacted by worried parents and guardians who see pesticides being sprayed while on school runs. They are worried about the impact pesticides are having on their children's health, as well as to the environment, and so they should be. There have been very disturbing findings by a unit of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in the US. Their recent study found that out of 2,310 urine samples taken from a representative group of American children and adults, nearly 2,000 were laced with detectable traces of glyphosate. That's 80%. Residues of glyphosate have been documented in an array of foods made with crops sprayed with glyphosate, including baby food. Let that sink in. Baby food. The primary route of exposure for children is through diet. This is incredibly worrying, given that it is what is understood about the toxicity of pesticides. The danger to health is one beyond the general public too. At present, the Council uses a variety of pesticides in hard areas and landscapes, parks and open spaces, cemeteries, schools and communal areas of housing land. This poses health risks for workers spraying these pesticides. Something happened right on my doorstep last week that really sums up why we need to ban pesticide use. A butterfly fluttered by and paused outside my front gate, resting on a weed for a spell. I'm gutted because I tried to get my phone out to capture this footage to really demonstrate why this motion is so important, but unfortunately it fluttered away into the neighbour's garden. What happened on my doorstep demonstrates the importance of this motion and why we need to phase out the use of pesticides in public places. As Friends of the Earth rightly says, weeds are just wild flowers that grow in the wrong places, but they don't need to be poisoned. These weeds, like other wildflowers, are food for wildlife. We need to create more wildlife corridors to support urban biodiversity, not toxify our built environment further. If, as a council, we have called a nature and a climate emergency, we need to take bold action and we need to take it now. A motion to review pesticide use came to full council in October last year. As a result, a report about banning pesticides went to Cabinet in March 2022. It was acknowledged that the Council's approach is to work towards a reduced minimal use of pesticides and an integrated or pesticide-free solution wherever possible. But the trials of alternatives were very limited. We need more meaningful investigation into the alternatives and a stronger resolve to see what works for our city. And residents agree. In just 3 weeks, over 500 people signed Paula Savage's petition to ban pesticides from public places, and 12 environmental activists and groups signed an open letter to group leaders to back this motion. The motion calls on Cabinet to commission trials of non-chemical and mechanical alternatives for weed management and control. We ask that the local communities are involved in becoming a pesticide-free city, including inviting residents to take part in trialling other methods. We also request that the Council delivers a phased withdrawal from the use of all pesticides over a period of 3 years. This is a realistic timeline and one in which many councils have used. Nearly 100 other councils have banned pesticides, including Lewes, Petersfield, Bristol and London boroughs. Interestingly, the Transport for London has been trialling killing Japanese knotweed using an electric wand called Root Wave. It has been found to be more effective than chemicals. The final question I want to pose to full council is, Do we want to be a council dragging its feet in the use of pesticides while more evidence builds about the danger of these toxins to our city, environment and citizens? Or do we want to be a council that is proud to lead on innovations and weed management that doesn't hurt our environment, but rather supports it? I hope you'll join me in doing the right thing today, and I hope you'll support this motion. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Garada. Councillor Smythe, do you second this?
Do second this and reserve the right to speak unless you want me to do it now.
I gather there were no amendments, and so the matter is now open for debate. I have Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I just wanted to stand up today to reassure members that we have committed to work towards reducing herbicides and pesticides as quickly as possible, and work is ongoing across various departments as well as colleagues such as via my portfolio, culture and leisure, housing, traffic and transport as well. As a council, we've already had a drop in the use of chemicals. We will continue to phase this out. For example, over the last year and a half, we've already achieved a 60% reduction in the use via the Green and Clean team, 35% reduction over the last few years via COLAS, and reduction of up to 30% from the Parks team. In fact, this is slightly out of date, so it's actually a little bit higher than that at the moment, and that's the way we want to go forward. So we are on our way. However, of course, we want to continue our work to reduce the use as quickly as possible. A little bit of background: the authorised use of sorry if I pronounce this long. Glyphosate, thank you, has a current EU expiry date of December this year, but the legislation introduced post-Brexit means active substance approvals due to expire before December now allows for an extension of 3 years to allow time to plan, implement a new programme across the whole of the UK. However, regardless of whatever timescale applies to authorised use of this, there is a will by myself and the other Cabinet members, as well as all council services, to continue reducing dependency as quickly as possible. Therefore, using alternative methods, as mentioned, to chemical control where these are available, can be demonstrated to be effective. Therefore, we've already started to trial alternatives. Excuse the list, but mechanical weed rippers, no mow areas, rewilding, manual weed removal, soda crystals, vinegar, electrocution, hot water, steam treatment, weed burners and hot foam treatments. We've also now started to use recycled mulch on top of some really problematic weeds or plants to try and halt their growth where needed. Each alternative does have its own merits and it has its own problems as we are doing these trials. We need to be mindful of the health and safety of some of our workers, as some of the alternatives have risk of injuries, and some also have a big impact on our carbon footprint. However, we are investigating each alternative and looking at the costs, and these are not just financial costs, these are health costs and carbon costs, to see what could be feasible and what could be implemented. The environmental benefits of working towards reduced or pesticide-free solutions should also consider the impacts of increased use of fossil fuels and emissions associated towards the machinery and equipment that enables this transition. I have personally asked all the officers to work with the Council's principal climate strategy advisor when comparing predicted CO2 values between existing treatment methods and the potential alternatives as well. We need to make sure that we can do everything we can to work towards our net 2030 zero target as a city, but we need to be mindful of some of the issues we might have and look to see what we can do there. One issue that is constantly highlighted: weeds on the highway. We do have a duty of care to residents to make sure that there are no trip hazards or risk of injury. One of the pesticide-free cities, which are currently facing issues with their outright ban due to residents tripping over weeds in the pavement and needing hospital treatment, and therefore looking to take legal action. And another one of the pesticide-free cities is also facing such issues that they're having to give residents gardening tools to now sort out the overgrown pavements. But this is why we are in contact with various councils over the whole of the UK who have implemented an immediate ban, but we are also talking to those cities like Councillor Gerarda has mentioned who have started the phase out, so that we can continue to share ideas, trial results between all of us and any information that might be deemed appropriate. However, as we have the opportunity to look at alternatives, we also have the chance to look at other ideas. I've taken time and I'm working with some of the green groups across the city, such as Friends of the Earth, who are feeding back ideas to me constantly to make changes. They recently shared their Greening Portsmouth report with the Cabinet, which is absolutely fantastic, and I do hope everyone has a chance to read it. It has some great suggestions to look at, to make some changes and do some trials in regards to not removing weeds from forecourt areas, walls, and to see where there can be some ownership over some of our communities, looking to keep those intact but not causing problems, which is a fantastic thing to look at. I spoke with them last night at their monthly meeting, and we're intent on meeting ASAP with our officers in the next few weeks to discuss further ideas. I will highlight that a good chunk of the information I've told you today is from the report approved by Cabinet in March this year. It's a good read, so please do go and have a look. But it is heartening to see that environmental issues really are at the core of concerns of our residents. It's something that I feel really has changed over the recent years, and it just shows that people do care about the environment they live in and do have this concern as well, which is quite rightly important to consider. I wanted to thank you so much, Charlotte and Judith, as well, for bringing this today for discussion for all of us. I do hope it's been helpful in some regards to members and to the public today. Thank you to the deputation today as well. It was really good to hear. But I hope it's useful to hear some of the steps we are taking to reduce these chemical needs and look to alternatives and proceed as quickly as possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. Councillor Smythe.
Can you hear me now? Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to take the opportunity of seconding this very important motion, of drawing attention to the resolution at the end of the motion, when we do request that the Leader of the Council provides biannual updates to members on the progress of this initiative. I appreciate very much what Councillor Barrett has been saying, but you will all know me by now. I do like to see some deadlines and some time cut-offs, and some times when we can scrutinise progress. I want to draw your attention to the Friends of the Earth report, and also to the wonderful walk that a number of us, Councillor Horton, Councillor Atwell, Councillor Gerarda and myself took with Friends of the Earth when we looked at all those fantastic examples of wildflowers growing in the streets, and wildflowers being the source of food for insects and a lot more diversity and biodiversity across the southeastern part of South Sea and East Near and Craneswater. It was well worth going, and something that would influence the report they put out. What they say in the report is they say ending pesticide spraying in our streets and enabling resident management of pavement weeds and so forth. I think that's a really important issue, and I would just like to say in the same vein that I think the deputation we had today drew attention to the emergency that this is. This isn't an option, this is an emergency, because we're going to reduce biodiversity quite a lot if we go on spraying and getting rid of the little scraps of green that make our streets much more interesting and much more pleasant to walk in, and that do provide the essential biodiversity. So I would like, I hope you very much that you support this, and that you do accept the accountability involved in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smythe. Councillor Sanders.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I also thank Councillors Gerard and Smythe for bringing this to our attention. I'm happy to support this motion for various ways, but also highlight some of the gaps that do exist in this motion. And I back it firstly because it gives us a realistic timescale. It does not do what Paula Savage said earlier on, which is an immediate ban and act now. It gives us a realistic timescale in which to work, and that realistic timescale is 3 years, which is something, as was pointed out earlier, which is many councils have been able to do. And that's because there are, as I said, real issues that affect this, and I want to return to some of those affecting our workforce later, but also because we do not want to have the sort of chaos that Councillor Barrett very diplomatically, politely mentioned earlier. I'll be slightly less diplomatic because I'm particularly worried about what's been going on in Brighton. I'm worried that there have been streets overgrown with weeds. I'm worried that pensioners have been in hospital because they tripped over those weeds. And all because, I am told, weeds have grown back about a fortnight after they're supposedly sprayed away. Now that to me doesn't seem to work at all for anybody. And I don't want that to happen here. But that's some of the issues that affect us who want to do this. The other thing, an interesting aspect of why I want to support this motion is actually it's telling us to do things that this administration has been doing already. We haven't needed motions or anything like that to do some of the work that has been going on. We did update, as was said earlier, members on progress at March's cabinet meeting, and we would have loved to have heard from the Labour Party then about some of the issues that they had. But I do want to remind colleagues of some of the things that we have overseen, particularly on housing estates. In 2018, using soda crystals to treat moss. In 2019, trialling foam stream instead of herbicides. Last year, using weed ripper machines. And this year, trialling a glyphosate-free regime called New Way, unsurprising New Way, in Buckland to see if it will work. And also, more interestingly, also seeing how we can actually change how housing estates are done so that we can design out pesticide use. So we don't actually need to use any alternatives because it's been designed out anyway. So we support this motion because in many ways it's asking us to do something we've been doing already. We haven't been asked to do this, we've just got on and done it. But I think Councillor Gerarda has played down some of the real issues that exist. And as Councillor Barrett has indicated, the health and safety of the workforce is something that does matter to us. It also matters to the Labour Party because they talk about the motion saying the contracting staff who carry out weed spraying work need to be protected from harm. Now they've raised issues around causing cancer, which is not something Cancer Research UK backs up, but it's obviously an issue for them. I would also say that there are other issues around harm that actually come from the alternatives. And one of the problems we've had is the Clean and Green team that I oversee has told me often about that needs to be protected from the hand-arm vibration and manual handling issues that pesticide alternatives pose. Now I realise that for some activists that doesn't matter. But as a council, with a duty to make sure that we look after our workers, something I know that the Labour Party is very, very interested in, we have to make sure that it does. And what worries us in this motion is that Labour does not once mention in the council resolves bit actually taking the needs of those workers into account. And that's wrong, but we will do it when we take this forwards. We will put the safety of workers at the heart of this, because what we don't want to do is to do something that's very good, but then actually harm people along the way. We don't want workers to leave their jobs because they can't cope. We don't want what happens in Brighton with pensioners in hospital because they're tripping over weeds. If we can replace pesticides without doing that, in less than 3 years we will. If we can't, we won't. But workers must have their victories. So this motion is a strange mixture of good principles, asking this Liberal Democrat administration to do things it's doing already, but there are gaps, particularly around the safety of our workers, which is very, very important. In taking this forward and backing this motion, we will adopt the best bits of this motion and fill in those gaps. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sanders. Since there are no other members indicating that they wish to speak, Councillor Gerarda, would you like to sum up, please?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Barrett, Councillor Smythe and Councillor Sanders for their views and for sharing their thoughts. Thank you very much. What I would say in response to the trials that have been taking place in the report that came to full Cabinet, obviously it's great to see that the Council is taking a proactive approach to reducing the pesticides that are used, and you know, we can see that from what was put in that report to Cabinet before the elections. What I would say, though, what it fell short of is actually saying how we're going to do more as a council to actually completely end the use of pesticide use. And I felt that the conclusion fell quite short of what we would expect a sort of action of the council leading the way in banning pesticides to do. It basically kind of said, oh, well, look at us, we're already doing quite a good job, and let's pat ourselves on the back, and pretty much we can't do anything else. And I think that's a real wasted opportunity, because we want to be the leaders in tackling the climate and ecological crisis. And we have to do that by banning pesticides. Pesticides are toxic to the environment, and they are toxic to people as well. So that's really critical. In terms of the output of other alternative methods of weed management, absolutely we need to consider their sort of carbon output, but also that has to be balanced with the impact of biodiversity, which is also damaging our planet. So it's about both things being considered equally. And I think, as I say, what would be good is to have more meaningful trials of the different alternatives in a more meaningful way, because there was a sort of summary table at the end of the report that went to Cabinet, and it listed all the alternatives. And I found some of the criticisms of the alternatives, some of them a bit odd. For example, oh, well, vinegar, it's a bit stinky. And it's like, well, it's not the end of the world if something that we're using is a bit stinky, if actually that's safer for the environment and for the people involved spraying it, and it works just as effectively. I don't really think that's a legitimate criticism as to why we might not use that more frequently in areas across our city. In terms of the really important point, thank you, Councillor Sanders, for pointing out about the impacts of staff. We are the Labour Party, yes, we are part of a wider Labour movement. The sort of health and well-being of workers is of critical importance to us. That is at the fundamental of our core values. What I would say is the pesticides queues could potentially cause huge issues for council workers as well. I don't think it's unfair to sort of say that the World Health Organization, in saying that pesticides are probably a human carcinogen, is something that we should ignore, given the sort of prestige of that global organisation. So there's lots of evidence to suggest that it could be cancerous, and frankly, why should we put our workers at risk? So yes, I think considering other alternatives, and of course making sure that they don't cause other issues or injuries, absolutely. In terms of the unfortunate situation with Brighton, yes, it is really awful. I had a feeling that the administration might focus on the one of the 80 councils where something has gone wrong, rather than focusing on the 79 councils where things are going really well. And I think, again, the collaboration that I've heard about is great. We need that to find out what's going wrong and what's working well. But again, we can and we must do better than focusing on the one council where things are going wrong. In terms of local environmental groups, they are the ones that actually approached me because they were actually quite angry and furious as to the poor sort of outcomes of the previous motion. And, some of the groups such as Friends of the Earth, Greenpeace, Package Free Larder, really reputable local and national organisations who really want to see this happen. As Councillor Smythe pointed out, the main thing about this is we need a timeline. I don't think we should do anything that isn't smart, and I don't mean smart as in intelligent. I mean as smart as in specific and measurable, achievable, reliable and time-bound. And I think what this motion does is give us that 3-year window where we can really test the alternatives and find things that work for us as a city. So thank you, everybody, and thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gerarda. Now come to the vote. Will those members who are in support of the motion please show? If there are any to the contrary, will they please show? Are there any abstentions? That again is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. That concludes this motion, and we now move on to motion E concerning the Hillsea Community Centre, proposed by Councillor Simpson and seconded by Councillor George Madgwick. I now call upon Councillor Simpson. You propose the motion?
I formally propose this motion.
And Councillor Madgwick, do you second this motion?
Yeah, I formally second.
Thank you. Councillor Simpson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm Councillor Russell Simpson, the newly elected and first ever independent councillor for Hilsey. I've lived in Hilsey for most of my life, and being elected is a real honour and social responsibility. Hilsey, in my opinion, is a very beautiful ward of Portsmouth. We are lucky to have plenty of green spaces like Alexandra Park, Gatcombe Park and Fox's Forest. We have the historical lines and shore, an 87-year-old Lido, which is hopefully being renovated by 2025, the Mountbatten Centre that holds an excellent track and field, and a state-of-the-art swimming pool. We are really spoilt in Hilsey when it comes to these green spaces and sporting facilities. However, Hilsey is a ward without a doctor's surgery. It doesn't have a high street where everyday essentials can be bought for our ageing demographic. But more importantly, it doesn't have a community centre. For me, a community centre unites a community. It provides community projects, positively impacts the lives of younger people, encourages creativity and culture, and very importantly, combats loneliness. During my campaign in May, I was overwhelmed by the amount of support I received from my local community. It was clear they wanted change, and like myself, their voice hadn't been heard for a long time. However, what really surprised me during this campaign was the amount of calls I received from the elderly, who, while offering me their support, also just wanted to talk. It dawned on me that Hilsey has a lost, ageing community that are lonely and unheard. COVID must have been terrible for these people. This is what a new community centre could provide. Now, some councillors would say, you have the Hilsey hub down Howard Road. This hub is currently closed. To describe what it is, you have to imagine a building approximately the size of a largest double garage, a smashed-in window replaced with plywood, a broken fence, and situated in an area that has been neglected far too long with a prolific crime rate. It is not fit for purpose. So much so, it's lost its right to even be a polling station. Imagine, not fit to host a couple of chairs, a few plastic boxes, and a voting booth. As it stands, it is still currently struck off. But don't take my word for it. I asked the local community some basic questions about our hub. They have given me permission to publicly quote them. I asked them a very simple question. What do you think of our Hilsey Community Hub? Mr. Cordy of Fountains Place. I used to vote there, but I would never consider it as a hub. Talk about a community centre. It's too small to host anything. We haven't had a real community centre in decades. Jacqueline and John of Parsons Close. Do we even have one? Where is it? Mr. West of Doyle Avenue. When the last community centre was knocked down, we expected a new like-for-like replacement. Instead, what we got was far worse, a tiny building that offers very little to the community. There were many more, but they were very similar to the ones above. This closed excuse of a hub is not good enough for the residents of Hilsey. The youth deserve better, and our vulnerable elderly deserves better. If considered today, I am open to suggestions of where a new community centre could be situated. It needs to be in the heart of Hilsey and not tied into another project for political point scoring. It needs to have its own identity and be close to residential homes for easy accessibility. I now open up to the floor and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for a powerful maiden speech, Councillor Simpson. I have in front of me an amendment in the name of Councillor Peter Harris and Councillor Bosher. Are you the proposer, Councillor Peter Harris? Right, thanks. And Councillor Bosher, do you second this? Thank you. Councillor Peter Harris, will you introduce your amendment?
Thank you.
Do you want it to be circulated?
I'm happy for it to be circulated, Lord Mayor, as I speak. It's really quite it's quite a small amendment, really. I haven't really made much of a fundamental change. Thank you, Russell. I think it's a very important motion that you've brought to the floor. Just a couple of points. You've raised about the Howard Road Hub, which I think is quite good. It is closed at the moment. It's been subject to what I would call serious ASB back in April, I think, would probably say, right? Which is obviously it is undergoing renovation. However, you are correct that site is out of use and it's used by Motivate when it is in use. Then that is contracted via Vivid. So it is not open for the community. It's purely open by Motivate to actually run services from there. which I mean Motivate are a very important part of the city and they do some great work. But I think the notion you've made about elderly residents I think is important via COVID, and I think I thank you for bringing it to the council today. I think you've opened up something that is far more important than you and I. I think it teaches the community obviously needs something there. So what I'm asking really in the amendment is to obviously ensure that the councillors and group leaders are kept informed throughout the process by all possible locations when potential sites are identified. And I think that was important when your speech, Russell, when you said about the potential sites not to be tied into another project but to have something standalone on its own. And I believe that the amendment will add weight to that, and I think it's something that myself, yourself and Dan can work heavily together on, and I really look forward to it. So I hope you subscribe the amendment. It's a very small technical one, but I think it gets the point across. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Peter Harris. The matter is now open for debate. There appears to be no debate. Councillor Sanders, followed by Councillor Pitt. Councillor Sanders.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor, and thank you very much, Councillor Simpson, for this motion and for your maiden speech. This is the first time, as far as I understand it, that the Lib Dem administration has been lobbied in the most public way possible about a community centre in Hilsea. We want to see communities across our city grow and flourish. Therefore, we're happy to support the motion. We're happy to, if you are, we're happy to support the amendment from Councillor Peter Harris, and we're happy to work with Uncle Tom Cobley, frankly, on the best way forwards to deliver yet another community a focus. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sanders. I have no idea who this Uncle Tom Cobley is. He doesn't appear to be a member. Councillor Pitt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just to maybe give members a bit more information as to why there isn't a community centre in Hilsea. I recalled that there used to be one and that there wasn't one anymore, but I didn't remember the reasons why. It's quite a colourful read, I have to say, so I did a bit of investigating. Happy to go over that with the ward councillors, none of whom will probably be aware of the full details of the history unless Scott's had a long talk with Frank, which he may have done, but Frank may recall, former Councillor Jonas, now Alderman Jonas, might recall that in more detail. But I think the key thing is that the council at the time, this is a long time ago, it was 2001 I think, did do a Hilsea ward-wide survey, and there wasn't an identified need from the community at that point. They had made every effort at that time, and this is no party politics involved because it wasn't Lib Dems doing it. I think probably a Labour council at the time, Leo, I would have thought, wasn't it? So a lot of work was done. A lot of work was done with the community to try and keep the existing facility open. The committee resigned en masse. There was an appeal put out for new trustees. New trustees stepped forward, and then they resigned, and then no further recruitment could be made. So clearly, the decision that was made at the time was made for valid reasons, and I would be very keen, whilst echoing Darren's sentiments, to make sure that this is not something that we are doing because it seems like a good idea. We have to evidence need, we have to speak to the whole of the Hilsea community, look at the distance times, because people don't live in council wards. We live by council wards, but people live in communities, and we need to make sure that, you know, there may be bits of the Hilsea ward, for example, that are served by a centre which is not as far from them, and therefore the positioning of it, the need for it, the facilities that it incorporates, but also identifying the right members of the community who might want to step forward and lead that process, because the worst possible thing you can do to a community is to go and build a new building in it and go, that's yours, and walk away. So we need to make sure that this has got full buy-in and support and is designed around the needs of the community and not the needs of the council or the councillors. So with that caveat, very happy to support.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. I see no other people wishing to speak. So, Councillor Simpson, firstly, do you accept the amendment? And if so, will you please sum up?
I accept the amendment. And can I summarise as well?
Can you sum up?
Yes, thank you very much. Firstly, actually, thank you, Scott, for backing me with that. Really appreciate it. I mean, a lot of my campaigning was very much I got a lot of feedback on the community centre, so I know it's going to be very well received if it goes through. But just to summarise, for me, an active community centre that can provide community projects, positively impact younger people, combat loneliness, and bring Hilsey together can only produce a positive outcome. Thank you very much for listening.
We now come to the vote. Will those in favour of the motion as amended please show? This is a remarkable show of unanimity. Those against, please indicate. Anybody abstaining? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. This is a delightful show of unanimity. Wish all council meetings were like this. Anyway, that concludes this motion. We're moving on to motion F, concerning GPs in the city, proposed by Councillor Vernon Jackson and seconded by Councillor Willington. Councillor Vernon Jackson, do you propose this? Are you willing to propose? You are. Councillor Willington, are you happy to second this?
Formally second, my Lord Mayor, and reserve my right to speak.
Right, thank you. Councillor Vernon Jackson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we will all have met many of our residents who talk to us about the real problem about being able to get to see a GP. It is just becoming a real issue across the city. People have been offered phone interviews and things like that, but we do have a real and significant problem here in Portsmouth. As we all know, we have the lowest numbers of GPs, according to the head of population, of any other city in the country, and that's an enormous problem. So this is not me trying to have a go at the GPs. I think the GPs in the city are working incredibly hard, but trying to do probably twice as much as some of their colleagues are in other parts of the country. And it seems to me we need to try to do what we can as a city council to try to address the problem. I think we all know that in 1947 or 48, when the NHS was created, I don't quite remember that far back, but GPs didn't become part of the NHS, and that was a problem. It's one of the problems that come out of that. The other part is that social care wasn't made part of the NHS as well. But it means GPs they're self-employed, and so they can choose where to go. And that gives us real problems. We talk about having a national health service, but how can it be a national health service where in some parts of the country there are twice as many GPs per head of population as we have in Portsmouth? And I think there are real problems, not just for residents being able to get to a GP, and I have people who are now just despairing of ever being able to see their GP again. But also it creates problems in other parts of the NHS. We're all aware of the number of people who choose to go to St Mary's, to the treatment centre there, because they can't get to see a GP. And the hours and hours and hours that people spend sitting there trying to get to a GP. And then people give up there and go to A&E. The last time I took John to A&E, there were 15 ambulances sitting outside A&E with people in them, because they can't get people out of the ambulances and into A&E, because they can't get people into beds in wards, because they can't get the people who are well out of beds and back to the community. The whole of the NHS looks as if it's a system that's ready to break. So my suggestion is that we should try to do something constructive. There is a real problem, but we need to try to do our bit to help. Some things work really, really well here in Portsmouth. The way in which the clinical commissioning group of the NHS worked with the City Council is the best in Hampshire, and probably one of the very best across the whole of England. The integration that we've managed to achieve has been tremendous, and that's meant that we've been able to get Portsmouth residents out of QA much faster than if they're Hampshire residents. Now, my worry is the creation of the integrated care system means that we've been absorbed by Hampshire, and that means that we are going to, our standards will get worse because we will be levelled down to a Hampshire level and not Hampshire levelled up to a Portsmouth level. But one of the other bits that works really, really well is the Primary Care Alliance that provides the out-of-hours service in the city. And thinking about how we can build on some of these things, we've come up with just a few points that we want to work with GPs, pharmacists, the NHS, to see what we can do to see if we can get a better system. So on the 4th of August, we'll be having a GP summit run by the City Council with Joe York from the ICB, which I think is a sort of missile. Intercontinental ballistic missile or something like that. But we're going to try to get people together to see what we can do to try to get more GPs into working in the city. I've already had an offer from a private GP that they can bring 3 GPs into the city almost immediately, which would be great if it can happen. It would be great if we can get the government to allow pharmacies the same freedoms as pharmacists are allowed in Scotland and Wales and be able to give prescriptions. They have to have a bit more training, but it would free up those GP appointments and allow other people there. And I think we're going to have to look realistically at our budgets to see if we can identify money to be able to go in and support them. So, colleagues, I hope that this is a constructive motion that addresses what I hear time and time again from residents. They cannot get to see a GP, and because they can't get to see a GP, they are losing confidence in the NHS. The NHS is one of the great creations of this country, something that is held in awe and envy by countries around the world. Let's see what we can do in Portsmouth to make sure it thrives. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Councillor Vernon-Jackson. I have an amendment which stands in the name of Councillor Corkery and Councillor Mellor. Councillor Corkery, do you propose the motion? Sorry, the amendment?
I do propose the amendment, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Mellor, do you second the amendment?
Yeah, I formally second the amendment. Thank you, Lord
Corkery,
Mayor.
the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And thank you to the Leader of the Council and the Lib Dems for bringing this motion. I think it's important that we shine a spotlight onto this issue. And clearly it's not an issue that it is newly urgent and newly pressing for our city. We know in the wards that I, as well as Councillor Miller and Councillor Adeniran, are proud to represent, that we see particularly acute issues. We know it's health issues and access to GPs are problematic across the city. But in areas of deprivation, such as ours, those problems are particularly acute. Health needs are often more pressing, more urgent and more widespread. And what we have seen since I've been elected, the short time I've been elected, 3 years, we've seen 3 closures of GP practices in our ward alone, directly impacting on the residents that require that healthcare. So we saw Hanway Road firstly go in Buckland, then Guildhall Walk, obviously in the city centre, and now the John Pounds surgery has been closed, hopefully temporarily, but we'll come on to that a little bit later. Clearly, the provision of frontline primary healthcare services, as the leader has referenced, will and does save money in the long term. It's important to get people the help when they need it, where they need it, rather than relying on them potentially accessing services further down the line when things have become more urgent or an emergency case. So it's important that this is a priority for the council, and I'm glad to hear that it now is. The question I would like to ask is, why wasn't it a priority for the last 2.5 years? And I've did a little bit of digging through the archives, and I've found some interesting information that go back a few years about what the administration said and some questions about what they've actually done over that period. So in January 2020, there was a similar motion on GP services, again proposed by the Lib Dem group, and the Labour group put forward an amendment which was accepted to that motion, and there was 3 kind of main recommendations of those Labour proposals. The first was to work with the Primary Care Alliance around a GP recruitment campaign. The second was to look at directly employing GPs. And the third was to use council-owned property to provide GP services or get GPs within there. Now, most of those ideas have been replicated in today's motion. Again, 2.5 years down the line, it's unclear what progress has been made since. And I will say just quickly an aside on the use of council-owned premises to provide GP services. I know that the leader was again quoted, I think it was February 2020 this time, saying that he was interested in using Chaucer House, the empty commercial units just round the corner, to provide GP services from. Now, if anyone's been past Chaucer House any time recently, that unit is still empty, and most remarkably, it still has hoardings on the side of it that says this would be a perfect location for a GP surgery. Does anyone want to set one up? Now, when the Guildhall Walk surgery was closing down, their main issue was premises. They were having their rent hiked up and they couldn't stay there, or the CCG was unable to continue paying rent for them to stay there. So they were looking for new, affordable premises that might be suitable for a GP surgery in the city centre that they could negotiate a decent deal on. We, as the ward councillors, directly lobbied the Cabinet at that time and senior officers to make those premises available to the Guildhall Walk practice. We were told it wasn't possible. I'm not quite sure why, because those premises are still empty to this day. They still have the hoardings up that say it would be perfect for a GP surgery. But unfortunately, when there was an opportunity to put a GP surgery in there, all of a sudden it wasn't possible. Back into the archives, so February 2020 there was a petition launched to save the Hanway Roads medical practice, and the response from the administration said that the City Council, in response to this, in order to take meaningful action on this important issue, was going to organise a three-way conference between the CCG, the GPs and the City Council. Now, I would be interested to know if that has happened. As far as I'm aware, and the people that I've spoken to within the Council and the CCG says it hasn't. I know that one all of a sudden has been organised for the start of next month, which is good, but again, that's 2.5 years down the line. That same response, as I was already referenced, kind of talks about the use of premises, and it specifically mentions the John Pounds surgery, which the building there is, again, council owned. There have been property issues and lease issues going back many years. That same response in February 2020 said that the City Council was going to resolve these property issues and get GP services back in there. Guess what? 2.5 years down the line, that building is not being used for the provision of GP services. We have been actively lobbying for that to happen, but the council has not got its house in order to allow that to happen. And people will remember a question that was put to full council earlier this year. Councillor Fazakerley, then the Cabinet Member for Health and Social Care, responded to give assurances, say he would be in contact with the community group that came to speak to us. No contact has been made. Councillor Winnington will also know that since then, since he became the Cabinet Member, we have contacted him again. Again, no response has been received. I know people are busy, but if this is genuinely one of the top priorities of the administration, I would ask you to work with us and the community in order to get things in order. And just to move on, Lord Mayor, in order to conclude. Just in conclusion, I guess, to make the point, we are supportive of the motion. I think it is good that this apparently is now a top priority of the Liberal Democrats and of this administration. That is music to our ears. We are very keen to work with them, and we have particular needs and aspirations in our ward to work with the community in order to ensure that people have access to the health services they need. I do think it's important, though, that we hold people to account, and that when things are said in this chamber or when things are said in the local media, that they are followed through rather than just headline grabs at the time. So hopefully this time things will be a little bit different, and we do look forward to working with the administration to ensure that we resolve this in our city.
Thank you, Councillor Corkery. I have Councillor Fazakerley. A point of order.
It is this on. It's a point of order directly related to the motion, the amendment that Councillor Corkery just brought up. It is factually incorrect.
Is this 39B?
39A, I believe. Yeah, I haven't spoken. It's 39A. So it's incorrect, and I'd ask him to withdraw part of this. It mentions, referred to myself directly as Cabinet Member for Health, Wellbeing and Social Care at the time. I'm struggling, and I apologise. The guy that came and gave the deputation, I think his name was John, if I've got that correct. I'm going from memory. I believe that he spoke on behalf of the Portsea Action Group. Certainly, following that meeting, I replied to him I thanked him for coming down and taking the time to speak, and I did give the assurance that he'd be kept updated. So if he's not been since, then that's my apologies, but it's factually incorrect to say that we did not get back to him, because I did, and I can dig out the email and willingly send it to members as proof. So I just ask you, I take the point you're making, but I think it's false for you to claim that, claiming I took no activity when in fact I did. Thank you.
Councillor Corkery, under which of the, 39A, 39B? I'm afraid Councillor Fazakerly strayed from the full import of 39A. I trust you will keep to the standing orders.
Of course. Yes, Councillor Fazakerly, happy to correct the records if you did respond kind of relatively soon to the representative of the community group to say that you would ensure they've been kept up to date. I guess that the issue we're raising is that then subsequently to that assurance, nothing has seemingly happened. I mean, I would invite you perhaps to use a speech as part of this debate to say which follow-up action you did take as a cabinet member at that time.
Other members who wish to speak? Councillor Winnington, followed by Councillor Fazakerly. Councillor Winnington.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor, and thank you everyone. And it's good to be back, ladies and gentlemen. But I come back and I'm finding that we're fighting a similar battle to 2.5 years ago. As Councillor Corkery correctly said, and I'll come back to some of the things that are absolutely not right that he talked about, this motion, or a very similar motion, came 2.5 years ago. I would remind, of course, everyone that this was 2 months before the COVID-19 pandemic came upon us and put all of our NHS locally into utter turmoil, as it did everywhere else in the UK. But in that motion, we asked that, so we wrote and asked for support from the national government to support the retention and keeping open our surgery, and also the opportunity for us to employ GPs locally. And we discussed at huge length about the issues there are about how the NHS works. It's a 1948 model that we're stuck with in 2022, especially, as I said in that meeting 2.5 years ago, considering that we are effectively all owned by our GPs, which makes setting up a GP practice very, very difficult, because you have to therefore take patients away from someone who effectively owns them under the way that the NHS works. But this is where we are now, and this is what came up time and time again. And I have to say, I think it's quite sad actually, to make out, as Councillor Corkery has, that these issues are only in the most deprived areas of our city. Because actually the real problem we have is Portsmouth-wide. And of course there are people who are very isolated, who live in some of the less deprived areas of the city, who are often elderly, often have certain health issues, could have dementia, could have physical health issues, mental health issues and all that kind of thing, who have exactly the same kind of issues. So we shouldn't be making this about one area of our city, we should be talking about all of our citizens of the city, because all of our citizens in the city deserve the very best support. And time and again, when I was out speaking to residents in my re-election campaign and getting back on the council, this was an issue that came up. So it's that human issue. But it's not as if we haven't been doing anything for 2.5 years. And this is where, again, I have to take issue with Councillor Corkery. The pandemic. You cannot underestimate how that stalled just about everything. It was crisis management for GPs. My word, the impact on GPs, one of the reasons why we're in this situation is the GPs who have given up being GPs because of the pandemic. They are They are absolutely at the end of their tether, and some have just left the profession. We were talking just the other day to my co-chair of the Health and Wellbeing Board, Linda Colley, who's at East Shore Partnership. She says they have people who they train, who then leave. They don't want to stay as GPs. They become locums because it's less stress, less work, and they want to have their own hours. That's where we are. There's an entire cultural situation going on there, and that's why we need to work together to try and do our very best. But we do need that support from outside as well. We do need that support. We cannot just do it on our own in Portsmouth. We have integration in this city. We can take that up to the ICS. We're very fortunate that Joe York, who's been the Chief Operating Officer of the CCG in Portsmouth, is now in a really powerful position within the integrated care system for us to be able to influence that. And it's very, very key to us working on this. But this has been an ongoing situation, as Councillor Vazaki, I'm sure, will impart as well from the last year. But certainly, right through the pandemic, from the point of when of the pandemic starting and me not being the cabinet member anymore, we were talking to GPs about this. It was still on the agenda. And to be honest, one of the issues with Portsea, with the John Pound Centre, has been endless issues with NHS property services. Now, I'm sure everyone knows about the interesting situation you have with NHS property services. It's not an easy thing to get through. It is a very, very long and complicated process. But we are working as hard as we can, and we're supporting them. This motion, as Councillor Vernon Jackson said, is not about slagging off GPs. This motion is about supporting our GPs locally, but looking to say what we can do as a city to support our residents, no matter where they are, no matter what their needs are, for them to have GP services that we can work with. But it's also how do we work with the Primary Care Alliance? How do we work with physiotherapists? How do we work with OTs and other primary care? How do we work with pharmacists and make that work really well? That's what this is about. We're having that meeting on the 4th of August. I will have a report coming back to my portfolio meeting. It might even come to Cabinet as well. And we'll really sort of engage people in that. But we have to start from where we are. We already had this issue before we got that data from that came out saying we had the least in the country. We knew that was an issue, but we are working on this, and we can all work together on this.
Could you wind up, please, Councillor Winnington?
For that. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I now have Councillor Fazakerley, who I think this is your speech rather than your attempt at a point of order, yes?
Correct.
Thank you.
Sorry for my previous attempt at a point of information / clarification was not delivered particularly well. I'm just responding because Councillor Corkery asked me to make comment. I will reiterate again that I did make a response. The difficulty with this was that council meeting was on the 16th of March. Within about a week or so we're in Purda. I would have happily, as I extended at the time, gone and met with these people, had a meeting to explain, but we can't do that during the Purda period, hence the reason why the email was reassuring him that we did recognise the importance of it. This was a motion that was supported at full council. Guy came and gave a deputation. He asked a question, very relevant, and there's no way that in the position that I held that I felt I'd want to let him down. I was always open with the opposition spokesperson, Lewis and Kirsty at the time, and Jeanette, who's now moved on. So I took it seriously. Of course, I then changed portfolio roles in May, so really that took me out of the picture. But it's just to stress that, we didn't let them down. Although they're frustrated, I think Councillor Whittington has given an extensive background and detail to it. But as far as I'm concerned, just to cover myself over this, I don't feel I let them down. I'm happy to provide documentation to say that I responded to them, and I hope now that we can actually go forward. And it still is an extremely important issue in the city, and we need to do it for residents wherever they're based. We need to increase the provision, which Gerald's already touched on. So just to clarify there, sorry to waffle a bit, but I just wanted to make sure where I stood on it. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Vazacali. I can see no further speakers. So, Councillor Vernon Jackson, would you like to tell me whether you want to accept the amendment or not? And then will you sum up?
Because this amendment is so factually incorrect, I don't think it's possible to accept something that is so wrong. If it was factually correct, then we might be able to do things, but it is factually incorrect in so many places. So I don't think we can accept that. I think it's interesting. A few motions ago, Councillor Corkery told me off, and he might have been right in telling me off for making something party political and having a go at the Labour Party for not pushing to get money into the pockets of the people who are the poorest. And maybe you were right for that. But all the time that he did that, he had this in his back pocket, already prepared, making party political points over an entirely non-party political motion. So there does seem to be levels of hypocrisy almost to the Tony Blair level, which worries. But maybe that's who he sort of forms himself on. So, my Lord Mayor, I'm just going to go through some of the inaccuracies in here because I think it's very important. The one thing this does not mention ever in this amendment is the biggest public health emergency this country has ever faced. And yet this amendment pretends it hasn't happened. COVID didn't happen. Maybe he's a COVID denier, I don't know, but it didn't happen according to this. We have been working with the NHS for the last 2 years to support the people of this city through the worst public health emergency. No.
I will be quite strict on points of order. Under which? Yes.
If you allow me just to explain how I feel it's clearly a point of order.
This is an explanation where you have been misunderstood. That is 39B.
I mean, but I think there's probably something else that's worth referring to, and that's the Council's Code of Conduct that governs councillors' behaviour. That says that people will be treated with respect by fellow councillors. I don't think suggesting someone might be a COVID denier because they've criticised the policy of this administration is fair or respectful.
I think you're right, and my apologies for that. I think your similarity to Mr. Blair is there, but anyway. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's really important that we look at some of these things in some detail. So, in terms of GP provision, Charles Dickens Ward, as I understand it, has the most provision of GP surgeries of any ward in the city, with 4 GP surgeries, as opposed to Matt's ward with 1 in Eastleigh Craneswater. So, and we have supported hard the provision of services in areas of deprivation. We fought with the NHS when they took away provision in Portsmouth and Paulsgrove of dentists. We fought with them to make sure they weren't just amalgamated into other practices. But I'm sorry that none of that is recognised in this. I'm also sorry that it's looking through this, we're not looking at the same things. We have been working so hard to get the GPs back into John Pound Centre, and the people who are the problem is NHS property, because they're the people with the lease of the building. They are an absolute nightmare, as we know from St James's, where they have thrown public money out the window by the millions. We now find in Cosham they're wanting to sell off an area of land vital for the redevelopment of Cosham and the new health centre. They want to sell it off to the highest bidder. In Lake Road, they won't allow a new dentist into an empty building. And here we have down in Isambard Brunel House, in what was the Navigators, we have a place that could work for a GP surgery. The issue is the fit-out cost is over £150,000 just to put in the walls, the water, the electricity. And that money we just do not have. So saying that we're criticised for doing that when there is, and when looking at it in detail, costs a great deal of money, is, I think, incredibly unfair. I'm really sorry that something here positive about us working together to get things better for the people of the city in something we all recognise as a problem has just become and turned by the Labour Party into a party political slanging match, which is not where we should be. And I deeply regret that. We should be standing up for our residents, not doing that.
Councillors, we have an amendment and then a substantive motion. I put the amendment first. Those in favour of the amendment, please show.
(16), Lord Mayor.
16 in favour. Those who are against, please show. That includes the Lord Mayor.
Okay. (18), Lord Mayor.
The amendment is therefore lost. We move to the substantive motion.
It's the original motion.
Which is, yes,
Sorry.
the original motion, the substantive motion. Will members in favour of that please indicate? Members who are to the contrary, please indicate. Any abstentions, please? Sorry, was that an... Any members who are abstaining, please indicate. Sorry, Councillor Mellor, I did not hear that. Could you...
Would you be able to do the vote again, please? Because Shah was otherwise occupied and wasn't included in the original fours.
No.
Does it matter? Okay, sorry.
It would be contrary to good practice to run through that once the vote has been taken.
Okay.
Perhaps there might have been good reason, but nonetheless it is contrary to the normal practice to do so. And so I'm not going to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your intervention. We now come to the original motion. Those...
you just voted
oh, sorry.
That's all right.
The original motion was therefore carried. Now, before we move on to the next item, may I remind members of the standing orders that if you believe that a councillor has breached standing orders, by being discourteous or whatever, that is 39A. If you have spoken and wish to make a correction because you believe you have been misunderstood or misinterpreted, that is 39B. And those are the two reasons why you can raise a point of order during a debate. Councillor Barrett, Councillor Vernon Jackson.
They want you to press the button.
My Lord Mayor, my apologies, colleagues. My son's temperature has shot up. I thought it was rather rude to leave during the last motion, so I hope members will excuse me, but I'm going to have to head home now and sort him out and see what he needs. So my apologies.
Right. Thank you for the explanation. We hope that everything you find is well. Councillor Vernon Jackson, you indicated.
Yes, my Lord Mayor, I think, and I'll take advice from City Solicitor, I think on this one I'm conflicted as a, because I am a director, a council-appointed director of Portico. Oh, is it? Am I not there? Oh, sorry. Sorry. I was being over-optimistic, my Lord Mayor. Sorry.
Members. I have Councillor Lee Mason wishes to speak.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Just to say that you had said we'd be breaking about every 2 hours, and we've now been going 4 hours, so I would suggest it's time for a next break.
Since we returned, we have been going 1 hour and 43 minutes. We might get through the next one, and after the next one, I think it will be a correct time to hold a brief adjournment. So you have the time for the adjournment in your own hands, members. Oops. We now move on to motion G, the motion concerning widening participation in local democracy, proposed by Councillor Corkery and seconded by Councillor Mellor. Councillor Corkery, do you propose this motion?
I propose the motion, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mellor, do you second this motion?
Motion, Lord Mayor, and reserve my right to speak.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'm sorry for that delay. This thing is not behaving itself as well as I would like. So, Councillor Corkery, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This motion, I mean, it's relatively self-explanatory and one would assume uncontroversial, but I'm sure there's people in the room who can prove me wrong on that one over, of course, the next 10 minutes or so. Lord Mayor, this motion is about the importance of active involvement in democracy, including but not limited to voting in elections and obviously council elections that are particularly relevant to us. I think we as elected representatives, we as a local authority and we as citizens need to make sure that we're doing all that we can to make democracy and elections accessible to all and promote engagement across the board in those elections and democratic processes. I have to kind of firstly recognise that lots of this work is already done by the electoral services team at the council, as well as other officers and community groups, as well as, of course, councillors who are engaged in this work. However, I do think that there may be opportunities to develop and strengthen that as we go forward. Fundamentally, this motion stems from discussions, as were referenced earlier, at the Council's Learning Disability Partnership Boards. Which I attend from time to time with a number of other councillors, and I will certainly echo Honourary Alderman John Atchell's invitation to councillors to get along. I'm not sure if everyone automatically gets the invite, but if not, then we can certainly make sure it goes your way. It's a really useful forum to get along to and hear the perspectives of the people around the table. It brings together council services, so particularly adult social care and learning disability service, with community organisations, service providers, and most importantly, people who are living with learning disabilities themselves. So a discussion that was had at one of those meetings was about elections, and actually we had someone from electoral services there to talk to people about the how people can get engaged in the democratic process and also any additional support that may be available for people who need it. We kind of asked the question of what more do people there think could be done? What could we do as councillors? And this is really where this motion comes from, primarily the feedback to that question. So, I mean, just to kind of obviously touch on as well the work that the Learning Disability Partnership Board does, I think it's really important. As I said, it works really well as a kind of collective organisation, bringing together those different organisations and individuals, and I think it's just worth recognising and kind of placing on thanks to that board, because it's probably one of those things that happens behind the scenes. The public and probably lots of us don't know about really this sort of good work that does take place behind the scenes. And of course, as former councillor Atchell pointed out, we are privileged to have the only local authority learning disability champion in the council, and I know that John does really great work in advocating for the needs of that community within the council. I know he's kind of not shy at all with going around to different services and different managers and ensuring the needs of that community are met, and also out in the community ensuring that other organisations and employers and service providers are doing what they need to do. So there's three kind of main recommendations, well there was in the original motion, it got amended slightly to get past the legal requirements, but basically what we were asking to be looked at, as Honourary Alderman Atchell mentioned, a particular ask was around easy to read and accessible election materials. Now that's something we did take away and look at in the Labour Party initially at least, and it's not easy, and it's not cheap to get any kind of professional service to do it. So that is a challenge, but it is a challenge that has been put to us. So I think it's something that probably collectively across party we can perhaps try and look at as time goes on. Something that I think we can do, and it would be much more straightforward, again referenced in the deputation, was a request for an accessible hustings event. I know the issues around Purda were referenced, but I think if we're doing it maybe as political parties and not an official council thing, that should be fine. We've had an offer of a venue from one of the learning disability service providers who runs a community centre stroke cafe, and they'd be willing to host it there. And I think the idea would be that we would get a representative from each of the parties along, just to be able to have a kind of discussion and a chat with particularly people from the learning disability community, but there may be an argument for extending it out to other kind of marginalised and excluded communities also. And then a last bit which I put in just to, I guess, provoke some wider thinking about what it is the local authority can do on this, is to ask for a report back to a future meeting to look at the ways and the opportunities for promoting greater accessibility and resident engagement in local democracy. So I won't take any more of our time, Lord Mayor. I think I've set out the basics of the motion and look forward to any further contributions.
Right, thank you very much, Councillor Corkery. There being no amendments, this is now open for debate. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thanks for the notice of motion. Very sensible, very happy to support it. I had actually the pleasure of doing a learning disabilities Hustings one election a few years ago at a venue, not a council venue, but in a venue in Portsmouth, which was very interesting. And it was good to do, and I'm sure we can do them. So we've got a record of doing this stuff already. I think the bit that worries me is something that we looked at last time, which is the number of people. Sorry, I meant to be addressing the Lord Mayor. Is government policy which seems to be designed to drive down turnout at elections, not to encourage the turnout at elections, and I think that is worrying. I think the other thing is we have to be realistic. That my understanding of the research is that the thing that drives up election turnout the most is the volunteer work political parties put into campaigning. That where we campaign, people feel energised and they know things are going on, and turnout rises. And so, looking at the motion, I think our congratulations should go to Matthew and John. Where's John? Matthew and John for getting a turnout in your ward up to 42% by the work that you've been doing. And I think that it does kind of set a test for the rest of us to be able to do the same. So very happy to support this. Very happy to make sure that we see if we can get this stuff to happen. But I do think there is a wider issue that we did touch on before, which is the government programme, so that with the next election, everybody's going to have to present photo ID, and that's going at a polling station, and that's going to mean that there are a variety of people. I know Councillor Norton is thoroughly approving of this because it's designed to make sure that it has a political advantage, but I think most people think that it's not a great idea. So, Lord Mayor, I'm very happy to support this, and thank you very much indeed for putting this on the agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Vernon Jackson. Councillor Winnington.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Just to thank Honourable Alderman Attrell for his deputation earlier, and I was at the Partnership Board yesterday, and I know you were very passionate about that there as well, and you got a lot of agreement from across the whole of the Partnership Board. So I know this kind of thing is really seen as important within the learning disability community, and your voice on this and your experience on this is always really valuable, especially when looking at learning disabilities. As we all know, members, we've got a briefing on Friday, which is about some of the issues that we've got coming up in the next couple of years, including ID, having to have ID to vote, which looks like it's going to come in next year. And I think it's the onus is on us, and certainly from the learning disability point of view, which comes under my portfolio, I certainly, with any of the updates we've got from the council that come from things like that, then we need to make sure that is. But as Councillor Vernon Jackson also mentioned, I think some of the other areas in some of those other parts of our community that are going to have particular issues with this, not least older people, where I think that's going to be, because for us as a council, what we're going to have to do is make sure, and I know lots of work is going on with this, but making sure that we get our communications right, because some of our more electronic communications won't work as well for older people as well as people with learning disabilities, and also other people who are more vulnerable as well. So I think there's a lot of things we can do. So I really thank this motion for bringing up the particular issue with learning disabilities, but also we have to consider those wider issues as well about participation, especially with voter ID coming in next year. And I think the onus is on us as a council to make sure that we're getting the information out there in any of our forums. We've got the Learning Disability Partnership Board, we've got other forums as well. We can make sure that we do that, and the onus is on us to raise the awareness and let our electoral services and other other bits of the council know, so that we can engage with that. So thanks very much for the motion. Very happy to support.
Thank you, Councillor Whittington. There being no other member who is indicating to speak, Councillor Corkery, would you please sum up?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, just a very brief summary and summing up from me. Fundamentally, this motion is about doing what we should all be doing anyway, and kind of reaching out to all parts of different communities within our ward, ensuring that people feel included within the business of local government, and ensuring that they feel, I guess, inspired or motivated to go out and make that choice to vote when the time comes around. Of course, democratic participation isn't just about voting. It's not just about putting your X in a box every May. There are lots of other different ways, and I'd say things like the Learning Disability Partnership Board, for example, are examples of democracy in action, particularly where they're giving people with those lived experiences and who are accessing those services the voice and the platform to directly engage with the people that make those decisions. So I think anything that we can do around those kind of forums as a local authority, we certainly should. In terms of the comments from the leader who's wandering around turnout, I think it's clear we definitely have got very energetic councillors in Eastleigh and Craneswater across the board. It's probably also got something to do, as I referenced within the motion, about deprivation and inequality, and turnout very closely correlates to that around the city. So it's probably a mix of different factors, but I think we need to recognise that also. So hopefully the motion will be passed. Hopefully we can work across party on, at very least, organising a kind of cross-party accessible hustings in advance of next local elections, and also starting discussions about what other work we can do. I'd also like to see this report come back to a full council meeting, perhaps building on the briefing that happens on Friday, to look at wider issues around exclusion from democracy and voting in Portsmouth. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Corkery. I now put this to the vote. Those in favour of the motion, please show. Any to the contrary, please show. Any abstentions? That is carried unanimously. Councillor Lee Mason, you will be very pleased to know that we have now been going on for 2 minutes less than 2 hours, so I think it is the right time to call for a 15-minute adjournment. But I haven't. So it's a 15-minute adjournment. Please be seated, members. I trust that members are now suitably refreshed, and if we can keep to the discipline which you have shown so far, we should be through before 9 o'clock, and if we are through before 9 o'clock, I will offer you some refreshment in the Lord Mayor's parlour. However, 9 o'clock is the cut-off time. Councillor Vernon-Jackson, did you have a point of order you wish to make?
Next notice of motion, I have a personal and prejudicial interest as a director of Portico, and therefore will have to leave the meeting.
Right. Applies to you as well. Right. We have motion H, a motion concerning the reinstatement of the shareholder committee, proposed by Councillor Peter Harris and seconded by Councillor Brent. Councillor Peter Harris, are you proposing this? I don't think so, no. No, we concur that it does not apply to you. Councillor Peter Harris, you are again proposing, and Councillor Brent, you are seconding?
Formally seconded, Lord Mayor.
Right, okay. Councillor Peter Harris, the floor is yours.
Just 2 seconds, I'm just going to grab my notes here. Obviously, the Shareholders Committee, I think, is important. It's an important function of the Council, and I think the oversight of the Council and the companies it owns is something that we should be looking at in much more detail. I think members need to decide today... Oh, bloody, I've lost my notes. 2 seconds. Members need to decide today whether they want to ensure that the Council has a correct governance and oversight of the companies it owns. I think the guidance is quite clear on this. A successful company will be one that works alongside the authority in delivering joint objectives. The authority will have to consider how that balance the need to assist the company to achieve its trading objectives, and obviously with the principles of transparency, accountability and probity. I mean, I'm just going to point to 2 council-owned entities which are important to our balance sheet in the coming years. I think that would be Ravelin and Portico. The council needs to ensure that these are a success, and in doing so, ensure that the correct governance model is being put in place to ensure it is fit for purpose. You know, I point to those 2 because they are the ones that we as a council are going to be putting multi-million pound investment in, and the Shareholders Committee was designed to actually safeguard us from a governance perspective, and in taking that Shareholders Committee away, we have placed it into the Cabinet function. Now, for those who don't really know how the Shareholder Committee functions, it was going to be a subcommittee which comprised the Leader of the Council and 3 other Cabinet members. But it would also comprise of 3 other members from different groups who would not have a voting say on what was going to happen, but they would be able to sit there and scrutinise the papers, the business plan, and ensure that the funding mechanism works. I'm going to use Ravelin as an example here, and we have a good example of Croydon Council, where they did not have a governance procedure in place as the one that we are proposing, and they lost millions and millions of pounds. Similar happened in Slough. So I think they're 2 examples of where we need to get the governance right. So I'm quite happy to put this to the floor, and you know, I'm quite happy to see what we think, because I think building homes is important and delivery homes is important, and that's what Ravelin has been designed to do. But also I think the financial probity of this council is so important for us to get right, because if we get it wrong, there could have drastic implications for us moving forward. And I think the advice has been set out is quite clear from legal on this. So I'm quite happy to open it up to members.
Thank you, Councillor Peter Harris. The motion is now open for discussion. I have Councillor Smythe indicating.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think we discussed this previously, and we're minded to support this. We think there needs to be more scrutiny, more understanding, more discussion, more checking of all the governance of our arm's length companies. However, perhaps in your summing up you can answer my question, which is there a chance to look at the shareholder committee and not to reinstate exactly what was there before, which actually was rather complicated and difficult to understand, but to examine the new committee's terms of reference carefully to make sure it's simple and easy to understand and enhances good governance in the process. We didn't want to put an amendment to that extent because we thought it was too, subject to there being some scrutiny about a draft new terms of reference for the shareholder committee. We are minded to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Smythe. I have Councillor Horton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I feel that we've kind of been going round in circles on this for quite a while now. Obviously, the City Council has been updating the way that council companies are scrutinised, and the number of companies that council owns or as a major shareholding has increased over the years. So finding a way for these companies to report in their financial returns as business plans is something that has developed over time. And the main company that the City Council controls is Portico, and Councillor Vernon Jackson and Honorary Alderman Donna Jones were directors on this for some time. And the view of both Donna and Gerald has been that it's important that that has cross-party directorship so that it does not become political football. And both Donna and Gerald viewed it as better to maintain directors so that Simon then replaced Donna in his role as leader of the opposition. So there was one meeting of the subcommittee after quite extensive, and I remember it was during the pandemic, very, very long online training. And the first meeting of the Cabinet, and the online training was for non-voting members as well, and you obviously were there. And so what happened was the first meeting of the subcommittee of the Cabinet, i.e. the shareholder committee, actually ended up being, it seemed to be a surprise by some non-voting members that actually what was the point of it, because they couldn't vote and therefore they came along to this meeting. I remember that a little bit of outrage from one of the councillors about what a waste of time it was to not be able to vote. So, but the view taken at the time was it was better to involve all members of the Cabinet at a public meeting so that accountability and that scrutiny would be there for all members of the opposition to come to that meeting. And then, if I remember correctly, there was a discussion about, well, how would that then not be conflated with the business to do with the Cabinet? And so there was a suggestion that there would be a separate bit of the Cabinet meeting to distinguish it from, as it were, other areas of business that were going through versus the shareholder committee. So there was some delineation around that this is not the same as the separate subcommittee, but it is different to business as usual. So we'll look at the main the main companies, as you highlighted, Councillor Peter Harris, Ravlin and Portico, because they take a lot of the attention and they're bigger than some of the other groups. There was a suggestion that they're reported on a quarterly basis, but some companies that are associated with our property portfolio are fairly inactive, and therefore perhaps an annual list of those would come to this part of the Cabinet meeting. To make sure there is cross-party scrutiny, we're also looking at Government Audit and Standards Committee to review the business plans and financial returns of those council-owned companies. So I think it has I think all of this was rehearsed, then it went, and then it was kind of decided that maybe it wasn't serving the purpose that it was. So unless someone wants to correct me if I'm wrong, I think the position we came to was to have this separate bit of a Cabinet meeting to allow that maximum scrutiny.
Thank you, Councillor Horton. I see no one else who wishes to speak. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this? In which case, Councillor Peter Harris, can you sum up?
Quite succinctly, actually, quite quickly. I mean, this whole I think this needs to happen. I really do believe so. I mean, you just made a reference to the subcommittee of Cabinet, is exactly what it is, because the Cabinet have the executive power to make the decisions in terms of the spending commitments it makes through the outside companies that we own. However, It is, and I'm going to quote this, it is the City Solicitor's position, having carefully considered many of the best value reports and lessons learned from other local authorities, that a subcommittee of Cabinet is the best method through which the Council can discharge its shareholders' function. The legal advice is clear. We should be having it, and we should be doing it. And I take Councillor Smythe's points on board about how we do that. I think it's important that cross-party, from Labour to the Conservatives to the Liberal Democrats to the Portsmouth Independent Party, that we are all involved in that process. Because this isn't our money that we're dealing with. This is the taxpayers' money. These are the people of Portsmouth's money that we're borrowing against to ensure that we can build homes, so we can have a fully functioning port. And I think we need to give those projects the oversight and governance that they actually deserve. And that's why I've brought this forward. And I really hope that members can vote for it today.
Thank you. We now come to a vote. Will those in favour of the motion please indicate?
$19, Lord Mayor.
Correct. Those to the contrary, please indicate.
$9, Lord Mayor.
9. The motion is therefore carried. Thank you. Sorry? Sorry. Abstention. Sorry, I forgot the abstentions. Abstentions.
2, Lord.
2. 2. The motion is still carried. You'll be pleased to know. It is my fear that at some stage I will come up with a motion and the abstentions will have it.
Shall we try and see if the others are back? Shall we try and get them?
Yes. Well, there will be a short break now while we get the other members back. But if we did carry on without them, Councillor Peter Harris, they might not be able to vote for the next motion. Heaven knows what might happen. Right, I think they're all back in the chamber. Now we move on to motion I. This is a motion concerning civic office sustainability, proposed by Councillor Brent, seconded by Councillor Lee Mason. Councillor Brent, do you propose this? Councillor Lee Mason, do you second this?
Formally second, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Brent, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. To be honest, I don't anticipate on giving a long speech about this notice of motion. This motion was prompted from a resident who visited the ward surgery that we run, and it was a feeling that resonated with me was that it was his disappointment in our civic offices, his frustration, and the accountability that local councillors should put upon the administration in ensuring the services are as efficient as possible. I've only really highlighted a few sort of comments from the notice of motion. I think this is a very fair notice of motion, reasonably factual. And the things that I've highlighted, it says that the civic offices does not function effectively. And I've got a few crude sort of analysis that I have done from information that an officer has sent me, and I'll run through that in a minute. And I think one of the most important things as a local councillor, of all of us here to all of the residents that put us in this chamber, is that it's vital that taxpayers receive the best value for money. It is now time to look forward. I know I've used the word normal in apostrophes, but there will potentially be a new normal after the COVID pandemic. So just to look at a few of my crude analysis as to where we are. So this was on the actual costs of 19, 20, 21, 22, and there will be a little bit of a comparison to the budget put forward this year. So I'm looking at the premises costs of the civic offices. It's strange, but it seems to be that lots of residents have come to me and they notice that there aren't as many members of staff in the civic offices. So I've just got a few numbers really. So pre-COVID, before that the measures were put into place on social distancing, the capacity of the civic offices was roughly 2,500 officers. Now, so Portsmouth City Council staff will take up roughly 1,900 of those 2,500 seats in the offices. Working from home prior to the pandemic, roughly, again this is very crude, would be 100 to 200 of those members of staff. If we look now, the individuals working from home will be roughly 1,500. So that means that there are around 80% of officers in this council currently working from home. That would put the current civic employee count at between 200 to 400 officers in the council working for PCC. If you were to break this down for the premises costs and break it down per employee as to what it would cost residents and the taxpayer, it would be, so prior to the pandemic, it would be that you were getting £800 worth of premises costs per employee. Now, that would be crudely £8,000 per employee. That's me being very unfair. So if I go to the lowest estimate, it would say that you're going to say it was £700 of taxpayers' money per employee prior to the pandemic. That has now gone up, and this is me imagining that there are as many officers in the council as possible, has gone up to £4,000 of taxpayers' money per employee. So that's gone up 5 times. So taxpayers are paying 5 times the amount for employees to be in the civic than they used to. Interestingly as well, it seems to be that the capacity is reduced, but we are also now spending more, and this is based on the budget that's been put forward, in cleaning of the civic offices, which I understand with the COVID pandemic, but if there are less people, there are less mess, but we are spending more money. We are also spending more money on refuse collection and disposal at the civic offices. I'm more than happy to share any of the numbers that I've worked out to anyone and the percentages there are. So even though we've got a lot less officers in the council, we are spending £250,000 more in electricity. We are spending £250,000 more in gas. And that is based on 1,500 of the 1,900 members of staff now potentially working from home. So I find that we are spending more, we are generating less, and we are running at a reduced service. I do not find this to be an acceptable situation. So if we look at what I'm actually asking for, what this notice of motion is asking for, it is trying to bring a report to the council for us to look to what the new normal should be. How are we going to get the best use of the money that we can and be efficient? So the current market value, again, crudely, is roughly £5.9 million for the civic offices. There is a potential capital gain in that, but I understand that then those services would have to go somewhere else. The last comment is one of those where I would love to hear an answer, and I'm sure one or maybe 2 of my colleagues may mention it as well, but I'd like to know what the findings were from the working from home working group, which, from my understanding, I'll be happy to be proved wrong, hasn't met yet. So if we are looking for the new normal and we are trying to understand the efficiency of members of staff working from home, why hasn't the working from home working group actually met yet? I would implore all councillors who want the best value for money to vote for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brunt. Is this a point of order? No, right, okay. I have 2 amendments before me. The first one stands in the name of Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson, correct? And seconded by Councillor Steve Pitt, correct? Right, Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson, the floor is yours.
Yeah, circulate them. Yeah.
Circulate them, please.
So, Lord Mayor, I'm happy to take the proposal here and work it through. I think it is. The pandemic has meant that there are new ways of working that all organisations are having to grapple with. The other thing we know is that the labour market in the country has shrunk by between 500,000 and 1 million people. So there are many fewer people looking for jobs in the country now, and so there are labour shortages in lots of different areas. And what things over COVID have taught us is that there are different ways of doing things, and sometimes more efficient ways of doing things. I used to go up to London for a 2-hour meeting, and it would take the entire day. Why on earth would I ever do that when I can do it on Zoom? It is much more environmentally sound, much better use of time, and there are things that we can learn. We had a really good twinning meeting with Halifax on Zoom. None of us got on planes. It worked remarkably easily and remarkably well. So I think there are things that we can learn. The other bit that we need to be conscious of is that because of the labour market problems, holding on to staff is quite difficult. And we've got people being tempted away. Going back to the motion we had about GPs, we've got GPs who now say they will only do consultations online. They won't meet any patients. And because of the shortage of GPs, GP practices are having to say yes to that. And so we've had we've lost a lawyer here, as I understand. Well, Peter's lost quite a few lawyers, but one lawyer was tempted away by a job with the promise that they never had to go into the office and they never had to go to court. They could just work from home. And we can't compete with that. And that's a real problem. But that's the market we're in. And I think we have to think differently about how we operate. So when lockdown was on, we got down to 500 staff in the Civic. It's now significantly more than that. But I think we are learning different ways. And there are different bits of the council that work okay with people working from home and some bits that don't work okay from it, and we have to go through. But I think the real issue we're going to have to grapple with is the Civic is no longer fit for purpose. It is a black glass building where you can't open the windows and there's no aircon. And it's an unpleasant place to work. And also, if we are clear about it, we will not hit our target for going net zero, CO2 net zero, if we stay in the Civic offices. So our amendment is saying we need to get out. We need a much smaller place. It needs to be in the city centre because we need to support the shops in the city centre, but we need to start doing some work about getting out of the Civic as soon as we can. Now, that might mean that somebody comes and buys it and rips it down. It might mean they come and rip off the glass and do something more sensible and better. But I think we need to grasp the nettle and say that the Civic offices as they now are, with all the things that we've learnt during COVID, do not work for this city council, and therefore we need to be looking to do something else, because it's right for the people who work, it's right for the people, the citizens of the city who we provide services for, but it's also right for the environment to have a building that is modern and will achieve the environmental credentials we want. So the amendment just says we need to look at getting out. But thank you for bringing the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Vernon Jackson. The second amendment is in the name of Councillor Judith Smythe and Councillor Cal Corkery. Councillor Judith Smythe, you propose? Yes, you've already seconded it. Councillor Corkery, you second this? Councillor Corkery, you're seconding this motion?
I was getting distracted by the conversation over there, Lord Mayor. Yeah, happy to second.
Well, I'm sorry the members are getting distracted by conversations. I trust that members will listen to members when they're speaking. Councillor Smythe, the floor is yours. Thank you.
My amendment is extremely simple. We just wish to delete the first sentence of the second paragraph. We think this is a really important issue, and we are glad to see this motion has come forward. We didn't think it was particularly helpful to say, however, the Council regrets that the Liberal Democrat administration have not facilitated a return to normal yet. You have actually explained that a little bit to us, but we would propose that we delete that. We think it does need a total rethink, but we don't think that's a very helpful premise to start it with. And that's all I want to say.
Thank you, members. Members, you're getting restless. Okay, well, let's go through a couple more motions then. This is now open for discussion. I have Councillor Pitt, followed by Councillor Bosher. Councillor Pitt, the floor is yours.
I'll be very brief, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to take the opportunity to say woo-hoo. Because about 12 years ago, I remembered taking part in a discussion briefing that the council had commissioned at the time about strategic assessment of future use of its sites. In fact, the Member of Parliament for Portsmouth South was on the same group with me when we were looking at that. And one of the suggestions at that time was that it would be unsustainable in the medium to long term to stay in the civic offices, a building which I have always detested with every fibre of my being because it absolutely destroys the centre of our city. So if we've got a possibility of reimagining it without knocking it down necessarily and causing problems because of the issues without a carbon footprint with wasting the concrete when they might be able to use it for another purpose, and finding a better location, perhaps slightly nearer to the retail heart, which would help to regenerate the retail in the city centre. We're finally starting to have grown-up conversations about what we need to be doing in order to have a thriving heart of Portsmouth over the next 10 or 15 years. My pledge to you guys as a council as a whole, rather than just the administration doing this stuff, is I'm absolutely determined to take everyone with me. This cannot be party political because it will involve everyone needing to sign up to a new idea of, one, how we function and operate and where we do that from as a council, what type of building that may be, which is going to need a grown-up conversation, not a bun fight, and also how we can then start to influence the regeneration of Commercial Road and beyond, which is why we're also very pleased that the MP for Portsmouth South supported the Levelling Up Fund bid that we worked up as a council. So fingers crossed that we get that, because that would also fit into this extremely well. So thank you to everyone, especially since the notice of motion and the Labour amendment also fit perfectly well with ours, which is let's get out of that building as soon as we can and stop destroying the planet by living in it.
You are wrong on one minor issue we were discussing. We were discussing that 14 years ago with you. I am citing the privilege of the chair. Councillor Bosher, followed by Councillor Norton, followed by Councillor Smith, followed by Councillor Mason. Councillor Bosher, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Well, I too, Councillor Pitt, would say woo-hoo, because I'm more in tune with the Lord Mayor, and I seem to recollect that it was former Councillor Steve Weems that actually came forward and said, why don't we get out of that horrid building over the road and actually decant to Lakeside, get it rebuilt and then move back again. Now, I know that's a slightly different thing, but that's going back, I would suggest, at least 14 years, Lord Mayor. You can challenge me under 39B. I would suggest it's nearer 16 or 17 years, to be quite honest. So I don't disagree with the amendment that actually says there, because it will be about a time, and I'm sure some of the newer members would actually agree. And to a certain degree, we've got a nice group room where we have overlooking the Guildhall Square, but bloody hell, sorry, Lord Mayor, when you sit there in the afternoon, particularly on days like this, it's warmer sat in the Guildhall Square than it is in our group room. So we're on the wrong side of the building. But let's get a little bit back to the here and now and where this is actually coming from, because quite clearly aspirations around a new building is not going to happen tomorrow or the day after or whatever. And if it's going to end up in a local plan, then Ian Maguire is going to turn into a nervous wreck with his housing numbers, I would imagine. It's about the working or the not working, because clearly this isn't working. Now, back in, I believe it's January, and I'm looking at Councillor Atwell, there was a recommendation about forming a working party to looking at getting back to work. Future Working Arrangements Working Party, I believe it was called, something along those sorts of lines. And it was a recommendation basically dictating to the other groups to nominate members, which I have a slight issue with the administration dictating to other groups what they should and shouldn't do, but that's a moot point that I took up with Natasha Edmonds. But we put forward our nominations in early February, and I'm sure other groups did as well. And yet here we are in July, and I would echo Councillor Brent, I don't think that's met. Now, my nominations are Councillor Mason and Councillor Gosling, so I will look at them. Has it met? No, Lord Mayor, it's not met. So 6 months after introducing this working party about getting people back to work, it's not working. The working party is not getting working people back to work in the civic offices. Now, I have a document here. This is called the Hybrid Working Policy. Last review date, July 2022. Next review date, July 2024. Team principles are to be collectively agreed by the whole team and best meet the needs of the service and customers stroke residents. Well, I would suggest that the bit "and customers stroke residents" needs to be reviewed at the next review, because this is all about the civic offices and it's not about the customers, our residents. And that's the actual issue that I have. Now, I will also give you another example. At the end of last month, I actually didn't go down my councillor route. We had an issue in Drayton and Farlington, and so I put a tweet through to the help desk, thinking, let's see how that works. I got a reply back at the end of last month: thank you for your inquiry. We pass this to the Portsmouth City Council's dedicated customer service team to look into it. Make sure you give them any further information and a follow for feedback. Well, I follow them anyway because it's a City Council Twitter feed. But you can watch the tumbleweed blow down the Guildhall Square with the response that I've actually had, because I haven't had a response. Now, I'm quite lucky, I've taken it a different route. But my Twitter handle isn't my name, so there's no correlation. It is a problem that we actually have. And Councillor Brent's right. We hold a monthly surgery in Drayton and Farlington. We probably had somewhere in the region of about 30 to 35 people through our door, the last one, which is at the beginning of this month. The majority of them were coming in saying, can you help us? We've been trying to get into a variety of different council departments and they just aren't bothered responding to us. The system is broken. Now, if it takes the working party to try and sort this out, then you need to get it working, Councillor Atwell. That should have met by now, probably 2 or 3 times it should have met, and it hasn't, and I'm sorry, Lord Mayor, but that is a failure on your watch as far as I'm concerned. Which is why when we come to the second amendment, which seeks to get rid of the Liberal Democrat administration aspect of it, I'm sorry, I can't support that, because it's on the watch of this administration that it is failing. You haven't done what you've promised to do. You haven't done what your cabinet meeting said you were going to do. It is a failure of the Liberal Democrat administration in making this work, and the people you are letting down are not the people in this chamber. You might be thinking getting political, but it's the people out there that are trying to engage with council services and physically can't because they're not getting a response. So my message to you, Councillor Atwell, and to you, the Liberal Democrat cabinet, is sort it out and make it work for the benefit of the residents.
Thank you, Councillor Bosher. I now have Councillor Terry Norton.
Sorry, Chair, no, I think Councillor Bosher's covered everything I wanted to say. Efficiency, really, and why we're here, and that is to serve our residents. So often we have complaints recently about residents not being able to get hold of people, it being one-way traffic, and same for us as well. When we walk around the civic offices, we can't find the people we want to speak to. It takes months to often get a response from various departments. So yes, we need to be diligent with the public purse, but also we need to make sure that we're efficient.
Councillor Norton. Councillor John Smith.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. A
lot has already been said, so I'll be brief. But working the assets harder has got to be the right thing to do. Getting better services very much as well. So I'm very much in favour of Councillor Brent's motion. I would just like to make an observation, which is I think from this point on, obviously it'll be in the news about we're going to close the civic offices and everything else. And I think it's important that employees are taken on the journey with us. It's always we can lose them, and I think what Councillor Gerald Vaughan Jackson's already been said about getting the right balance there with people. I think it's important. So taking the employees along the journey as well has got to be the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Lee Mason.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I think I'll trump you and say that 22 years ago I remember people talking about there would be a need for the building to change or moving out the building. I expect I could be trumped by Leo going back even further than that. I know you're shaking his head, that's good. I do remember back 14 years ago when we were being told it would cost more to get the building through the next 10 years than it would be to replace it. So it was quite a surprise at the time that the administration seemed to decide to keep going forward. And Councillor Steve Weems, since he's been mentioned already, he did campaign vigorously on this. One of his renditions that I particularly like the most is the idea that we could knock down the Mountbatten wing whilst keeping the rest of the building, build a new fit-for-purpose civic offices right next to the Guildhall that you can have linking across. And once that's completed, knock down the rest of the civic centre and then use it for either purpose, either sell it or have a conference centre. I think there's a lot of things that we can do to move forward, but that building isn't fit for purpose, it's not fit for the environment, and it's one of those times when I feel a little bit like we're saying we're going to have a climate emergency, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and you have a building that doesn't work, isn't cool in the summer, isn't warm in winter, uses a lot of energy to keep it going. It just needs to change. So thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. I now have Councillor... Sorry? Yes.
To find out about the working group and why it hasn't met, and offer to say that we're waiting a nomination from the Labour group, which is what they've said to me. That's not right. All right, sorry. In that case, I will tell them that they're wrong. Wonderful. Okay, thank you very much. That's very helpful.
Okay. Right. Members, may we use this council meeting to sort that out, but we have a motion in front of us. Councillor Corkery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think we found ourselves talking about two issues which probably are separate issues. One is what I kind of read the motion primarily to be about, which is the future of the Civic, and I think there's probably a consensus in the room about the Civic doesn't have a future as the home of Portsmouth City Council. We need to look at alternatives and progress that piece of work. I think we're all agreed on that, so let's park that for a moment. What I did want to pick up on, and what our amendment also was trying to do, was distance ourselves from any suggestion that we think that people who are working from home aren't working, because that hasn't been our experience. That hasn't been the experience of the residents we engage with. Yes, of course, there are always issues with engaging with council services, and that may be because someone's in office or someone's at home and there's an issue in terms of processes or whatever that need to be addressed. I mean, I won't name one particular service, but there's one particular service where I know there are massive issues with people being able to contact them by email, by phone. It's a really important service. Darren's nodding, he knows what I'm talking about. The people are in the office working there. It's not a working from home issue. It's a process issue and it's a resources issue. So I just want to distance ourselves from that, because we believe working from home can work. We believe it does work. We believe it is the future of provision of services for the local authority. We don't expect it's never going to be everyone always working from home. There are lots of roles where it will need to be hybrid, because there'll be a requirement to come in on certain days to do certain functions. And actually lots of the staff that we speak to quite like a hybrid approach, because they want to be able to go in 1 or 2 days a week to break it up, mix with people in person, get out the house, etc. So yeah, I guess that's the basic point we want to make. We want to distance ourselves from any suggestion, which wasn't really in a motion, but we thought probably lay behind it and has come out as part of the Conservatives' contribution, that they believe that working from home is in some way a cover for people not doing their jobs, because that absolutely hasn't been our experience, and we do not think it's the case.
Thank you, Councillor Corkery. I have... Which, under what?
E, please.
39B,
Please.
certainly.
For the record, I don't think anyone suggested that people weren't doing their job. I think there were some points made about efficiency, fair points, but I would reject that we've made any comments about people not doing their job properly.
Thank you, Councillor Norton. The next speaker is Councillor Peter Harris, and if any of the members wish to speak, could they please indicate?
Thank you, and thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm grateful for Councillor Corkery making reference to a service that is having some problems for a process issue. I won't name that service. I was going to go up and talk about it, but I think Councillor Sanders is well aware of what service that is. It's just I've got the hybrid working policy in front of me. I think it's actually probably worth mentioning this. I mean, it does say under 6.2, unless an employee's contract specifically states otherwise, home is not a permanent workplace. Now, we are going to have some people that are going to be working from home for 4 days a week or 5 days a week, depending on the work they do. I think Councillor Vernon Jackson made reference to some of the solicitors that work in the legal team, where they are going to work for other councils because they can work 5 days a week. The issue I have with this is it's in our policy, but we could get ourselves in some difficulty because it's not saying it's a permanent workplace. So if we have got members of the council that are working from home permanently, we need to reflect that, because if we are suddenly saying we need you to come in, they could actually state that's not in my contract. This is what it says in the hybrid working policy. So I think that needs to be reviewed. I mean, I'm looking through it again. There are a few other things which says about the principle of core hours and flexi time remain in accordance with the employee's role. So obviously managers have that discretion. So it actually contradicts the actual point that was made earlier in the policy. So I think we've got an idea of what we want to do as a council, but I actually think this document really needs looking at again. And I think the points made around the civic are blatantly obvious to everyone. It's not fit for purpose. The quicker we knock it down and build something much better, I think we'll all be happier. Preferably an air-conditioned building that, on a day like today, which would be great. With actually a decent meeting room. So that's my contribution. But I just think the hybrid working policy document definitely needs something to be looked at. And I'm sure Councillor Atwell will take that up at his first working party meeting. He's nodding and saying next month. Brilliant. Thank you.
Right. There being no more members who have indicated to speak, Councillor Brent, first of all, will you accept either or both of the amendments, and then will you sum up?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This may be the first time, I think, or maybe the only time this will ever happen, but I'm happy to subsume Councillor Vernon Jackson's amendment. I'm not happy to subsume Councillor Smythe's amendment. Are you happy for me to carry on summarising? Yep, or summing up? To be honest, I'm not going to repeat all of the good points that were put forward by members of this chamber. I think this is more a semantic point than anything else. And I'm just going to make it. I would request that Labour withdraw their amendment. I think there's a need for accountability. If we look at the semantic point I'm referring to is... So have minimal disruptions and the impact to the normal services. So that would be in the normal services that members of the public would have received pre-COVID. Fine. I do not believe that the Liberal Democrat administration have facilitated a return to the normal levels of service. That isn't to say working from home is not an efficient use in some departments. So I'd urge you just to consider withdrawing based on what I've said. Even Gerald Vernon Jackson is happy to not remove that and happy to take some accountability. I would urge the Labour group to let them take that accountability, and obviously we'll just give you a moment to deliberate whether or not you will withdraw your amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Smythe, you have been asked as the proposer, are you willing to withdraw the amendment? If you are not, we will take the amendment.
We'd like the amendment to stand, please.
Okay, the amendment therefore stands. Thank you. We now come to the vote. We first of all vote on the amendment which has not been incorporated, which is the Labour amendment. Can I see those in favour of the amendment, please?
23, Lord Mayor.
Those to the contrary?
Nine, Lord Mayor.
It therefore, thank you. That's the motion. The amendment is therefore carried. It, together with the accepted amendment in the name of Councillor Joel Vernon-Jackson, becomes part of the substantive motion. We now vote on the substantive motion. Will those members in favour of the substantive motion please show? Are there any to the contrary? Are there any abstentions? That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. That concludes that motion. We move on to motion J. This
No, I prodded people to get.
can I... We'll never get through this if you keep discussing amongst yourselves, members. Councillor Atwell, Councillor Mason, please. So we have a meeting for next Thursday set up. And that concludes that motion. We're now coming to motion J concerning park homes, proposed by Councillor Lee Mason and seconded by Councillor Smith. Councillor Lee Mason, you propose this?
I certainly do.
Yes. Okay. Councillor Smith, you second this?
I do, Lord Mayor, and reserve the right to...
Councillor Lee Mason, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I know it's hot and we're all getting a little bit bothered in here, so I shall try and keep it short. We know what the issues are, despite them being hidden away in the budget papers somewhere at the back, page 49 I think it was, second paragraph. It was discussed at the budget. We protested against it and it was horrific. It's an attack on the poorest in society, those least able to defend or fight against it, and I think that's why they were chosen. They were an easy target for the council to aim at. And we didn't need to. We weren't having to make savage cuts. We had a rather healthy return from the government, so there wasn't a need to go for it at this point. I think it was just opportunist, hide it away in the budget, they won't notice, and then we can push it through. And they'll be too weak to be able to fight against it. And I think a lot of you know it is wrong. That's the reason that so many of the administration were trying to scurry around the edge of the Guildhall or trying to hide out the way or get past the protesters as fast as they could, running away from the elderly and disabled, and people didn't really have answers for them. Joe did come across eventually after he'd been over to Costa to get his sandwich, but it did feel like he was trying to sneak around the edge when we saw him come out, look at us and then head off down to the side. It's having a horrific effect on my residents, causing severe stress and concern. I've had 2 die during this period, and I will say that the stress has been a contributing factor, and it has hampered them at the end of their life. And I think it has shortened their life as well. I had another one who was very vocal last time and took part in protest. He has had sleepless nights, he has had so much stress. He's recently been diagnosed with dementia, and he is only just out of hospital. He would love to have been here today, he can't. As many others, their health does not allow them to attend, especially in the seats. So we would have had a lot more. People struggle down here, but at least 2 others in hospital who couldn't make it. It is a very strong feeling amongst them that this is not right, and I agree with them. We do not do it in any other of our properties. We do not have it when we sell a council flat. We suddenly say, oh, next time we sell it, we're going to charge you 10%, even if they've been given a right to buy discount. Saying we don't do it in council housing. And I can see Dan Saunders is scribbling away as he has done at different points, but we don't. And this is the concerning thing, that we are picking on a group in society. We don't give them additional services. They don't get a flash laundrette. They don't get any great services up there. They have to cut their own grass, which if they were in a council house area, they would actually have their communal areas mowed for them. They're not getting that. They're having to go out and sort things out themselves. And it is going to affect when the current people are there. So we were expecting it to come to a cabinet meeting. We were told it would come to a cabinet meeting, and it would be decided later, and the details would have gone through. It hasn't. It's been sneaked through, saying, oh, well, it doesn't affect the current people, and we can push it through. It's already in the terms and conditions. So they received a letter telling them it was coming in on the 1st of July. Again, this upset them because they thought they'd be able to come and do a deputation to the housing cabinet member and tell them why it was wrong and why we all know it's wrong. But they were denied that choice. and they feel they have been lied to, they feel they have been deceived, they feel they've been just railroaded down into it. They do pay council tax, they do pay their rent for the site, they do own their properties. It will hit them. People who move up there tend to move it for end of life. They want to be there, it's their final move, and they love being there. They don't want to move on. If they do, it is because of ill health. I've had one case recently where a gentleman had fallen over. He was no longer able to cope with the steps and out of his van, and so they had to move. It wasn't a choice they wanted to move. It was literally their only option to move into a premises that was able to cope with him, completely flat access. And they had the problems of trying to sell, they had to drop the price because any future purchaser knew they would have to pay the amount, 10%. So it was harder for them to sell, and they had to drop the price on it. It's not been done out of necessity. We could have got away with not doing this. It's been done in an undemocratic way, and it's been sneaked through behind the scenes. It will affect them at the end of their lives. It will affect them as they need to use the money for care needs. When they go to other places, if they are selling it, it's mostly due to the fact they have to go to somewhere that suits them, or is their next of kin selling the property. So it will have an effect there. I think I shall leave it at that because I know there's other people wishing to speak, and I can bring up. But I really call on everyone. This is something we need to reverse. We know it's wrong. It has been said it's been wrong. Councillor Madden's actually disappeared, but he was the one that just said it was disgraceful before. You brought it in many years back. After 3 years, you reversed it. You accepted it was wrong. Now is the time that you need to accept it. Why wait 3 years when you can do it after 6 months and accept this was a wrong decision to make? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. There being no amendments, the matter is now open for debate. I have Councillor Heaney. Councillor Heaney.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. At the budget meeting in February, a proposal was tucked away in the portfolio savings in housing, which said purchase of mobile homes at on council-owned parks will be required to pay sales commission in accordance with the normal industry practice. It seems fairly innocuous, doesn't it? And £50,000 was put in for the budget line for 3 years, so £50,000 per year. The March council meeting, the cabinet member answered a question on the issue of commission sales for mobile homes, and he said, "I'm disappointed that no colleagues told me their concerns before the meeting, otherwise they could have been dealt with by now." Although he was not elected until 2012, I do find it a little bit surprising that he did not realise that the issue was controversial, given the saga the Liberal Democrat administration went through between 2007 and 2009, first introducing the commission charge again, or reintroducing the commission charge, and before abolishing it again in 2009. There's also a parliamentary briefing paper which I looked at which talked about the commission charge, saying there has been a polarised debate over the years about the commission payment, with park home owners calling for the rate to be reduced or abolished, and site owners arguing for the commission payment to be maintained. Now, it may be that officers didn't brief him about the controversy that took place previously, but just to go over the history and just to sort of give me a sense of why I cannot understand why he went for this. The commission charge was abolished by the Labour-run Housing Committee in February 1995, and during my time as Chair of Housing between 1996 and 2002, I saw no reason to reintroduce it. And of course, having abolished it, reintroducing it was always going to be incredibly difficult. However, in 2007, the Lib Dem cabinet member took a report to their July meeting that recommended a 7% commission charge be reintroduced. The report actually said that the purpose was to improve income from mobile home parks by reintroducing charging of the commission at the mobile sites. The income will be used for HRA services and will provide a valuable source of revenue. So it wasn't being done to support the mobile homes, it was being done to support the general revenue account. There was an interesting note in there saying political issues, saying the reintroduction of the commission charge may lead to inquiries and press interest. The reintroduction will need to be carefully managed and commitment given to use increased income from the HRI and improve services. So they were clearly aware of the problem with at the time. Interestingly, when the report was considered, there was a lot of concern because there was talk about consultation in the report. I went back and looked at the original reports, and one of the officers who was presenting the report apologised that the report was misleading on the issue of consultation because it gave the impression that people had been consulted about the fee increase, but they hadn't. And in the end, the decision was made to defer the decision for further consultation. In November 2007, another report came to the Housing Executive Member. This recommended a 10% commission charge to be applied on all new lessees with immediate effect. However, again, a decision was made to defer the decision on this particular item. We then moved on to February 2008. Another report came to the Cabinet Member for Housing, and a decision was made to begin a phased introduction of the commission charge from September 2008. Then we get to 2009. The Cabinet then came along and asked for a report. Clearly there was lots of division going on within the administration about this. There was clearly no consensus, as they were still mired in confusion about division. The Cabinet then decided, and it was moved by former Councillor Mike Hancock, decided to abolish the commission charges and then refund any commission charge that had already been paid. Now, it seems to me that to subject the residents of both mobile home sites to this sort of chaotic process was really indefensible. And given the lamentable history, it is no wonder that residents are once again upset. And it seems to me that doing what Councillor Sanders has done as the Cabinet Member isn't right. Because just because the local authority can introduce commission charges, it doesn't mean it's right. It's a windfall income, so not guaranteed. And looking at recent sales, you don't get £50,000 a year, that's for sure. That's the briefing note that we were given in March, says that. Also, the site provides a guaranteed income because of the pitch rentals that are paid annually. And for the last few years, the average has been around £2,000 per pitch. The finance that this current proposal might raise has now been put many years into the future because the future homeowners are the ones who are now going to apparently pay it, but they won't be paying it for years. The issue seems to me to be that both of the groups on the council have now committed to reversing this proposal at the budget if necessary. We have no power to change this decision today, despite the misleading things that sometimes said in propaganda about what we as opposition councillors do. We can't change that decision. It's up to the Cabinet Member. And it seems to me that since both groups are now committed to changing this at the budget, if necessary, it would be good for the Cabinet Member to concede and move on, because he's not going to be able to win this. And the residents will be left in a limbo for another period of months before the decision is reversed at the next budget meeting. So I would appeal to him to recognise, albeit that he wasn't around at the time, that this has been a controversial issue and that it needs to be sorted out, and will you please now withdraw the charge.
Thank you, Councillor Heaney. I certainly remember the 2007 meeting very well as the executive member in charge at the time. Councillor Boucher, you have indicated you wish to speak.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I didn't think I'd be quite so quick. And I have to say, I used the tried and tested. I wasn't intending to speak on this, but then I heard Councillor Heaney. Now, I'm not going to regurgitate it and go after the Liberal Democrats too necessary, other than to say that it's somewhat ironic that earlier on the agenda we had a notice of motion titled Widening Participation in Local Democracy. Well, certainly the Lib Dems, when they came over to the council chamber, certainly widened the distance from democracy by going the long way around the Guildhall Square to avoid the protesters. But let's go back a little bit. We've had a very detailed history from Councillor Heaney there, going back to, I think it was back into the 90s actually, he actually went at some point, and detailing all the things that everybody else did and why they didn't do it. But let's come back to 2022, because that's sort of where we are at this moment in time. And actually, let's go back to February 2022, Councillor Heaney, because we identified on this side of the chamber this charge and identified the fact that it was extremely unfair. There was a protest in the Guildhall Square which everybody saw when they came over. And indeed, I believe, Lord Mayor, yourself, you were one of the few that actually chose to engage with the protesters and listen to what they had to say, while everybody else sort of skirted around it. But Labour Group supported this charge in the budget. So you actually voted for this charge, Councillor Heaney. So for all your history and all the confusion around it, when push came to shove, you voted to impose this charge on those residents that were there back in February, and they've been here today, either giving a deputation or outside in the Guildhall Square. And not only that, I seem to remember that 2/3 of the way through the debate, we had a cross-party amendment to the budget come forward. So not only had you seen the protesters, listened to the protesters, heard the deputations, heard what this side of the chamber actually had to say about it, you then moved an amendment 2/3 of the way through the meeting, and then so you had a second chance to remove that charge. And again, you didn't. You left it in there. And now we have a situation where the Labour Party are rowing back on it and trying to blame everybody else, when you were the ones that stood up and put your names to it back in February. And it was ironic that candidates were running around trying to dampen down spirits in various areas and trying to row it back. This is an unfair charge. I think the Cabinet member identifies that, and hopefully he will do something about it. But I'm sorry, but my ire in all this and outrage is with you, Councillor Heaney, because you've given everything like that, and yet you can well smile and chuckle and look at your leader, but you're the one that stood up to be counted and said, I'm going to impose this charge twice in February. So quite frankly, Councillor Heaney, you should hold your head in shame.
As having spoken and having been misrepresented,
Yes.
I mean, Councillor Bush
39B.
Councillor Bush is obviously just sore about the fact that he didn't discuss any amendments with us beforehand, and I fully understand that. But as you well know, the chance of unpicking budget amendments and budgets in council meetings is not possible. We did do that once, and it was a total disaster. But Councillor Sanders has already conceded by moving the proposal to future, and I think we've now got a situation where I don't think he's going to win, because we can agree to change the proposal, if not today, at least sometime in the future. So the result is what matters, and you know very well that budgets can't be made up on the hoof.
I think that says that where a member has been misrepresented, well, I actually don't think there was a point of order there, Lord Mayor, because I think I represented him perfectly.
That, I think, Councillor Bosher, is a matter of a difference of opinion between you and Councillor Heaney, which we cannot resolve at the present time. Councillor John Smith, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will not go back over and reiterate the points Councillor Mason has already made regarding condemning the 10% tax commission on park homes. The fact it will reduce the value of residents' home and damage their long-term financial plans. He has made those points and many more extremely well. I will just mention the irony in that we have earlier been hearing from Councillor Horton very eloquently about the cost of living emergency, and I quote from the text, making it difficult, impossible for some residents of Portsmouth to make ends meet. Some of these residents and people in park homes are elderly and vulnerable, and in this category, adding this charge is just heaping more stress and misery at the worst time. What I would like to focus on is three things, though. Taking decisions in public. The Council notes that the scheme of delegation contained with the Constitution grants directors the power to authorise increases in fees and charges up to RPI. This implies that any decision to increase fees and charges by a greater amount or to introduce new charges must be taken in a formal decision meeting, either by the relevant Cabinet member or the Cabinet as a whole. This has always been the practice in the past, as I understand it. In this case, the Cabinet has imposed commission charges on park home residents without first taking a formal decision to do so in public. It claims that it can do so because the charge was contained in its budget passed at full council. When the Lib Dems previously imposed the same charge back in 2007, a formal decision was taken by the Cabinet Member for Housing. So can I ask the Cabinet Member for Housing, why was the process changed this time? 2. I believe to impose a new tax on residents without even giving them any opportunity for objection to be raised and publicly considered is undemocratic and wrong. It is also against the spirit of the Council's constitution and contradicts claims the administration makes about being open and fair. 3. I would like the Council to put on record its opposition to the introduction of a 10% charge on the sale of park home properties, to call on the administration to please reconsider their actions, and the decision to impose a commission charge to be taken in public. And in closing, I would ask the City Solicitor to provide a written explanation of why the usual process is being bypassed, and with that, an explanation for how this is permissible under the Constitution. If you could do that, that would be really helpful. Thank you. And finally, I know we're going to hear in a minute from the administration, we are only doing what other councils do in putting this charge in place. I heard it about lunchtime outside in the precinct, somebody said it. And I'd just like to finish off by just pulling out something, quoting from a resident who couldn't come today because they're infirm and couldn't get here. And I'll just quote, "Doing something because others are doing it does not make it right. Portsmouth City Council should not be joining the ranks of those who have traditionally exploited their vulnerable residents. Portsmouth City Council should be a beacon of good practice." Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Is that a point of order? Which one? 39A, correct.
Very suitable question to ask about whether the normal process was done in terms of publicity or whatever in terms of budget proposals, and I think it would be sensible if the Director of Finance or Mr. Bolf would be able to comment on that.
Mr. Ward, would you care to comment on that?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The normal process for the budget was undertaken. It was no different from any other year, and all of the savings proposals were published as part of the budget paper.
Thank you. I have two speakers left. Councillor Sanders, followed by Councillor Peter Harris. Councillor Sanders.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. As was discussed earlier, this was presented to the February budget meeting. And I listened very carefully to the deputations at the budget meeting, and I listened very carefully to Conservative councillors who came up to me afterwards and said, have a look at this. And so I did. I would, in March, have been happy to extend the 45 minutes for questions, because a question was asked about this, in order so that we could have a full discussion. I couldn't, and I'm sorry about that, but I had COVID at the time, and unlike other politicians, I didn't want to break the rules. I would have loved to have done this online, but government rules stopped me from doing it. Now that's a shame, because then we, as Councillor Heaney suggested earlier, might have been able to resolve this and come to some sort of conclusion earlier. But after discussing it with Conservative councillors at the budget meeting, I went away and I asked officers several of the questions you've asked, including John's question about is this normal, effectively. And so I asked them a series of questions, because I listened and I wanted to know what they were. Firstly, have residents in this park ever been charged? And the answer was yes. And it wasn't the 2007 to 2009, let's all taper it, change it around. As Councillor Heaney has said, they were charged up to 1995. So anybody who's lived in those parks more than 27 years has had a charge previously. So this is not new. Secondly, and it is Councillor Smith's point, Are we alone? And the answer was no. Conservative control, then Conservative control Gosport, Conservative control New Forest, Conservative control Basingstoke and Dean all do charge. And I understand, and colleagues can correct me if I'm wrong, that has not affected sales. Thirdly, is there a legal problem? You know, if we carry on like this, do we have legal issues? Answer, yes. Because actually, if anybody in this city chose to sue us,
39A, Gosport is controlled by a Liberal Democrat administration.
I did say then Conservative. I'm so pleased you listened, Councillor Norton. I'm so pleased you listened, Councillor Norton. I'm delighted. So the third thing is, yes, if anyone in this city, I was told, who could sue for us not introducing a charge, and I was told would win. Now that to me seems a bit crazy. So I had all these things presented to me, and then it became an issue of balancing out fairnesses. The unfairnesses that people feel have been, was said in February, was said in March when I wasn't here, was said today. There's also fairness to the council taxpayer. And the fourth thing, which is the newest I've learned, is that they're actually different anyway because they don't pay stamp duty on their homes. So Mr. Stevenson said there was a £170,000 charge, £170,000 charge on the home, and they, under this regime, pay nothing. The only people in the city who don't pay any form of charge because they don't pay stamp duty. So it's about balancing that unfairnesses. And as Councillor Heaney outlined earlier on, I could have chosen to go down the route of the taper rates, but that wouldn't be fair. Because current people would be included. So I decided to go down the route of exempting existing owners. We had existing owners here who were panicking that they were going to, lose all their money, pay a 10% charge when they're not. That to me was that balanced up the two issues around fairness. But there were, and so then on, we've had meetings in Henderson Park with Henderson Park residents, I understand, who then said, well, actually, some like this, some didn't. That people are divided about this. I understand that. But that means we have to balance up fairness. Now, of course, none of this, I haven't been hiding, except when I had COVID. I haven't been hiding. I said most of this in a written answer, as Councillor Heaney actually quoted, in March. I gave that to all councillors. Not one councillor came back to me and complained. Not in March, not in April, we might have been a bit busy in April, not in May, not in June, not in July. It is only now that people have seen fit to complain. Now there are real issues around the level of those parks. Stuff from Cliffdale in the deputations area I didn't know about. Stuff from Henderson Park about there not being a residents' association. Those issues have to be dealt with, and I will and have asked officers to deal with it. But after that discussion with Conservative councillors, and after looking at the evidence, and after looking at that, I felt that the best compromise to stop this council getting sued, to make sure that we could, yes, maximise income, but not unfairly penalising people who had planned for their retirement, was actually to introduce a charge, but to exempt existing owners. I haven't misled anyone, I don't think. I haven't been hiding, except when I have the virus. And I still think that on balance is the best thing to do. I think we're going to lose today. I think that we'll be asked to reconsider it. I'm happy to look at other aspects of it, but we're being asked to reverse it today, and that I think is also unfair and places this council in serious legal problems. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Heaney.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Under which one?
It's about an explanation of fact, correcting something that, as I said,
right.
I have to say that what Councillor Sanders has said about the being sued is utter nonsense. I was chairman of housing for 6 years. Nobody ever raised the issue of suing. This is a political choice that people make about whether to charge or whether not to charge. To try and pretend that we will face legal action if we don't impose charges is really, frankly, ridiculous. And there's nothing in the briefing note that was given by officers to say that was the position. So I think he's trying to basically fool us, and we should reject it. Completely wrong.
This
We can't hear you, Lord Mayor. Your microphone is not on.
should be. I was saying that that was not a point of order because it didn't fall within 39A or 39B. It was, thank you, it was an interesting addition, so we will let it run. Councillor Peter Harris.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm just going to bring this back to what we were originally talking about, and I think I'm going to pull back to the deputation we had today from Mr. John Stevenson. It was very powerful, and we're talking about people here and our residents in the city. I mean, I know we're talking about arbitrary charges, but that's the people that we need to really think about. This is causing them undue stress. I mean, his words, which I felt were extremely powerful, they were fair, and I thought he was extremely honest with us. He gave a true reflection of what he and other residents who live in Henderson Road and Cliffdale Gardens are currently feeling. The 10% charge has caused them unnecessary anxiety, stress, and it has created an ill feeling amongst those who live in that community. And I think it's interesting, we spoke about community quite a lot today, and about how we want those communities to be happy and cohesive and bring a lot to the city. But here we've got a community that's quite upset with something that the council is doing, you know, and I think, you know, it's causing sleepless nights for those residents. We've heard from Councillor Mason, we've heard from Councillor Smith, where those residents are clearly having issues, and they feel they're being unfairly discriminated against. And, you know, the issue I have with this, more than anything, is there was no consultation with the residents concerned, you know. I do, however, recognise that the council, the cabinet member, under the power, the decision-making power he has, doesn't have to do a consultation. But because he doesn't have to do it, doesn't mean he shouldn't do it, you know. I think this whole mess could have been quite easily avoided had those residents been engaged from an earlier period. I mean, Mr. Stevenson today, he demonstrated about £17,000 that potentially the council could have got for doing next to nothing. Now, in my mind, that's not right. Once you've added other fees to that sale, I mean, you're probably taking the property's probably been devalued by almost 20% before the sale's been completed. And this is going to downgrade that market and the potential sell-on in the future. So those residents are going to have that anxiety every time they think about selling up. And, you know, I personally don't think that's fair. I think anyone who purchases these homes in the future are going to use their brain and effectively negotiate the price to cover any future charge. I mean, that's what I would do, and I think that's what any person in this chamber would be doing, knowing that down the line you're going to be subject to 10%, you're going to be factoring in inflation, how long you're going to keep it, and how much you actually want to take off the top. You know, the residents pay their service charge, they pay their rates, they work within the system that this council was designed for them to operate, and now the council is changing that model of operation to suit themselves. I mean, some decisions the council makes, I understand, are not always easy, but we're talking about such a small pot of money. In the contrast of the things we talk about generally on a day-to-day basis, this is fundamentally a small pot, and we should be doing this for the residents and doing the right thing. I mean, the savings was an indicative in the budget, so although I don't suspect it does need a decision to be made, however, I think the cabinet member will be minded to bring this to a decision meeting, even if it is a report for noting, to ensure that the residents can have their say. And I would suggest to him that he goes and puts this out to consultation, he does the correct thing, talks to the resident, and then makes the decision again. Give them an opportunity to have their say, because I don't believe they've had it so far, and I don't think this is going to go away, Councillor Sanders, and I really think that you're going to make, hopefully, the right decision and do that. Thank you.
A point of order, Councillor Sanders?
I have, following Councillor Heaney's comments, I've asked officers as to whether the comment about being sued was correct or not. My interpretation was that it was. I am now told it is not. I am happy to withdraw that particular part of my comments because it is only fair and proper. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saunders. I have Councillor Vernon Jackson, then I will come to Councillor Lee Mason for summing up. Sorry, Councillor Brent has jumped in at the last moment. So Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Brent, and then Councillor Lee Mason to sum up.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was just to pick up on the thing from Scott, Peter Harris, and from the deputation given by John Stevenson. I was interested because John Stevenson was talking about somebody who lives on Henderson Park selling up and having to pay £17,000. My understanding was that no existing tenants there were in scope for this, so that couldn't have happened.
Of course. He actually used the word potentially, so it hadn't happened. It could have potentially happened.
But I think the deputation from John Stevenson said that it had happened, that they were very worried. So okay, that's very helpful. So I think as long as we are clear, not that I could hear, but anyway, I'm very happy to take your word for it, that there is no suggestion that any existing residents are caught by this. That's fine. And I thought that the deputation went down that route. So thanks very much. That's very helpful.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just thought I'd wait to be the last person to talk on this. Obviously, two of the wards in the city are impacted directly by this notice of motion, and I'm extremely disappointed that the councillors who have just been elected for those wards, Councillor Shah and Councillor Winnington, haven't decided to put their speech forward and defend the moral compass of these residents. I think that sends a very, very strong message to these residents. And I personally am disappointed, and I would not do that to the residents of Drayton and Farlington, where I represent. I think there's just a couple other little things to say. I think whenever we get deputations from members of the public and even ex-councillors who are willing to come back to council to ensure that things are seen through, if it's important, that's what we're all here for. We're here to fight for the electorate. Councillor Heaney, in a nutshell, was given everyone a rationale as to why Labour voted for the charge. And as Councillor Simon Bosher said, they voted for the charge twice. Yes, I understand, I'm more than happy to take a stand in order, but Councillor Heaney had said, well, it's very difficult to take out savings proposals from the budget. It's £50,000. So is it difficult to find £50,000 for the council that actually the impact of that £50,000 to these members of the public and residents of Cliffdale and Henderson Park, it is an unfair charge. There is easily the power to turn this round. Councillor Sanders says, well, every other council in the local area, well, they do it. Just to take Councillor Vernon Jackson earlier on, he said, oh, it's good to be the one that doesn't. So just because everyone else in our local area is going, oh, well, do you know what, we're going to impose the charge, it doesn't matter what political party run those councils. It is whether or not it is morally right. It is not morally right. And the craziest thing, which I think was said, is that Councillor Sanders said that he has gone to Henderson Park and some liked the proposal. That was said because I like writing down little quotes just in case I'll ever need them in the future. I find it very, very hard to believe that an imposition of a 10% charge on the value of a property is liked by residents. I mean, so in the budget they are indicative proposals that we set. The saving proposals are not necessarily something that has to come through, and I'm more than happy to take Mr. Ward's advice, but I'm pretty sure that all we do technically is set cash limits. So the Cabinet member does have the power to reverse decisions. I understand arguably what we're doing here and what we've heard from the Liberal Democrats and Labour is, do you know what, we've made a mistake, we didn't listen, we didn't necessarily consult, we're going to make a U-turn, I'm really sorry. Well, do you know what? To the residents of Henderson Park and the residents of Cliffdale Gardens, that isn't good enough. How many times has there been a protest outside where people feel so incensed that they have to come. It's their livelihoods. Everyone, you need to look at what you voted through. I know, and I'm more than happy to look at the recordings, that I did not vote this through. I voted against it because of the moral compass that I have to the residents of the city. So, I mean, that's my penny's worth, really.
Before I come to the vote, sorry, the summing up, I have Councillor Madgwick, Mr. Councillor George Madgwick and Councillor Whittington wish to make statements or points of order, or you wish to speak. Okay.
Yes, it's points of order 39A. I'm effectively being accused by Councillor Brent of not voicing my voicing about this issue in this forum, and therefore not doing it in terms of the people of Henton Park having the right to hear what I'm saying. But as Councillor Smith will know, I was at a meeting just after my election in May where I was at a Henton Park meeting, so I spoke to them face to face, which quite frankly is more important than speaking in front of this particular forum, because they are the people who are directly affected by this. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As a lot of you know, I don't really speak very often on things, but I thought I might be able to give you something useful, because myself and my group were actually coming in here today intending to vote against this motion. We fundamentally believe, you're right, Darren, that they don't pay stamp duty and there needs to be a balance, and I still do believe in that. I do believe they don't pay stamp duty, and I think if the charge was maybe 2-3% in line with the stamp duty that normal residents pay, I think that would be fair and reasonable. And if the lawsuit thing is in question, then that would answer that, because I believe the legal advice I got earlier today was that we could have charged 2 or 3% if we wanted to. We optionally chose 10%. In regards to the rest of the country doing it, that's fair enough, and that's one of the reasons I thought maybe that was a good reason to vote against this motion. And likewise, I thought the reason that it doesn't affect the direct person initially now was a good reason to vote against this motion. But obviously, I've learnt now that obviously it's the stumbling effect. The thing that really, first of all, I think I can speak on behalf of all our group, that our eyes really opened up when we had the deputation from John Stevenson, because until that very moment, we were voting against this motion, no questions asked. And I think this is why we should encourage people to make deputations, because without that, we certainly wouldn't have discussed it as a different option. So we should definitely encourage that. But the thing that sticks with me is that when these residents have purchased these properties, I think 27 years ago was the last time that they were charged a fee. I would question how many of these couple of hundred residents were in those places 27 years ago, because my understanding is that this is predominantly an elderly residential park home site. So I'd be very surprised. I'd like to know the figures actually of how many are there from 27 years ago. So these people have fundamentally purchased their properties on the assurance and understanding that they wouldn't have a charge from our council in our area. And the fact that we've now implemented a 10% charge feels to me quite large. I say if it was 2 or 3%, I think I would be mindful to support it, and maybe other people would too, because at least you could say, well, it's in line with stamp duty and that's more reasonable. Maybe you wouldn't, I don't know, but I'm just knocking out ideas here. But the thing that really, as I say, got me is that a lot of us probably are homeowners in this chamber, and I bought my house on the understanding that when I sell it, I wouldn't be paying any fee. And if somebody come around to me tomorrow and said, guess what, George, you're paying 10% of your house value tomorrow, I would probably go pretty nuts as well. And I completely understand that, and I think that that's where the fact is that it's unreasonable, is that these people didn't anticipate or expect under any circumstances to be charged such a large fee. And I think it's reasonable they got infuriated and angry. I certainly don't condone the behaviour of their first protest, because the way they treated our colleagues over there, Councillor Mellor, was nothing short of disgusting. But I do understand the anger that they had. I do completely understand that. and I would feel angry too. But as I say, I think the way that it was done today, where a resident was here to make a deputation in a really meaningful and calm manner, was the right way to do it. And as I say, for us, it certainly opened our eyes. So we will be supporting this motion today. But we would happily look at working with the administration about, potentially something, if it's a smaller percentage or something more reasonable. But yeah, that's my 2 pence. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lee Mason to sum up.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'd like to thank Councillor Heaney for their conversion on the road to Damascus, where they've now admitted that they were wrong in February and correct now. I'm glad to have new converts to our cause, and it was very useful history, so I'm glad I didn't go too much into it, and you did go back right to 95, which is before my times. But mentioning that, since the mean age for people moving into this sort of accommodation is when they retire, that's great to know that if they're retiring at, or was retiring at 66, 27 years ago, it affects all the 93-year-olds, which must be a large number. So I'm glad Darren was thinking about the 93-year-olds, who, of course, of all their faculties, remembered when they were charged 27 years ago. We have also had this brought up that it's, we're the only council not to. We were boasting earlier that we're the only council that has a learning disability champion. We're saying this is great, we're the only council. We had the leader boasting that we're the only council locally that is buying back council properties. This is a great thing, being the only council. So being the only council that isn't persecuting unfairly, and we're not providing much services for them, that surely should be a good thing. And as regards saying, oh, well, you weren't interested before, Councillor Symes has been kept asking when this was going to go to Cabinet, when it was going to Housing Committee. I'm fully aware of that. So is our city lawyer. I've put in a complaint to him and our Director of Housing. Why is it being done this way? Why is it not going through Cabinet? So we have been kicking them a fuss, saying, oh, well, I wasn't aware. I was trying to balance it all out. Why didn't you try and balance it in public meetings? You could have balanced it before the people listened to them. So we've already heard that you made your decision on false information. You said you thought you were being sued. We could be sued, and now you accept that you wouldn't be. So that means your whole premise for making a decision was completely wrong. I think that's grounds for going back. But you didn't listen to the people that actually affect. So this is about some of the poorest in society. I know a lot of the residents up at Cliffdale Gardens make use of Cosham Larder to make things meet. They haven't had a voice. They haven't had consultation. It's been completely undemocratic to them. And they've not had their chance to come forward. Not even the 93-year-olds who might have remembered it from last time. It's come on them without going to decision. And as we said, 10% is the very max we could go for. It's not the suggested. This is the max. You can't go 11%. So going straight in the max, I think any percentage is wrong. When they purchase the property could be moved off and taken away. And many do, when they purchase a rundown 1960s caravan, they will decide to upgrade it for a new one, brought it on. So that's part of the reason why they're not being charged stamp duty, but they are being charged council tax, they are being charged ground rent, they are paying out to the council, they're paying their way. And I think it's a very sad state of affairs, especially when we've heard that the decision was made on flawed information, that we've got to this point. And I'm pleased to hear that the two other groups have come on board with us and say that this is not acceptable and we'll be reversing it in the budget. I now think it's calling on the administration to accept this as wrong. You are in the minority. This is a point where you can actually apologise to Cliffdale Gardens, apologise to Henderson Road Park, say you got it wrong, and you're going to go back and change it. I think that is the only correct course of action. I know there's a lot of people in your group who feel very uncomfortable about this, having to be forced out to vote through what they know is morally wrong and not the right thing to do. So thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, a recorded vote. Those who wish to have a recorded vote, please stand. 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got the 8. We will have a recorded vote. Members, those who are in favour of the motion, please stand and sit when your name is called.
Councillor Shah, Councillor Mellor, Councillor Adeniran, Councillor Heaney, Councillor Smythe, Councillor Gerarda, Councillor Corkery, Councillor Fielding, Councillor Coles, Councillor Brian Madgwick, Councillor George Madgwick, Councillor Russell Simpson, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Brent, Councillor Bosher, Councillor Peter Harris, Councillor Norton, Councillor Geminu, Councillor Gosling, Councillor Swan.
Thank you. Those who are of the contrary opinion?
Will they stand?
They will stand.
So those who are
against, please stand.
No one's against.
Those
okay.
abstaining, please stand.
Okay. Councillor Sanders, Councillor Horton, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Pitt, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Atwell, Councillor Madden, Councillor Zackerley, Councillor Brown, Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Winnington. Can we do the calculations for you, lovely?
That's 22 to something.
Thank you.
There voted 21 in favour, none against and 12 abstentions. The motion is therefore carried. Thank you. That concludes this motion. We move on to the last motion, motion K, a motion concerning warm places proposed by Councillor Smythe and seconded by Councillor Heaney. Is it correct you're proposing it, Councillor Smythe?
Yes, I have pleasure in proposing it, and after we've had a second, I will speak to the motion.
Okay. Councillor Heaney, you are seconding this?
Yes, Lord Mayor, I'm happy to second the motion.
Councillor Smythe, the floor is yours.
I'm very aware, councillors, of the terrible irony of this motion, which is actually all about protecting people from the cold, happening as it is on one of the hottest days of the decade, or certainly one of the hottest days of the recent past. However, I have done a little bit of research, and the model I'm proposing to help us to deal with people who are cold is very similar to a model that the London government have got going to help people deal with the heat today. So it's not a completely new idea. It is something that's being done across the world, particularly in the southern parts of Europe, to shelter people, to save people from the effects of terrible heat. And you can look on the website of the London government and find a little map of all sorts of places where people can cool down, which is very similar to what I'm proposing we do here for people who need to warm up. I'm hoping that because we were unanimous in our agreement of the cost of living motion earlier on, that this is just a kind of practical add-on to that, urging us to get some action in hand at the moment to make sure we're ready for a crisis that is surely going to come for those who cannot afford to heat their homes in the winter. We've already rehearsed why they might not be able to heat their homes: unaffordable fuel and terrifically high prices, a rise in cost of living, and the need to make a choice, an absolutely impossible choice between heating and eating. I mean, I start from the basis that homes should be a place of warmth, comfort and safety. The fact we're having this debate today is an absolute disgrace in a country like ours. Heating's an essential and not a luxury. No one should have to leave their homes because they can't afford to keep it warm. However, sadly, this is the reality that many will face. For some, this will be disastrous in a cold winter, with consequences for people's health, children and welfare, and particularly for vulnerable elderly people. So I do think it's therefore necessary for the Council to take action and plan to meet that need so that we're prepared. And we all know about the outpourings of people who volunteered to help with feeding, people who, during the COVID emergency, setting up food banks and pantries. The will of the public to assist in that has been enormous right across the piece here in Portsmouth. However, it's a little the need to provide people with warm places to go in a winter when they can't afford to heat their homes during the day is much more difficult to coordinate and requires a little bit of practical action in advance. So I'm therefore asking Cabinet to work with the Hive, individual volunteers and community groups to form a steering group, develop a plan, raise any funds needed, although I don't think this is a particularly expensive project at all, inform people about warm places, manage the scheme and report back on impact to participants. Because the idea is that we want to support the development of a community-wide local response to assist vulnerable people unable to heat their homes to keep warm during the day. I must say the memory of some of our department stores comes here. We don't really have the department stores that we did, but I'm certain I would recognise people in Debenhams and Knightonley and Southsea getting warm in those shops, and we don't even have those anymore. This could be done by ensuring that welcoming warm places are made available across the city in every community for public use. It could be a public library, a community centre, a school, a pub or cafe, sports centres, a church, mosque or other place of worship. And it should include outreach to groups of older people, after school and breakfast clubs, parent and baby groups to enable them to participate. So we need then to ask the preparations to include providing a list of public buildings and opening hours across the city that will be made available as welcoming warm places. Probably need to do that by the end of August. We need to support the steering group to involve places of worship, cafes, pubs, gyms and other owners and occupiers of warm places to participate in the scheme between November and March, particularly when the temperature goes down excessively. That's the sort of arrangement we currently have for people who are homeless with places to sleep. And then, of course, one of the other things that the Council, I would ask the Council to do is to advertise the scheme as it develops and when it opens on websites, flagship and in other ways. People will recognise that I'm quite big on practical actions and recommendations that include those, and I therefore commend this motion to you.
Thank you. We have an amendment to that, standing in the names of Councillor Ryan Brent and seconded by Councillor Scott Pater Harris. That is correct? Yes? Right. Councillor Ryan Brent, the floor is yours. I assume you'd like the motion your amendment to be circulated now.
Happy to circulate. Thank you, Lord
Mayor.
Mayor. I'd just like to consider this a return of the favour. I just think that the notice of motion didn't necessarily start in the right light. To quote Councillor Smythe from her amendment earlier, I would like to think that this is a fair amendment that would be subsumed. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. The matter is now open for debate. Councillor Pitt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Obviously, very much welcome the sentiment here, although I do have to be very honest from a very personal perspective. I do worry about this type of notice of motion in the way it's worded sometimes, because I think it has a danger to come across as being worthy in a very middle class way about what are perceived to be poor people, and that is something that my colleagues will know fundamentally gets under my skin and puts my back up. So one of the things that's already embedded in this city is our sense of community, and for example our libraries are always warm welcoming places. Sometimes that's in terms of literally because the temperature's turned up to make sure it's a warm place to sit and read or study or access IT or ask for advice during the winter, but generally because you do get a very warm welcome from the Portsmouth Library Service, whether you're a young child doing summer reading challenge or you're somebody needing to help hone your IT skills or just even learn how to log on to a computer. And our library staff are extremely proud of the fact that they do that and that they support vulnerable members of the community all the time. So you can go out to Paulsgrove, to Councillor Madrick and Councillor Madgwick's territory and Councillor New's territory, and you will find that they have a needlework group who meet in there regularly. You'll go down to Southsea Library, where I never get fed up with going, and you'll find that Angela and the team in there are doing all sorts of creative activities throughout the year, always welcoming people. Really important to remember, sometimes dealing with some very challenging people who are homeless, who have serious mental health issues. We've had a fire in there recently because of some antisocial behaviour, but nothing stops them from welcoming people through those doors all year round and making sure that they are seen as the heart of that community. I remember when Councillor Smith was at Knighton Lee. I don't recall if it was specifically him or his predecessor, but there was reference made to the fact that moving the library into the precinct and undoubtedly kept that store as an anchor site there for more years than it may have otherwise done. And that also recognised the value of having those assets there. Our community centres, which are run by volunteer groups of trustees, often with members of staff who are hugely committed to their area. I know Alison, who runs Milton Village Hall, is an essential cog in the wheel that makes Milton work, organising trips, looking out for local residents and understanding that. So I wouldn't want them to think that they're being regarded as places that aren't always welcoming. So I do appreciate the sentiment, and yes, absolutely, we can do more, but what we mustn't project to those people who may not know is that community centres, libraries and other public buildings are not always welcoming to members of our community. And there is a danger if you suddenly start advertising something, it makes it sound like it's new, and to other people they may think, oh, well, it wasn't like that before. It absolutely is, it was and has long been, and should be something that we celebrate. So I'm okay with the wording, but in my mind what I want to be doing is looking at how we can use the example that so many of our council officers and indeed other councillors do with the volunteering work that they do out in their communities all year round in supporting those who need it. Organisations like the Lifehouse, for example, where I know councillors have been down of all parties and done support there, or St Margaret's Church and the work they do. This would not need to be a new network. It would be something that we could celebrate and promote. But a notice of motion that makes it sound like we're welcoming in the poor in some kind of worthy way really fundamentally strikes a nerve with me, and it makes me feel uncomfortable. So I had to say that, 'cause it's been bothering me ever since it was published and I read it. I'm sure we'll get some reassurances that that's not at all what it's intending to do, but that's how it came across to me. So I hope I've conveyed why I feel that way, and I'm also saying that I'm very happy to support the motion because I do fundamentally agree with what I hope it wants to achieve.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. Councillor Mellor.
Thank you. The old saying, I wasn't going to speak to this, but I just wanted to respond to Councillor Pitt. Working people are living in fuel poverty, and that's due to the escalating cost of electricity and gas bills. So energy in all its forms is vital to everyone's existence and having adequately heated homes. And we've been saying that for years and years. This motion isn't we're calling the poor in. This is practical action to help in the cost of living crisis.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. I see no one else, so Councillor Smythe. Councillor Smythe, would you first like to accept the amendment? And secondly, whether you do or not, would you sum up?
Say that in some ways that we don't want to accept the amendment, so we need to vote separately on that. I would like to reassure Councillor Pitt that there is no attempt whatsoever to be patronising or anything like that, and indeed we've sort of modelled this on the way that I experience and others in my community experience the libraries in Southsea and other places who do an absolutely fantastic job, and it's important that that's placed on record. Thank you.
We first vote upon the amendment. Will those in favour of the amendment please show? One.
11, Lord Mayor.
Right. Those against the amendment please show.
20, Lord Mayor.
20. The amendment is lost. So we come to the substantive motion. Will those in favour please show? Those against please show. Those abstaining please show. That was carried unanimously. Thank you, members. We now come to questions. And I find my crib sheet to make sure I'm doing it properly. Members, there are 5 questions under Standing Order 17. They have been previously circulated to you. There is a total of 45 minutes, and you'll miss out on a glass of brandy with the Lord Mayor if you take the 45 minutes, as there is a total of 45 minutes allocated with his standing orders to deal with questions. Can I remind everyone that the member asking the question may ask up to 2 supplementary questions that must arise directly out of the original question. Any other member is limited to 1 supplementary question that must arise directly, and I emphasise must arise directly out of the original question or the replies. Question 1, Councillor Mellor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can the Leader of the Council update us as to what is happening with the £100,000 Equalities Initiatives Fund secured by the Labour Group as part of the annual budget decision earlier this year?
Thank you very much for the question. My understanding is equalities in communities, so it's slightly wider. What we're working on is trying to work through criteria for people to bid against and to be able to judge stuff that's being done within the council as well, and we hope to be able to update members soon.
Do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you. So, can the Leader of the Council advise us how members of the public can apply for this funding and what processes are going to be in place to ensure transparency and accessibility?
When the criteria are agreed, then we can go out and ask people if they want to apply. But we need to get the criteria sorted first, so that everybody knows before they apply what the criteria are they're going to be judged on. So that's the bit. That's the process, and I hope that we'll have something for colleagues soon to be able to walk people through that.
Do you have a second supplementary?
And just following on from that, thank you for your responses, Gerald. Can you tell us what the arrangements are for funding Pride in future years?
So, there are 2 parts to that. So, Council put in 10,000 this year, but as an administration, we've made a commitment that we will do 10,000 for 3 years. When I've been talking with CP and Tally at Pride, they need to raise 30,000 a year to make sure that Pride is sustainable. So I'm working with them to try to get other people to match the funding that the City Council have said we'll put in, to be able to make sure that they've got that 30,000 of core funding secure. So I've approached different funders around the city and outside of the city as well to see if they will support. That's an ongoing discussion with them. I hope that will mean that the people who are involved with Pride don't have to spend their time doing lots of fundraising, and therefore can spend their time doing the service delivery to support the community in the city. We need to look to see if this fund is used as to fund part of the council's contribution to this or not, but we've not got to a decision on any of that, and we can't do because we need to work through the criteria first. I hope that's helpful.
Since no one else has indicated that they wish to speak on this one, question number 2, Charlotte Garoda, which will be answered by the leader.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I was going to ask this question. However, I understand that the situation is being resolved, in particular because myself and Councillor Fielding had applied to this fund for our Living Streets project that we're currently working on. And as far as we're aware, Councillor Barrett has confirmed that we will now get the funding from the Greening the City fund. So it would be great if we could just get clarification from the leader. Thank you.
So again, we need to work through the criteria to which people will be judged. There have been no grants from this because there's from this fund, from this year's budget, we haven't opened it up for anybody to apply for yet. I know that your applications have come in before the rest of the public have been able to apply. I know from Councillor Barrett that there is some funding that is ring-fenced, but we've got to make sure that your project hits the criteria that everybody else has got to, and that you're not getting better, or you're not getting a better hearing than anybody else. It's got to be a proper level playing field and transparent. We shouldn't just do deals because you're a councillor and we're mates, or you're mates with Kimberley rather. So we're trying to make sure that it's a transparent process. So the money is there and it's ring-fenced, so it's not going anywhere else. But my understanding is we've got to go through and make sure that we've agreed all the criteria. If I'm behind the scenes, my apologies, but that's where I thought we were. Okay, fine.
Yeah, I actually have a voicemail from Councillor Barrett where she said that we are going to get funding from the Greening the City Fund. So I have saved that. Very happy to play it if there's any unanswered questions in that regard.
Councillor Peter Harris.
Councillor Bernard Jackson just said, are you insinuating that there's favours being done? Because that's the insinuation. Okay, can you just clarify that? Because I don't think that's fair on Councillor Gerarda.
It's exactly the opposite. That there needs to be a transparent and open thing that everybody goes through and everybody's judged against in exactly the same way. Which is what I've said.
Lord Mayor, please can I clarify what has actually happened, because Councillor Peter Harris is right in that the leader has basically said something which is quite defamatory, because ultimately Councillor Fielding and I have applied for a fund that has a set of criteria and application form. We've spent hours with council officers applying for this fund, and then whilst our application was in train, the whole process was actually changed, and I found out about it being changed at a briefing meeting where we didn't even get the papers. Before that meeting, it was announced at the briefing meeting and sprung up on us. So we are absolutely not in favour of, doing dodgy deals and doing things behind closed doors. There was a process. We were following it. The point was it was changed while the process was in train. And that's why I asked this question. But actually, Councillor Barrett has since received enough information. She's now happy. So that's why I was withdrawing the question. But unfortunately, you've just made things a little bit more complicated than they needed to be.
Would you care to comment on that, Councillor Vernon Jackson?
That's fine.
Thank you. We now come then to question number 3 from Councillor Tom Coles, directed to Councillor Lynn Stagg. Councillor Coles.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Question 3 in my name. Thank you.
Thank you. The residence parking zone programme is behind schedule. I mean, first to admit it, and the reason for that is that we have lost 2 of the 3 officers who are fully qualified and experienced in writing TROs, traffic regulation orders. We have advertised and had no applicants whatsoever. And ironically, the 2 people who have left us, the two officers, one who was, in my opinion, the queen of TROs for the whole country, let alone just Portsmouth, is working for a consultancy now, and we're having to go to that consultancy to get the work done, and Nikki is quite likely going to be the person who's going to be doing it. So, as soon as we have the officers, the whole thing will be... your area is already within the next group to be consulted. Okay? Anything else?
Is there supplementary? Yes, obviously, they're standing.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can the Cabinet Member assure residents in the proposed GC zone that the consultation responses will not be ignored and this issue forgotten?
Absolutely, because it's one of those that's been flagged up for a long while.
Get my exercise in it. Thank you, Lord Mayor. When will the residents in Fratton Ward north of New Road be consulted regarding resident parking zones?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
When will residents in Fratton Ward north of New Road be consulted?
Well, as soon as we can't just go on consulting because until we've got the ones that have already been applied for in place, because that takes up officer time, because every time you do a consultation, you get a lot of emails back, and particularly some of those rows are quite long, so there's going to be a lot of questions, and therefore those officers then spend an inordinate amount of time answering those emails. But as soon as every zone that's been applied for on the list is prioritised according to a score sheet, various things. So, and that area is one of those that is definitely on the list. Okay, but so far, last year we had 30 residence parking. We had 30 TROs done. So far this year alone, we've had another 30. We've got 42 waiting. So that is the problem we have.
Councillor Peter Harris.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Stagg, it's not a difficult one, don't worry. It's just purely about RPZs. It's more so, I mean, I've got a draft programme for 2021. We haven't got a draft programme yet for 2022. It would be possible if that could be circulated, just so we know where we are with RPZs in the near future. I understand from your points you've already made that it is difficult at the moment.
Two more officers. The programme will go ahead. So I can't give you the list for the next year because we haven't finished off the others. Let's get those in place first, and then we will go. They're all in order, so we'll be following that order.
Councillor Heaney.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The Cabinet Member mentioned that there are problems with officers leaving the authority. It does appear that this is a particular problem within the transport function. Can she give any idea as to why this is happening to us? Or is this happening to all authorities with transport issues?
No, I couldn't hear it either.
Let's have another go. Right. The Cabinet Member mentioned that there were issues around vacancies within the transport function. I think this may well be affecting other aspects of the transport function. Can she give any explanation to why this is happening to Portsmouth, or is this happening across all transport authorities?
I'm not sure what's happening elsewhere. I do know that other councils, Hampshire for example, are offering more money, and so that is an incentive. We are not a rich council, so our bands for various jobs are lower than some other councils. However, we are looking at, and I've got permission to use some of the money from the parking reserve to up the bands to hopefully attract more people. But we've got currently, I think, 14 vacancies within TNT, and those are for specialist jobs. And it's not easy to get the people to fill them. And it's due to pay more than anything else.
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Heaney? No. In which case... Sorry? Oh, right, sorry. Councillor Norton?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can the Cabinet Member agree to bring a committee report to her next portfolio meeting regarding any updates to the resident parking zone plans for transparency?
I believe they're online, but I will check, and if they're not, definitely yes.
Councillor Bosher.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. The Cabinet member mentioned recruitment and retention within her portfolio area. And as you will well know, there is a strategic director review going on, which actually is looking at the traffic and transportation portfolio in particular. Given the fact that there have been several senior officers have actually left since we've done that, does the Cabinet member think that the review is creating uncertainty within that department, which is leading to people seeking jobs elsewhere?
I don't think so. I'm not aware of it anyway. The people who have left have been, in some cases, headhunted to go to other councils because they're valued. I think we've got some very good officers here, and this is one of the problems. You produce good officers, and other councils want them, and they'll pay more.
Right, we come now to question number 4, standing in the name of Councillor Ryan Brent. Since Councillor Lee Hunt, for medical reasons, has had to leave, this will be answered by the leader. You can allocate someone should you so like.
So I have a long response for you.
Councillor Brent.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think it would be wise if we could have the most sort of professional written answer from the Cabinet member rather than the Leader of the Council, if possible.
Right, thank you. Very well said. In which case, members, we remember it with great affection. No, probably haven't. So you prefer a written answer? Okay, I can have a written answer. In which case, we come to question number 5 from Councillor Graham Heaney, which is actually to the Leader of the Council. Councillor Heaney.
Yes. Can the Leader briefly outline the progress made in implementing the action plan in response to the recommendations of the LGA peer review in 2021?
I'm not sure that I can do it briefly, but I will try to give you a full answer, Councillor Heaney. It's worth remembering the LGA found that Portsmouth is a good council, that it's performing well, and they found the city vision to be ambitious, clear and well articulated. They also praised the council for both its political and managerial leadership. There has been a considerable delay in receiving the final report from the LGA. However, once we've received the final report with the recommendations from the LGA, we developed an action plan in response to these recommendations. This action plan was agreed at a group leaders briefing with the Chief Executive on the 14th of April, and in call between the Chief Executive and the group leaders not able to attend in person. The action plan was published on the 21st of April. The LGA are in the process of arranging for the follow-up corporate peer challenge, and this is likely to happen in October of this year, but has to be undertaken before the 21st of October. The LGA will publish a report on our progress against the action plan, and so by the autumn there will be external validation of our progress. In terms of our progress, the following are some of the examples, and more details available if required. As administration, we're now meeting regularly with directors. The management leadership network has been set up and is meeting, and they're discussing significant issues facing the city, including a presentation from the Deputy Leader about the city priorities. Group leaders are meeting with senior planning officers to collectively take forward issues around the local plan and housing delivery. Actions from the housing delivery test Actions around the housing delivery test action plan have been completed. Discussions have taken place with the Centre for Public Scrutiny about putting together a proposal for an independent review. All groups have been able to select members for the cross-party working group to take this forward. The training calendar for 2022 is more flexible in terms of timing and in terms of in-person, virtual to remove barriers to attendance. I'm just worried that yes, I thought so, got more here. The Equalities, Diversity and Inclusion Steering Group and the Engagement Involvement Network have been set up and are in operation. In line with the development of the Integrated Commissioning Board, arrangements have been developed and terms of reference have been agreed for the Portsmouth Partnership Board to oversee the health and care working locally. Work is underway on members' training and on a review of the external factors affecting the Council, with this in particular looking at the impact of cost of living.
Alderman Bentley would have been proud of you. Councillor Heaney, do you have a supplementary? You do. Please, let us have your supplementary.
The leader mentioned the independent review that's been commissioned. According to the timetable for the action plan, it should have been done by May 2022. We're already into July, and a constitutional review doesn't happen quickly. Can he say when the commission, the independent commission, will start work, and when we will have a meeting of the group of elected members that's been asked to coordinate around that?
I know there was a problem with getting the LGA to send our completed report to us, and that's pushed everything backwards, which was a significant problem. I don't know when this group is meeting. Maybe the Chief Exec can advise about the exact date, because I'm not sure when it is. I hope that it'll work through the summer. I think the Constitutional Working Group has been in existence for 20 years, maybe longer. But it seems as if it's a thing that keeps sort of going. I've never had the privilege of serving on it, though.
Do you have another supplementary?
I have a further supplementary, which is on a slightly different aspect of the report, because I have a copy of the Corporate Peer Review Challenge report here in front of me, which I've been reading. The Leader of the Council gave us a little catalogue of all the wonderful things the Council is doing, which is fine, but it wasn't quite answering the question. One of the questions I want to ask relates to something it talks about performance management. The report says if performance management data had a greater focus on outcomes and impact, the Council will be in a better position to evaluate the impact of the good work it is doing. What is being done to facilitate that?
So I think it's a useful comment from the peer review team. I hope that with KPI, we don't do nearly as many KPIs as we used to do, but in terms of analysing projects and looking at how different departments are going, I think we're able to get a better idea if we use the ideas in the peer review. I hope that David will be coming forward, or has already been talking with senior managers about how we do that. But I think that's a question that you should probably ask direct to the Chief Executive.
Since there are no other questions, that concludes the business for today. May I take the opportunity, firstly, of thanking you for the courtesy which you have shown to the Chair, and secondly, inviting members and indeed officers back to the parlour for some light refreshments. Thank you.
And we decided we'd do some group briefings. If group leaders could be in touch with David Williams about when they might be, we'd like to move this on as soon as possible. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Vernon Jackson.